And we're live. This is the Seamoss Company, and you are listening to Seamoss Talk. Gonna wait for you to join in. I don't know what happened. I was coughing. I feel like I pulled a muscle inside of me, but I have this like cramping. Never had this. I've had it once before, but it's because I used to take a lot of yoga. I don't do a lot of yoga. I don't do yoga at all. Like I used to. I feel so tight. Something I have to get definitely back into. Feels like it's caught. So breathe it. Launch the clubhouse in here. Oh, that's another thing I want to do is put the links here so that you guys can join in on the conversation. You can add yourself as a guest. I really have to see what's going on. It's like I know I need to stretch. So here's the link if you guys want to join in. Yes. Definitely, if you shoot your comments in the, if you want to speak, you can put some words in the comments section, and that will be able to see it. And yeah, let me know you guys are here. Let me know if you guys have any questions. We didn't really have a set topic to discuss today, but I thought I might go a little bit on dropshipping, because I do have some experience with dropshipping and white labeling and stuff. And I think that it's something that a lot of sellers, especially if they want to quickly scale their business, sometimes you can get into the business or get, hit the ground running, I guess, a lot faster if you had someone to partner with that can be used to sort of like do a lot of the work so you can focus on some of the other aspects of the business, kind of like share the responsibilities. A lot of people don't realize like one of the most important things of this business and starting any business is it's marketing, right? And sometimes you can only have so much money, right? You might not have enough money to market and provide a supply, you know what I mean? And even a supply that's enough to get a good price that would, how do you say it, like give you a competitive advantage. Excuse me. Yeah, you can use the links in the chat if you want to join in and add. Oh, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put on Clubhouse, because I think there's some people waiting in the Clubhouse to join. That's another way you can talk with us. Is I don't know if there's a way for you to Clubhouse. Let me start thinking. Wow, I just had that huge like in my stomach. Here we go. Get that started. And, yeah, let me know you guys are here. Let me know what questions you guys have. And, if there's anything I can answer about Seamoss. I've been dealing with Seamoss for almost 2 years. We've had this business now. And, I've done a lot of research, spent a lot of time reading, you know what I mean? And so I'm happy to share this information. And so how was the potatoes? They come out right? I was cooking dinner, and then I had to start the live stream, so I kind of put dinner on hold. My child is now, it didn't have enough salt on it, did it? Alexa, cancel alarm. Yeah, I was worried that it was going to have too much salt. I was worried it was going to have too much salt on it, so I got to make sure you season your food, guys, Agua. So yeah, we were talking earlier when I started. I said we're gonna, discuss a little bit about drop shipping, white labeling. For those that don't know what drop shipping is, basically you partner up with a company who is sort of like the supplier. They carry all the products, and then you send them an order. But the order is for whoever, like you say you get an order, you basically send them the information, right? They package up the order and ship it out. But instead of putting their label on it or their branding on it, they make sure that they put your information on it. So the customer receives it, thinks that um, you're getting the product from them, right? Or they're getting the product from you. Greetings, Tata. And it's good to see that you added your name there so that I can see you and see who's talking. That's one of the hardest things about doing this live show is being able to see who's in the conversation and discussing it. So yeah, so to me, having a drop shipper or a partner that you can rely on and trust is great. And I mean, you don't always have to do it for everything. Like there could be a situation where the supplier has a good product of, say, powdered sea moss, and you still have a good link and a good price on the dried sea moss, but you want to add powdered sea moss to your offerings. And rather than go and invest and buy a whole bunch of powder and get the packaging and do all that stuff, you can go and talk to this person and say, hey, like, can you supply the powder for me? Now, you might have to give them, pay them a little bit for doing the work, of course. There might be some issues where you might have to send them labels, or, they can, usually these guys can print the labels themselves, you know what I mean, or fix that up. You can, yeah, like, you can even just send it blank, I guess. Like, a lot of people are doing this in, online, where they're selling products, but they're getting an Asian corporation to ship it for them. That's where the biggest, I guess, drop shipping can be seen. Like that's the biggest evidence of it. Um, yeah, but in addition to drop shipping, there's also white labeling, and that's sort of similar, where they will take your graphics. Basically, they create a product that has no label, no branding. They're like a no-name brand. And so you come to them and you say, hey, this is my branding, this is my stuff. Can you put it all on? And you can either have them ship you out a whole bunch, or you can have them do the drop shipping. You know, check it out. There is Jaina Nubal. Sorry, I'm the worst at pronouncing names, so please don't. I apologize if how do you say it? If I butcher your name, please, I beg you forgiveness. But yeah, if you guys want, there is a chat link in the chat. There should be one. This app restream here. This will allow you to come on and add yourself as a guest, so you can talk live on one-on-one with me. Sometimes that's easier if you want to, ask your questions and just kind of have a two-way conversation. But if you have any questions about anything Seamoss, I encourage you. Ask you to please, put it in the link, and I'll do my best to kind of answer it. If I don't know the answer, then I'm pretty sure I know where to find it. And so we'll just go online right now and look for it. So the question here is, with the drop shipping, do they ship the customer the CMOS for you? Yes, that's exactly what they do. But furthermore, what they do is they don't put their brand on it. They put all your information on it. So even the shipping label will say that it's coming from you, not them. Right? So there's no way for the customer to sort of, hold on one second, my dog. There's no way for the customer to find out that there's a third party involved. They do, that's not sort of the business model. Like they want to stay in the background. And so one of the main advantages, that I think, is that you're able to sell inventory without holding inventory. And so literally you don't have to have anything in your house, you don't have to have anywhere. You can just be online, have a website, and then just, communicate with your supplier that this is what you need. And, I think that in the future, as more of these business goes and people want to scale, they're probably going to go that that way. And you know, honestly, that might even be a good way to start in the business because you don't have to put any sort of risk or investment except for your marketing, right? I do believe that you should at some point buy the product. You know, if you're selling it, you want to be able to um, hold it, see it, understand it, and stuff. But at a certain point, you could probably move away and start getting other people to do the shipping for you, right? They know how to package it right. They know how to select the right quality. They know how to make sure it gets on time. They know how to make sure it's the cheapest shipping. You know what I mean? Like this is what they do every day, all day. And you know, to me, it's like you know, you don't. There's not many disadvantages by having a drop shipper involved, even if you wanted to say scale it. Whereas like for me, I work with a lot of buyer or a lot of sellers who they sell their 2 ounces, 4 ounces and stuff. But if they need a 5 pound order or 10 pound order or 50 pound order, they just call me up and say, "Can you ship 50 pounds to this guy?" And I'm like, "Boom, no problem." You know what I mean? And then I always make sure that when I ship it to the person, I don't put any of my. The only contact that I have would be my address. But at the same time, if you Google my address, you wouldn't like I don't put it online that the warehouse is the address of St.Lucian Seamoss. So there's no real trace to no way to get back and trace it. Hey Anthony, I seen you just join in on the clubhouse. Right now we're talking and doing also a live stream, and we're talking mainly about drop shipping and CMOS. But if you have any questions about CMOS or anything related to CMOS, just shoot it out there, and I will get to the questions. Like this user right now, this person says, with CMOS fruit gel, does sweetener take away the benefits from the CMOS itself? Um, well, here's my view about the fruit because I'm not really like a fruit hater, right? To me, it's to each his own. I don't do it. I think I recently just started mixing in. Alexa, cancel alarm. I think I recently just started mixing some mango in my gel just because I wanted to. I wanted to try it out. But my like overview is this. Shut up, Alexa, please. Um, the more fruit you put in it, the less sea moss you have, right? And so the that's it. Like to me, it's like the more fruit. So it's almost like if you're going to add fruit in it, I almost think you should be taking almost double the amount that you would, or an amount proportionary to the amount of fruit that you put into it. But I don't know if the sweeteners, and I don't think anybody puts sweetener in it. It's all natural sweeteners, and I don't think that it would have any direct effect on the actual nutrients and stuff. I mean, people are taking the CMOS gel with fruits. I know lots of guys that I sell to that sell it with fruit infusions, and everybody's happy. My, I guess, overall view is that like don't judge. You know what I mean? Okay, you may not like it with fruit. You may, because I know some people are like, oh, fruit's this, and you're going to decompose and this and that. Okay, don't do it. You know what I mean? That's you, but you don't need to go out and convince the world not to do it. If they want to do it, let them do it, right? If they're getting results, let them get results. Everybody's journey is different. Everybody's expectations are different, and so you can't like I don't know. To me, that's wasted energy. It's like all these people that like I don't know. I'm not really a smoker, right? But I remember years ago there was this big fight to like you know push people so that they couldn't smoke in bars and clubs and stuff. But now they all smoke inside, outside, and you have to pass by them anyway. So it's like, you know what I mean? And I wonder, like, why did people like? Why was there such a big push? Like, if you didn't like the smoke environment, just don't be in it. You know what I mean? I don't know. To me, I just feel like everybody needs to kind of govern themselves. You know what I mean? And protect their own world, but don't fuck with other people's world. Excuse my language. Let them be them. You know? Hey, Courtney, what's up, bro? I know you're driving, so you might not be able to talk, but it'd be great if you can. Yes, you're coming up. Nice. I'm just gonna answer a couple questions before you start talking. So Tata says, "Wow, I didn't know that you could drop ship CMOS." Yeah, there's actually lots of people dropping CMOS. It's not something that I promote or advertise But for my clients that I have a tight relationship, they know that if they need that Seamoss, I'll ship it to them. And definitely if we have a relationship, we work something out. You know what I mean? Because it does take time for them to get the payment and send it to me and blah blah blah, right? So Tate also says in her gel she uses agave or monk fruit. Yeah, I've never tried monk fruit as a sweetener. You know. And Ted says, as long as they're trying to better their health. That's what I agree. You know what I mean? At a certain point, some of them are going to decide that, hey, I, I'm not going to use fruit in my gel anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? But let them get to that journey. Let them get to that point. As long as they're trying to learn about health and try and improve their health, then, you know what I mean? It's a good thing. That's how I see it. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I can keep talking about drop shipping and white labeling. Um, I did know about white label for capsules. Yes. So, I mean, I think Ricky Ray does everything. I was hoping he was going to come in tonight because I wanted to, whatchamacallit, I wanted to talk to him because he is sort of like promoting that drop shipping and stuff, and not drop shipping, more white labeling. And so I wanted to get his sort of opinion, his views, and just basically explain it. He could probably explain it better, although hey. So Khalid Rogers says, "What's up, my fellow CMOS friends? Good to see you. Thank you for joining in on the conversation. Let me know if you have any questions about CMOS. And that's the thing. It doesn't even just have to be about CMOS. It could be about the CMOS business, about scaling your CMOS. Where do I get good jars? You know what I mean? Like I have a buddy of mine, or like he's a buddy of mine, I should say that, but he also buys CMOS off me. And I know he's sitting on something like 10 or 20,000 jars. Do you know what I mean? And so if you need jars, I'm positive he'll sell it to you for a good price. You know what I mean? And that's another thing why I'm hoping when we do these live streams that it helps create a forum and a network for everybody sort of to kind of be comfortable with each other and help like work with each other. Because I remember talking to him and I said, hey, dude, would you got all these jars, like have you thought about selling them to other resellers? And he's like, hell yeah, sure. He just doesn't know anybody to really approach to say, hey, yeah, I got jars. But I know if he knew there was a demand for these jars, he would definitely hook people up. He was like, bro, could you imagine if we all went to and sort of like pooled our money together and went to China and bought a container of jars? Everybody would pay cheap for jars, and these are this kind of things that we need to kind of think about as sellers. And Moss Boss said it earlier about us networking and stuff like that. Like we need to put our minds together to start working together, to start saving each other money so that we can serve, because ultimately it's the customer that we're serving, right? And so the market is huge. The customer base hasn't been fully reached yet. It's not saturated like people think. So before I ramble on a little bit more, I see there's a lot of questions coming in here. Khaled Roger has a question about cocoa sticks. Let me know what your question is. I'll do my best to answer it. Another Facebook user says, so with drop shipping, would I make a website so my customers can order and then I would just order it from you and add customers so you can ship out? Yes. That's kind of how it is. You have a website, an Instagram, whatever form. You don't even need that stuff. You could take the orders by hand, by phone. Take their information, but email the drop shipper, whoever it is, and send them the person you're selling it to, the quantity, the price. Well, you guys would have probably worked out a price. The drop shipper doesn't need to know the price you're buying, but I guess how you're going to send payment, and I think that's all they really need to know. That's all I usually get. Yeah, let me check. I need to know the person I'm shipping it to, the quantity that it is. I usually get paid up front. I'm not a kind of guy that, I'm not a big credit person. So I get paid for it. So we work out the pricing, get paid, and then I box it and I ship it. You know what I mean? Boom, bam. That's it. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's a great way for people to be able to sell a lot of Seamoss without having to invest in the high amount of money. Because I know for me to sell the quantities we sell to get the price points we want, we have to buy a lot of Seamoss. You know what I mean? And so it's a huge investment, right? So the next question here is, Taylor just says that his capsules have my vote after trying them. That's good stuff, man. And she's talking about Ricky Ray's Gold Seamoss. He sells a lot. He's one of the few guys I know of that do freeze dried powder, which is probably in my research is one of the top ways, and if not the top way to maintain the highest level amount of nutrients in a powdered form, regardless if it's Seamoss or anything else. Freeze dried in the industry is like the way to go, you know? So another user just says, does it matter if Seamoss gel is sold in plastic or jars? It does matter to some people and it doesn't matter to others. I don't know if that helps you answer your question. I know for me, I'm not too worried about it. I think as long as the plastic is, PBA free or whatever it's called, and it's food safe, you know what I mean, then it should be all right. But from speaking to a lot of people, the general preference is jars. I think that, someone like if you can use jars, I would say use jars just because you could potentially, cut out a portion of your market by going with just plastic. I know some people actually use plastic jars and that's because when they're shipping them they have an issue, and that's the problem with jars. It actually becomes more expensive because it's more weight, it's more fragile, so you have to put more stuff in it, and so it's yeah, I don't know, like I said, I use plastic. I'll show you the pouches. Give me 1 second what I use. Sorry about that. I just had to pull it out of my freezer. So these are the pouches that I use. I get these from pouch makers. Now, I don't sell gel, right? This is for my own personal consumption. What I do to save time is that I'll go out and make like maybe 4 pounds of Seamoss, soak it on. I have these big tubs that I use. I got them from Costco. And so I soak them and I blend them up one day, fill them up, seal them, freeze them. I'm good for like 5 months. Like I've got a freezer full of gel. I think last time I made the gel was like beginning of the summer. You know what I mean? And so I take one of these. I'd probably consume this like every 3 days, this whole amount, because I'll do it like, yeah. So this is, I think, 500 mil, or yeah, it's supposed to be 500 mil, or maybe it's not. You know what? I'll get the other, because I have 2 sizes. I have a 250 and I have a 500 mil. So either one, I go through that. The next question here is, what are some ways you utilize the cocoa seeds, the cocoa sticks? So there are so many ways you can utilize the cocoa sticks, but I'm not experienced in any of them except for making cocoa tea. And that's like a St. Lucian tradition. The cocoa tea is basically you grate the cocoa and the cocoa stick in water. And like you said, you add sweet bay leaves, you add soursop leaves, you can add sometimes, or they usually add cinnamon sticks, maybe some star anise, although I don't see that happening too much, but sometimes they'll put that in there. You know what I mean? And a nutmeg. They'll put a lot of nutmeg in it. And some people will put dumplings and stuff. I'm not a big fan of the dumplings, although it's pretty cool. And then they will use condensed milk or coconut milk. Most of them, traditionally, they'll use condensed milk, or and then they'll add that, and it'll turn into like a creamy hot cocoa. And then we eat those with fried bakes, and it's it's amazing. I remember one time when I was in St. Lucia a couple of years ago, and I had gotten invited to this like Bible study, and we were there, reading the Bible and all this stuff. So we break afterwards, and the host that was hosting us, she had made cocoa tea and fried bakes, and some of the bakes and saltfish, and oh my god, like I kind of like probably like overindulged in it, and they were all kind of like, everybody grabs one, but I was like right by the thing all the time. Like as soon as my glass empty, I ate more. Like I pigged out literally, and they're all kind of like, "Oh, you really like the cocoa tea, don't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do," you know. So that's the traditional way to use it, utilize it. You know what I mean? But to me, it's like it's raw cocoa, right? Hold on, this fucking dog. 1 minute he wants out, 1 minute he wants in. This guy can never make up his mind. So yeah, you can grate it over stuff. You can add it into foods. You can, we could research if you want later, and see how people are using raw cacao in different foods and stuff. Like actually, you could break it down and make mole. You know what I mean? With the Spanish, like add some spices and stuff. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. So the next question is, what is freezed powder that you just mentioned? So I'm talking about freeze-dried Seamoss, and that's a process on where they obviously clean the Seamoss and stuff, but they put the Seamoss into a machine, which is like an industrial freeze dryer machine, and they use, I don't know how they do it, but basically, I think it's with some cold temperature or something like that, but they freeze the ice till it's dried, right? And they do it a lot in pet food. They do it a lot in food that's meant for like what is it called? Like, when you're a prepper or whatever, you know what I mean? You're all worried about like the world coming to an end. You'll freeze dry food where you can just add water to it and it comes almost exactly the condition it was when it was freeze dried. And that's why freeze dried is so, like, I guess, highly regarded, or, so beneficial, is that when it dries, as opposed to dehydration, it maintains the molecular structure of the stuff. Or I don't know if basically it maintains the nutrients. The other way to dry, stuff, dehydrate stuff would be doing a dehydrator, and that uses heat and convection, like air, to dry the stuff out. And when the heat is applied over time, it can break down some of the nutrients, and it's just not the same. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert on it, but I know that from the research we did, you know, Seamoss, freeze dried was one of the ones that was, we were told, or we were shown that it had it was the way to maintain the highest of the original product, you know. And so next person says, "Oh, I love my bakes and saltfish. You and me both. Oh my God, if I could snap my fingers right now and have them, I would be in heaven. You know what I mean? That would be, oh." So another Facebook user has says, "I heard so many bad things about pool-grown sea moss. Is that a bad thing?" Well, first I'll say I don't know really if most of the sea moss that people say is sea moss, or sorry, let me phrase that because I dropped the most of the people that I don't believe that most of the sea moss that people say are pool grown is actually grown in a pool, right? There is a lot of sea moss that's just not good quality sea moss. Mainly, there's a lot of sea moss that's just not dried properly, and those is what I see on the market, where people are like, "Oh, that's fake sea moss. Oh, that's pool grown." No, 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 no. Not from my experience. Not from what I've seen. That is just sea moss that just wasn't dried. Like, guys, you got to understand, it is cheap to grow sea moss in the ocean, and there's a lot of people doing it. There's not a lot of incentive to grow sea moss in a pool. And if, like, I've researched it, or like I searched for these businesses, because my view is that there's not like there's these corporations that are secretly having these underground bunkers where they're growing sea moss. You know what I mean? They're like, "Oh, they'll never know." You know what I mean? Like, that's not the truth, right? These guys are not hiding the fact that they're cultivating, because the market that they are producing for, or tailoring for, they don't care if it's pool grown or not. You know what I mean? It's only our community, and the only reason why we care is because Dr. Sabi came up and said, you don't want this, you don't want that, and he kind of set the standard that everybody goes by. Now, I don't know. I don't want to get into a huge debate about it, but I know that there's a lot of things that are conflicting in the things that he's saying. And I know that a lot of the things that he said were happening years ago, right? This was stuff back when maybe it was affordable to, you know what I mean, grow it in a pool. Hey, what's up, Todd? Thanks for joining us here on Clubhouse. Yeah, maybe it was like affordable do, but I don't think about now with the cost of energy and stuff like that, and the cost of labor to build a pool. You know, if you want later, we can go and share the screen, and I'll show you guys videos of where majority of the cheap sea moss is coming from. It's not coming from a pool. It's coming from places where the sea moss is like fucking, excuse my language, but miles, like miles and miles and miles of sea moss packed together, and these things where they're trawling in boats to kind of get the stuff. You know what I mean? And the water is not, you know, sort of you know, flowing current, and it's all green and stuff like that. And so yeah, that's where I feel like all the fake sea moss is coming from, which is just really low quality sea moss. In fact, I had an experience with a guy who we networked together. Like, he doesn't really buy sea moss, but he'll call me up and say, hey, what do you think about this sea moss? Should I buy it? This and this and that, right? And so one time he did it, and I was like, yo, bro, like, you know, I'm not telling you not to buy it, but I know this. I wouldn't buy that. And he was like, well, what's the problem with it, right? Sorry, it's this dog. And I said, it's not dried. And he's like, okay, well, so what? I'm getting a cheap price, right? Right? And I was like, because he's like, oh, it's. I'm like, it's not dried. And he was like, so what does that mean? It's still good sea moss, right? And I'm like, yeah, but like the appearance, it looks, you know, this way. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm getting a good price for it. And I'm like, okay, well, if it was me, I would just want it dried a little more, right? And I have a feeling that those people, when you show it to them, they're just going to automatically think it's fake. Now, I know this guy. He wouldn't tell me if it was fake sea moss. He'd tell me if it was going from a pool, blah, blah, blah. He was like straight up. He's like, I'm getting this from these guys in Antigua. And yes, Antigua's exporting a lot of sea moss. And some of them that are exporting it are exporting it in a way that is not completely dried. Why? I so many reasons. I'm not going to really sort of speculate, but it could be anything from a matter of, you know, the more weight it is, the more money they'll make with giving out less sea moss. It could be that their belief is that, you know, the more weight and moisture it is, the more nutrients are still in there. We don't know. We'd have to test it both, right? So we'll have to see. Hey, what's up, Moss King, bro? You should join in the conversation if you can. Um, and I don't know if you need me to shoot the link again so that you can join. And hey, Todd, did you have anything you wanted to talk about tonight, or a question you wanted to ask?
No, I just I got the alert, so I hopped in. You know what I mean? You talked about earlier. You were talking about well, I came in when you were talking about pool moss.
Yes. So yeah, I was talking about the pool moss and just how I don't think that there's really pool moss. Although here's the thing. I found that there's a company, I believe it's in Nova Scotia or New Brunswick, where they're making their own version of Condorus crispus, right? And so it's like this colorful thing and stuff, and they're selling it in restaurants, and they're openly saying we cultivate this on land in our, you know, in our facility, blah blah blah, and they do it to maintain control and consistency and stuff that everybody needs, right? Or not everybody needs, but restaurants need, especially, right? And it'd be curious to talk to them and ask them to find out, like, you know, is it as new? Because for all we know, pool grown could be okay. No one's tested pool grown. No one's really looked at it. Most of the pool grown that people think is pool grown is just crappy sea moss, which is like, of course it's going to be crappy, but that doesn't make it fake. Do you know what I mean? It just meant it was. It's like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with marijuana, but there's quality marijuana that guys grow. You know what I mean? That cultivate it, like boutique marijuana, and then there's commercially grown marijuana, right? And the commercially grown marijuana, we used to call it the commish. it's just it's it looks nice, it looks good, but when you smoke it and everything, it's garbage. And so to me, that's kind of like the same. You know what I mean? The pool grown sea moss, it's grown on
Okay.
such a commercial level. Sorry, Todd.
No, I just said okay.
Oh yeah. So yeah, and so the commercial is grown on like such a level that the quality cannot be maintained in comparison to say a farmer from say Grenada or St. Lucia or St. Vincent, where these guys are doing it all by hand, and you know what I mean. They're taking time with the sea moss. They're probably letting the sea moss grow longer. The water conditions are better. There's not so much sea moss fighting, because they know to make sure that they don't condense too much sea moss in a small area, because what happens is they end up fighting for the nutrients and they kind of starve. What I also learned is that that too could be a practice where it actually forces the sea moss to grow faster, right? But the quality of the sea moss is not the same because it's growing faster than it's supposed to be, you know? So I hope that kind of answers some of the questions about pool grown sea moss, which I believe is more just fake sea moss, or not, not fake, low quality sea moss. I'm so used to people calling it fake that I say it without even thinking, you know. Hey Candy, what's
Okay.
up? Let me know if you have any questions you want to ask or anything you wanted to talk about.
I've seen a couple people post about it feeling like plastic. Have you seen that in the groups, Julian?
Say that again. People that what?
They say their moss feels like plastic when they get it. I don't know what that means. Like it'll be posted in the groups. Did you see that? Like where the dried moss that it said it feels like kind of like plastic or something.
I know that's
in the groups on Facebook.
I've never seen it in the group about plastic, but I know I've seen like sea moss that wasn't dried properly, and it looks kind of plasticky, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But
Okay.
I don't know about any actual plastic, so to speak, in the. No, I've never seen it personally, but I don't think that people are making sea moss out of plastic. That's crazy. You know?
No, I don't mean I didn't say making it. I'm saying it would be like hard, like they said it felt like that, like hard, like plastic. You know?
Oh yeah, listen. If the sea moss is dried, that stuff can cut you. Like literally. Like I'll show these guys. Like this thing right here. That I have. You can't see it, Todd, but I have like this. Like I don't know if it's called a callus or something, but I have the or it was like a bruise, and I got it from packing sea moss because when I pushed it in the box, one of the pieces of the sea moss was because it was so dry, and I'm trying to pack it in with my hands, right? Because a lot of times I'm pushing my whole weight to put that in that box, and part of it stuck in my hand, and it was painful for like at least a week, you know? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Moss King is here, and I didn't. Sorry, bro. I should have put you in sooner. I didn't see.
What's up, buddy?
Not bad, not bad. Just chilling.
Good.
So the next question here is: I soak my sea moss for 24 hours. Is that too long to soak it? No. I think that if you soaked it anything longer than 24 hours, I'd put it in the fridge. That's what you don't want to do: is soak it for too long on the counter, because it's going to get warm and the bacteria will form. If you keep it in the fridge, you could probably keep it for longer. But I usually soak it for 12 hours. So
Man, I've soaked sea moss longer than that, and
what's
not
the
even
long?
and not even refrigerated it, and it didn't go bad. Maybe like 48 hours.
Okay.
You know. So, and I've had sea moss that you soak it for 46 hours, and it started turning into gel in the water.
that I've seen too.
Yeah,
I mean,
It's like it was a real dark tan.
it was
But it
really
like
dark, right?
yeah, and it would
Yeah.
just gel up in the water.
So without seeing it, I could say that's possibly sea moss that was like really extended on the life cycle. Do you know what I mean? because the older the Seamoss gets, it will dry out and get really dark, like a dusty brown or something. Now there is dark Seamoss, and I don't want to say everybody say, "Oh, dark Seamoss is an indication of that it's old," but that's usually what happens. And when you soak it, it will get it will disintegrate because a lot of the cellular structure, like over time, it breaks down. You know?
Yeah.
Like you can keep Seamoss for 10 years, but really you want to use it within the first year if you can. Then you get it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, you got any other questions, Todd, or anything you wanted to talk about? And you too, Candy. I don't know if I think I did send you an invite. I've got the Clubhouse going too. I have Clubhouse, YouTube. I was thinking about going on Instagram too, but I was like, that might be too much. Trying to balance all these windows and stuff. It's like, what? But, you know. But hey, I want to thank you for putting that post in earlier today. You know what I mean? Or was it today or was it the other day? When was it that you posted that?
I think it was last night or maybe it was today. I'm not even certain.
Yeah. But I think it really sort of kind of like, not shook people, but opened their eyes. And, as you can see, like even tonight, there's more people on tonight than there usually is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's a good thing. But even though it's still a minuscule amount of people, but it's each one teach one, right? So it don't matter if it's 5 or 500 at
I agree.
the end of the day. You know what I mean?
I agree.
But my whole thing was more so just about the climate of character and attitude that's going on that I see back and forth. And it's like the people that's on the opposite side that's not importing on a level or selling, they don't know a lot of the nastiness that goes on behind the scenes. And so to me, it was just like, I'm watching, not just in your group, but just other groups too. Just seeing what's going on, and then people denying that it's about profit. It is about a sale. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want to make it seem like they're not really worried about getting a sale, but they are, and it's obvious, And so some things are better left unsaid, right? But I just couldn't even contain my thought process no more. Like, it's nothing wrong with being a hustler. Like, I'm a hustler. We all hustlers, right?
Yeah.
It still has to be some sort of structure and respect in place. And so I mean, I said what I said, and I tried to say it in a way that wasn't offensive or trying to personally call anybody out, because it's not about that. It's about the bigger picture. You know what I mean? It's so that's that. And I did want people to know that if you really got questions, then you got yourself, you got Rick, you got Kirby, you got some people that have been in the business for quite some time. And especially you and Rick, I'm not sure how long Kirby been involved in the business, but he got a lot of knowledge.
Kirby's been actually finish what you're saying. I'll answer it later.
No, so you can actually come in, and that's not to say that the three of you have all the answers, but you do have answers based on real research and study and science, as opposed to looking at screenshots on social media and everybody saying the same things about Seamoss over and over and over again. So when I come on here, it's like I was telling you, Rick, like I come on here and I'm like, it's just a wealth of knowledge. I could just sit here and be quiet. I don't really, you know what I'm saying, and don't say anything, and just ask questions, or see the other questions, play my little part. But like, I come here for the wisdom too. Like, it's worth it, and people are taking advantage of that, and I don't get that. But then they'll get in those comment threads and just go back and forth with the same nonsense. But at the end of the day, because I don't want to waste time on negative energy tonight, but at the end of the day, once you put the truth out there, then you see what happened. It get quiet. You know, people it gets really quiet because those that aren't saying what they're saying based on real wisdom and knowledge, they don't know how to respond to that. You know what I mean?
And I think it almost they feel threatened by it because it's like
Yeah.
you're calling them out and they have to admit, hey, I didn't. Because what is phenomenal to me is that anybody who does 5 minutes of searching about how Seamoss grows and the like what is Seamoss exactly will come across the information that I've been saying since day one. That's how I found it. It did not take me long to see. You know what I mean? I looked up what is Seamoss. Seamoss is an algae. What kind of algae? How do these algae grow? What do they use to feed? Boom. That's the information.
Yeah.
It's not. It wasn't hard for me. It wasn't like it was under a rock and everybody was keeping secret. This is stuff that's been tested for years. Like scientists have been doing lots of research on Garcilaria, Echidna. You know what I mean? It's like Seamoss is in a lot of stuff that like people don't realize. It's friggin' everywhere.
And people are
everything.
People trying to make it more complicated than what it is.
That is true.
You know, but see, from your platform, the first thing you always saying is like, okay, like research it. Like the research is out there. Like it's not as political as people make it.
No.
You know, and so that's why you know. But see, you love it. You live for that type of shit.
Well,
You know
I was gonna say I love it when these guys come in the room and they start fucking trying to throw their shit around like there's someone, and I'm just like, you'll see me, and sometimes I'm like, okay, you know what? If people don't know me, they're gonna think this guy's an asshole. But to me, it's like this: the best way to fight someone is like whatever you're throwing at me, I'm gonna throw it right back at you. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's how I. If you come in there with this cocky shit, like, oh, like there was this other guy that came in the other day and he's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know, if you're not doing this, you're not wholesaling, I got the shit, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, yo, bro, slow your roll. You know what I mean? Stop throwing shit on other people. You know what I mean? Just come in and sell your stuff. You don't need to you know what I mean? It's like if people aren't selling, I guarantee you, this is the number one reason why you're not selling. People don't trust you. That's it. Because if people trusted you, they would even pay more for the Seamoss because they trust that you're going to give them what they need. And some people would rather pay more to get what they need than to risk paying less and it's coming up short. Do you know what I mean? So I always...
all that stuff, you know, like I've been saying it the past couple of weeks, like it messes up the business overall. And like Taylor Ward saying, like, you know, the name calling and all that, when that started, it's like middle school and high school. If you're an adult, male or female, you know, it's easy to peep what be going on, you know. But when you got hundreds or thousands of people watching, you know, and then they don't know, you know, everybody different. They don't know what to do or with all that information that's coming out. You know, they don't. You know what I'm saying? They get more caught up in the nonsense, and it turns people away. You know, it turns people away. Like, and when I made that post, even for a moment, like I wanted to throw my hands up in the air. You know what I'm saying? With Seamoss, I'm just like, you know, like I got a full-time job. I got other things, you know, streams of income, just like you do, right? And I'm like it's just getting sickening. You know what I'm saying? Like it's getting sickening. That's why, you know, I haven't been posting on your page. You know what I'm saying? Like I post on my page and I post in one other group. But I'm like, you know, the stuff that's going on back and forth behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying, is like a bit too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna play a part in that. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to play a part in that. But then I'm like, okay, like I can't let other people control, how I move and what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I gotta stay focused on my bottom line. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when I refer back to dudes like yourself that live for it. You know what I'm saying? but I don't have to uh, emulate everything that I see you do with those type of people. But what I do take the wisdom I take from you being with it. It's like it's always another way to deal with assholes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have fun with assholes.
Yeah. So, your thing is, but you want to pull up the screens, you want to pull up the research, you want to pull up the images, and that's the other thing that I don't see none of these people do. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not pointing to anything, no PowerPoints, no pages, no links.
Yep.
They just want to argue.
I know, and I love it because those guys are like almost falling in the trap because I know I got the information. So now what I find is that like I go and argue. In some ways, I can never change those guys' mind. They're hard rock that they didn't even want to look for the answer. You know what I mean? They just wanted to go with what someone told them. But there's all these other people that are watching us go back and forth, and they're like, I wonder if what Julien says has any validation to it. Let me just go see. You know what I mean? Like they want to see who's right and who's wrong. So they'll go and research themselves. That's what I really want.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want them to go and do their independent, because then they'll find out on their own. I don't have to tell them. You know what I mean? I've dropped the seed in their head to say, is this guy Julien full of shit, or is he really like who's the one talking shit in the room? You know what I mean? Because in the end, those arguments, they never really win. It's not like the guy concedes and says, "Hey, you know what? You're right."
Yeah, but we need you. We need people like you. Kirby, Rick, other people. You know what I'm saying? Like we really do. And what you had said when I had put the post up about doing the informational part within these lives, right? That's important. It's like, the more people that, we put attention to, like, what you trying to accomplish, what we all trying to, certain of us that's trying to really accomplish something. It's like when they come in off the break, it's like, okay, like, welcome, but this is what this forum is about. Now, first, let's talk about the fact that there's thousands of species of moss, algae, whatever you want to call it, but there's like 3 or 4 that's common that's in the marketplace, and those are A, B, C, D, right? Talk about the characteristics of it, put up images of those things, where they're mainly grown at, what to look for, not look for, so people can be just informed on the short synopsis of, what it is that they're ingesting, what it is that they're trying to purchase and possibly, build businesses off of. Because it's not a whole bunch of information. That and Kirby, well, you definitely will, but Kirby would be great. He just did a whole book on it, and I understand that he's trying to, get his book off, but at the same time, he could give a little information that would probably more than likely encourage people to
get more
book. You know what I'm saying? And get all of the information. But it's just like some groundwork stuff, like some basic stuff rather, that people need to be able to understand with regards to Seamoss, and they need to be constantly injected with it for a little while until they holding on to it. So that way, when all that nonsense be going back and forth, they can look at it and be like, "Look, this some bullshit." Like, like I already know these 3-4 types of sea mosses are the basic ones that's in the marketplace. This is what I need to know. This is what I need to look out for. This is what I know that I'm going to see every single time. You know what I'm saying? Because even the whole pool roll thing that we talking about, in the beginning, when I first found out about Proof Grown, and I was selling Proof Grown years ago when I first started selling Seamoss, I bought into the whole fake Seamoss thing, you
Mhm.
know. But now you're saying, oh, okay, um, it's just a poor quality CMOS. Okay, but we need to expound further than that. It's like, okay, so what does, you know, calling something a poor graded CMOS, what does it actually mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean in terms of the look, the characteristics, and then the overall health and wellness benefits or not of it? You know, we need to give people proper understanding about the things that we say too, because
Mhm.
sometimes we give too little, and we take for granted that people may really understand more than what they actually do. When they're hearing this stuff, so they might they walking away with fear. You know what I'm saying? More than anything.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't know. The one guy here, Khaled, is asking. He's trying to find you on Instagram.
Yeah, on
Are you on Instagram?
Instagram it's Moss King 4, like literally the numeral 4. Moss
Okay.
King 4.
Yeah, I was trying to look it up while we were talking to put it in the link there.
Yeah.
Maybe let me do it right now. But yeah, Kirby, and with Kirby, he like what he did, I feel is genius. You know what I mean? And and that's part of the reason why I'm like always pushing his book and talking to people. We did a whole show on it. You know what I mean? If you go back on some of the live streams I did, maybe I'll see if I can repost it because I've recorded it, where we went through like some of the stuff and he read some of the stuff that's in the book, right?
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
you can argue with people all day, right? But the best way to win an argument is with the education. You know what I mean? Like that's how you kind of change people's minds and stuff. And so I feel like with him doing that education, it's helping to set a standard. Do you know what I'm saying? Because all those people that read that book is going to have a certain level of knowledge, and those people that don't have that knowledge are going to be at a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? And so they're going to want to have that knowledge. So then everybody's going to start learning the books, right? And it's almost kind of like going to get to a point where, in order to compete on the market, you're going to have to know that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we're like slowly in the background pushing to raise the standard of the business.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, like there's so much room to grow in this business, but I believe that eventually it's going to come to a point where in order to compete, you have to know your shit.
You're absolutely right.
Like,
And you've been talking about that the past few weeks actually. Because even myself, and I'm like, damn, I'm like, here I am importing, hundreds of pounds of sea moss, and I'm not as familiar with identifying the different types of sea moss as I need to be, because when you was talking about uh, what separates yourself, from the many people that sell sea moss, and it's like information. You know what I'm saying? Like actual information, because people come to you and they want to buy sea moss and they're asking you questions. Like everybody asks us questions. Maybe 2% of my clients or prospective clients, don't ask a question. They just like, oh, well, how much is it for this type?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Does
saying?
it work?
Yeah, right. But the
it.
majority, they don't even ask if it worked. They just like, well, how much for the green? How much for the go? How much for this? I just need the prices. But the majority, right, of prospective clients, they're saying, well, what's the difference between this one and that one? You know what I'm saying? And I find myself like, damn, let me go Google. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you need to be versed on those things. You need to be. You need to be able to just spit that information out, regurgitate it right out. As soon as somebody asks you a question, you might be talking to somebody on the phone. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got time to Google. You might be in a place where you can't Google. And you are telling somebody, well, that's what I want for my CMOS. You got quality premium CMOS, and it's like, okay, that's this one part of it, but okay, explain it to me. Tell me about it. And
why is your CMOS quality?
Right. And you like, well,
It's from the water. I got it from St. Lucia. But where in St. Lucia? I don't know. From the ocean. Like, you know what I mean? Like I can tell you, like almost I can look up the order and tell you this came from this farmer at this location. We purchased it at this time.
Right. You're right. And as with any type of sales job, what gets you in the end? You know, a good salesman, like what does he get you with? He gets you with information. He smother you with it. You know, to the point where you like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna buy that. You know, based on what he said. You could never drive a car off the lot. You know, test drive it or nothing. You know what I'm saying? But after you talk to the right salesman, you already made your mind up.
Yeah. Bro, I sell, like, for my job, I'm a realtor. I sell $2-3 million homes. Like, you have to know your shit when you're talking with these guys. You have to know the market. What, like, in my team, because I work with a partner, it's like I can tell you, I can look at the house where the market is, and I can tell you exactly how much that house is going to sell for. Right. Especially when the offers come in, because we have, like, some of the market in Toronto is so hot that sometimes we get 10, 15 offers on a house. So imagine how hard you have to work to beat out 15 people that are clamoring, and you can't see what they are offering.
Right.
So you got to come with your game. You know what I mean? You got to make sure you know everything, so that you have all the options. You solve all the problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was talking to my my partner earlier this morning. I had went to go drop like a order off to him, and I was like, man, while we think, you know, I'm like, we got to step it up some more, because while we think we out here hustling, there's somebody else. There's plenty of people that's like, they're really hustling harder than what we think we're doing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's always something more that you can do. That's how you got to think about it every day. You know, you got to be ready to get up early. You got to be ready to stay up some late nights. You know, and man, I'm tired. I'm burning the candle at both ends, right? And then me and my wife, we was about to call it. You know what I'm saying? Then my phone said, boo. And I scrolled it down and said, oh, you know, Seamoss boss, the group. And I was like, oh, I'm like, it is Wednesday. She just started laughing. Right? She was like, I'm going to sleep. But she was like, I know you about to go out there and talk to Julien and get on that live for. I said, yeah, I'm going to go out there and get on it and see how long, you know, I can hold up, you know. Because it's, once you understand the value of a thing, you know, it's hard to just, you know, I mean, if you really about getting to it, you know, you got to put some time in, man.
And I want to say that's a good wife right there. Real talk. Like, one, sit there and say, you know, boo, go do your thing. You know, I would love it if you come spend the night with me, but I know you got to get this done, get it out of the way, come back to me. Like, honestly, like, the amount of women, if they just had that attitude where they were just how do you say it? They would sacrifice that, the man would be like right on you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, like, I talk to a lot of my friends who, we all have the same kind of problems when these women and it's because of, you know. Anyways, I don't want to get into it. You got a good woman.
But see, my wife is about $1, man. She not into, like, you know, spending money frivolously, but she like to see it in the account. You know what I'm saying? So it's an extension, another extension that provides for our family and work towards, you know, our goals. So she understand that, you know what I'm saying? She know her husband a hustler. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go to work my job, you know what I'm saying? But this is essential. You know what I'm saying? Because where else I'm gonna get the information from? And like I said, you don't even, y'all don't have to be doing this.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
You don't. And not for free. You know what I'm saying? Period.
This guy.
Get your man. Get your man.
Yeah, no, this guy, he comes every once in a while. I'm trying
Yeah.
to, how do I block him? That's it, block user on YouTube. Add the block list. Sorry about that. I don't know where these fucking guys have this thought. Like, Holocaust and fuck. Anyway, let's hope he doesn't come back or doesn't come out with a new username. Sorry about it. I got distracted.
Nah, that's all. We good.
But to kind of get back, because the thought I had before, like I was waiting for you to finish talking, the thought I had in my head was that this kind of stuff that we're doing, in some ways, that's like, in order to have a successful business, you have to be dedicated. You have to put time at it to work. You know what I mean? And so, to me, it's kind of like, you know, if you're not doing that, then you have to ask yourself, how much time are you putting into it? You know what I mean? How much, like, because if you're sitting there watching Netflix at night, then you're only going to go so far. Like, dude, I've been up since 6 this morning. You know what I mean? I walked my dog. I went into this investment property I have, worked on, you know, making sure these guys, because I'm going to get fixed up for renting. Then I went to the warehouse. I spent all day at the warehouse, cleaning it, putting out orders, doing stuff, everything. Came home, cooked dinner. Then, like, I still haven't ate my dinner yet. You know what I mean? And then jumped on the live stream because I couldn't cook it in time to eat it before we started. I didn't want to be one of those guys that, like, says we're starting at 9:30, 9:45, and 10:30.
Yeah, I see you. I see you in the warehouse. I've seen you in your house, wherever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and talking, but packing at the same time,
working and doing something.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I've seen Rick do it. You know what I'm saying? Late at night, you know, just by himself in his warehouse space, like, just working. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Like, I look at all these boxes, right?
You'll behind you. It reminds me of when I was living in a condo for a while. And dude, half the condo was fucking Seamoss. Like, people would come over and they're like, "Oh, what the fuck is that smell?" Because all they could smell was Seamoss.
Right, but and I'm saying I'm showing the boxes this for visual effect, you know, for everybody that's on, because like to you, me having, I don't know, 300 pounds or something, like, that shit is like small for you, right? But me, you know, it's like I gotta look at my boxes the same way that you look at 2,000-3,000 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And a person that has 5 pounds got to look at it the same way I'm looking at my boxes. You know what I'm saying? We got to put our hands on it. We got to be ready. You know what I'm saying? Because the one thing that I'm getting tired of, even with the amount of Seamoss that I'm getting, is waiting for the sales to come through, then pulling out a scale. You know what I'm saying? And weighing the shit out, and then it's time consuming. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I have to pack all of this up. That's part of being organized. You know what I'm saying? So that when the orders come in, only thing I'm doing is grabbing the packages and putting them in a box, and then getting them out of here. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. You know, you take things for granted because you're not going to always feel like pulling out a scale. Like, get your shit in. You gotta do, get it packed up, you know what I'm saying, and be organized and be ready. I seen one video where all you was doing was taping boxes back to back to back to back, just taping boxes. And I mean, whether you had all them sales, you know, because you sell a lot of Seamoss. But my point is, you could, in my mind, I was like, he just prepping boxes.
That was what I was doing in the video. Yeah. Because it's like, dude, sometimes we're doing 20 orders in a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God, like when we started doing the pre-packing and stuff, like in the beginning, I wasn't doing that because like you, I wasn't that busy, right? I could afford to do one. But then after a while, it just got to that point where it was like, orders were taking days to put together, right? Because I had to weigh everything out,
Right.
But I had a good system at the time. But it's definitely better to make the labels, to have everything pre-packaged, and
Man, remember you told me, you said, man, if I was you, you was like, you need to start thinking about buying 2 and 3 times the amount of Seamoss that you're buying.
Yep.
Like even before, you know what I'm saying, launching your website and stuff like that, because it's like, what if you do that, and it's say you got 100 pounds of Seamoss, but then you launch your website and you get 225 pounds worth of orders that people then paid for, and you can't fulfill that.
Then you gotta wait.
Yeah, you have to be ready for what's coming. You know what I'm saying? And so, and when you first said it to me, I was like, man, look, I got enough money to buy what I'm buying. You know what I'm saying? Like, how I'm gonna double that or how I'm gonna triple that. But it's like, okay, like you need to figure out a way, you know what I'm saying, to do it. But again, being organized, being ready, going to allow you to get yourself, in position to be able to move quicker, which means your resources, your finances, your profits are going to come in quicker. And then, you'll be able to, boss up your business. You know what I'm saying? That's part of it. Because you ain't tell it to me like, because I think in the midst of you saying that, you was like, maybe it's something that you can do now, or, you might not be ready to increase your orders by, 2 or 3 times. But the point is, you gave me you dropped a gem for me to move forward on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, so the moment that I can move from buying these amount of pounds to these amount of pounds, I need to do it. It don't even matter if the base is not there yet. You know what I'm saying? Because at some point it will be, and you want to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and that's the biggest mistake that I see people starting. And I have guys that come to me and they're like, "Yeah, I need 10 pounds," and I'm like, "Okay, so all right." And they're like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna resell it and this and that." I'm like, "Okay, so how are you selling the Seamoss?" They're like, "Oh, we're gonna sell it by the pound," and I'm like, "Okay, you want to buy some more?" And they're like, they think I'm trying to oversell them, right? And I'm like, seriously, like, what happens if 5 people come to you in a day and order 2 pounds? All right, like, are you going to shut down for the next week while you wait for your orders to come in? You know what I mean? Like, we never wait till we run out. We, like, as soon as we get to a certain level, we're shipping more to get it in. And it's like, that's how any business.
Right.
You know what I mean? The second you run out, that's it. And the minute the person comes to you and you're out, they're gonna go check another guy. It's like hustling, bro.
Yeah.
When we're chopping, you had to have it. Like, the guys that made the money were the guys that were always available. They were always like got the good stuff, and I would watch people pay more for it, right? Which they should, because if you're providing that service, you're available that much, it's a premium. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's Tata's trying to get in. It's not allowing me again, and my name and badge has disappeared. I don't know how that's happened.
Yeah, it's like, I always tell you that, but when it's on the blue side of the comments, you can click on the link. But once it gets in the screen part where our faces are at, you can't click on it.
That's weird. Okay, so let me find the post that. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, I'll put the link again. Well, that's your link. Sorry. Hey, and what's your Facebook? Because he's trying. There's Khaled's trying to find you on Facebook.
Yeah, it's this Moss King on Facebook.
Just Moss King. Okay. Let me get the note. Yeah, I hope Tata comes in here. I love Tata and how she is so open and shares her information and, works with everybody. Hey, what's up, Moonchild? And you know what I mean? Like, to me, she's kind of like the business, like, she's going to go far in business. And that is how I hope and see that the industry is kind of heading, because she's already caring about insurance, other stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Thinking about that stuff when you go scale and you get bigger. Because it's okay to start to have not all that stuff in place. But when you get to a certain level, you want to look to protect yourself, you know?
Right. Man.
Mm-hmm. So let's hope she joins in. So one question we have here is, it says, Moss King, did you start with bulk Seamoss?
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
I started with little baggies that I was buying from a co-op here in the DC area. Black owned co-op. They've been in the community for probably 25 plus years. And you know, they sell herbs, they sell fruits, vegetables, everything. You know, feeding the community. But they were selling the pool grown moss or whatever you want to call it. And I'm not sure if they knew that or not. I don't know. But I didn't know. And they were selling it for like $10 a pound. And it used to come in little sandwich bags with a twisty tie on it. But since I had never seen the actual raw plant, the only thing I was familiar with was, you know, going to the Jamaican restaurants and them saying, "Oh, this is Irish moss," you know, the drink.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, like I told you before, Julien, you know, a guy seen me posting on Instagram, posting the Seamoss, because I had started making smoothies for a friend of mine. Him and his wife, they had a few cafes here.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he came in my inbox, and he didn't come on my page. He came in my inbox and was like, "Hey, man, like, you know, you selling the wrong thing. You do know what you're selling, right?" And I'm like, "Nah." And so he started educating me on Seamoss. And I could see on his page, you know, because he was getting like 700, 1,000 pounds at a time. And, you know, I seen that he had a lot of business. You know, he was riding around every day, but his stuff was in stores. He was moving it. And I was like, damn, like, why his Seamoss coming up big gallon size freezer bags? And he's saying that's a pound, but like a pound for me is 2 little Ziploc bags. You know what I'm saying?
You started to see where you were getting ripped off, eh?
And so I asked him, I said, "Well, how much is your pound?" And he said $60. When he said that, I was like, "Oh, nah, bro, I'm not giving you $60 a pound for that. I pay $10 a pound." You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And once you blend up that low quality Seamoss into a gel, you can take good quality Seamoss and blend it up, and nobody would ever know the difference.
No.
You know, and there's probably a lot of people that sell gels that's buying that low quality Seamoss, and they selling it to people. You know what I'm saying? But for me, the integrity that I wanted to have, because it wasn't just about the profit. You know what I'm saying? Like initially when I started buying Seamoss, I bought it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just trying to get my weight under control and just trying to, you know, do something healthy. And so long story short, he initially, you know, I told him, I said, "Well, maybe I'll get a pound from you one day." He called me later on that night and was like, "Well, you know, let me ask you something." He was like, "Why you gotta wait till next week to get the pound from me?" And I was like, "Well, because I don't get paid until next week." And he said, "Look, just send me $8, cash out me $8 for the shipping, and I'm gonna send you a pound." He said, "I just want to see something." He said, "I want to see if you're gonna pay me my money, and I just want to see what you're gonna do, right?" And so the next day I sent him $20. He said, "Man, I told you to send me 8." I said, "I sent you 20." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he told me, he was like, you gonna give me what I want for it, you know, this pound too, you know, but I'm gonna give it to you on the arm. He fronted it to me, and he sent it to me, and when I got it, it was just no looking back. Like, that was it. I started dealing with him, you know, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, and then, you know, I ended up with Rick. you know, him and Rick, they knew each other. They knew of each other because they was dealing with the same people, you know, in Proslin. And guy
Is
was,
that guy still in business?
yeah,
that's good. That's awesome.
yeah. He's still getting it. He's still getting it. You know, he's still getting it. And I ended up with Rick, and then in the midst of me dealing with them, you know, I was still doing my own searching. And then one day they just told me who to deal with. And, you know, I just reached out, and guy ended up calling me back one day, and the rest is history. You know what I'm saying? I just, you know, I didn't start out wholesale, but I wasn't long before I got to the wholesale part, you know, maybe like, I don't know, probably 3 to 6 months. But I was super vigilant and determined that, you know, I was going to find somebody that was going to meet me where I was at and trying to get to, you know. Because Rick, he was looking out. I mean, Rick got great prices anyway. And so the other guy, but they wasn't the prices that I wanted to keep on paying to go where I was trying to go. You know what I mean? So they, you know, Rick, he recognized my hustle. You know, he ain't hate on it, you know, but once I closed my wings, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, so, you know, now you find your way. You know what I'm saying? And he mentored me from afar. And you know, that's pretty much it, man. You know, but it's you know, at the end of the day, I tell people all the time, like, it's not as easy and simple as what it may appear to be, you know. And that's one of my biggest things with people that don't really do the research, or they just don't know, is they think that we getting Seamoss for $2 a pound, and then we trying to charge them $100 for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
the number one thing I think people fail to realize, and I'm sure you can agree with me on this, there's no breakdown in price. Like, whether you buy 10 pounds or you buy 500 pounds, you're paying the same price.
Yeah.
Like, it's very rare that I've gotten a better price than what the market is saying. Because the first thing they say is, oh, well, my friend is selling it for 30 and this and this and that. And I'm just like, well, okay. You know what I mean? So
that's their choice. And
they all talk.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's my point. And they don't, they work hard for it, dude. I don't argue with them. You know what I mean? That's how it is. I pay whatever they want, you know, for the most part. When I make it work. You know what I mean? And that's what kills me with a lot of these guys. They're all like, you know, jumping ship over $1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, no, bro. Like, remember I told you before, build the relationship. That is the key.
Yeah.
You need your Seamoss. You need your Seamoss.
When I first found out when I first got the call, and, you know, it was like, oh, it's, you know, first of all, it was a 100-pound minimum anyway, right? To even deal with them. You know what I'm saying?
Which I think all farmers should be doing in St. Lucia.
Right.
These guys do. It's too much work to ship for less than 100 pounds.
Right. So it was 100-pound minimum, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. So how much? Oh, it's such and such a pound. Oh, okay. So me thinking, oh, okay, well, that's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I quickly found out. And it was like, oh, we're going to turn you on to a customs broker. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, okay. So you know, the custom broker, like, oh yeah, I got you. Don't even worry about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you know when they get here. I'm gonna tell you where to go. So it come, right, and it's like, oh damn. Well, the air freight is $200 or $160, or the handling fee is another $120, and the entry bond and this and that, and you like, damn. Okay, wait a minute. And me, I don't know how to scale, right? So, you know, my partner, one of my partners, he was like, look, I'm gonna run a number, so, you know, you'll know exactly how much you paying per pound. So I tell people, if you sell gels, you making several times more money off of this than what I'm making. So I'm not about to sit here and argue with you because you don't want to pay $45 or $50. You know what I'm saying, for a pound of Seamoss. I know that it's worth it, but it's not just worth it because of the amount of money that you're going to make, but what should be like the overpowering thing for you. But on top of that, it's premium quality Seamoss. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, the guy told me, the quote I seen, like, don't lower your prices, change your customers, change your clientele. And you told me that too. You was like, look, you got to wait on the right customers. You know what I'm saying? Period.
That's it.
Just period. You got to wait on the right customer. You know, because now, if you know, with all of the, you know, and I'm so happy that so many more people on here tonight and coming back and forth. I just want to keep all the energy this super positive. You know what I'm saying? But you know, at the end of the day, you know, a lot of the stuff that's going on, it has clients like just really trying to run game. You know, like they just want to run game. You know. Oh, how much? Oh, is it this? Yeah, okay. Then they, you know, and the whole time they probably got 17 different people.
Guys.
You know what I'm saying? And their messages that they're going back and forth with. Well, how much, you know, till they find a number that fits their budget. I don't price Seamoss based on your budget.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I would, my business would collapse if I did that. You know?
Yeah. A lot of times I send them away. You know, one of the questions I always ask them, especially if they come to me and they want more than 100 pounds, I'm like, what's wrong with the person you were buying before? I want to know why you're not working with that guy. Because no one just starts like off at 100 pounds like that, unless they got the money and they know what's up and they did the numbers. Some people, and that's what they'll say to me. Well, I did the numbers. I you know, this is my first time getting in it. Blah blah blah. Right. And so, yeah, that's what I asked them, and that's when the sort of like the information comes out, and well, you know, he's good. We're still good, but I'm looking for a better price. And then and I'm just like, well, you know what? I'm not here to compete with people on their price. The way I see it, if he's doing a good job and he's serving you and you're getting Seamoss, like, what is saving? Dude, when you convert it to the gel, when you're what is it? When you save like $1, it works out to like 5 cents a difference.
Right.
You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, instead of killing that dollar or trying to compete for that $1 or $2, just sell more Seamoss. Do you know what I'm saying? And just sell a good product. Like, I would rather sell more volume of something that's good than to try and sell stuff, you know what I mean, and get the shit stuff. And then you can't sell it because it's cheap and people will see it, or, you know, you run the risk of like getting a bad shipment. Like, I'm sure, I don't know if you've had it because you've got a good relationship with your guy, but I've seen it. I've heard stories of it where I know that there's farmers in, like, because guys will call me and say, oh, so-and-so just shipped some Seamoss. That Seamoss was garbage. I don't know where they found a buyer for that. And da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? Like, the rumor mill that goes on in St. Lucia is crazy.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, well, you already know what I'm talking about, but it's just like I don't want to end up in that type of situation more than once, you know. But it's like with anything else, you know, you live and you learn, you know what I mean? So, but I'm starting to understand, you know, more the politics with just Seamoss as a whole, you know, in terms of like dealing with different people. It's like if you do build a strong relationship, you need to keep your feet planted, you know, instead of moving around like that. Like you say, you ask, well, you know, what happened with the relationship that you had with the person that you were dealing with at first, and now you're showing up here. You know what I'm saying? Because buying 100 pounds is not a small thing to do. and you're not gonna just buy 100 pounds from anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, because Rick had told me that like a long time ago, like a couple of years back, he was like, he was trying to tell me, well, look, if I was you, because I had the money to buy what I was trying to buy, but he felt like that it was too much for me to buy at that moment, just based on where I was at in the business, right? So he told me, he said, don't buy 100 pounds until you already got some plays for maybe 10, 15, 20 pounds, maybe a few people that want that kind of weight from you. You know what I'm saying? But I want to try and hit that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nah. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to give me 100 pounds of Seamoss.
Yeah, look at the money I'm saving and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And even then, you, like you said, you weren't aware of all the fees that are at. That's what I laugh too. It's like these guys think that we're pocketing every, like, you know what I mean? Like it's just free.
But not just that, Julien. You have to be prepared for that. Like, cause you buy, it's just like the other game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you buy 100 pounds, you want to sell them. But 100 pounds, like, okay, so to you, and I know you count every pound, right? But 100 pounds to you, it's not like if you know, that's not like you're not gonna be like, oh, I sold 100 pounds today, right? But for me, you know what I'm saying? I would be like, oh my God, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like I just caught a whale, right?
Yeah.
But if you haven't built up a client base like that, then that's not necessarily money well spent. You know what I'm saying? Because I could say, okay, yeah, okay, say I get 300 pounds or 200 pounds or whatever, and it's like, but I could be cool with 75 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And just building steadily. That's less money I'm putting out and resources that could be going into building my brand in other ways because it costs money to get money. You know what I'm saying? So that could be your website, that could be somebody handling your social media for you, that could be your branding, that could be your logo. You know, that extra money for that extra 100 pounds. You know, instead of me buying 300 pounds, what if I just bought 100 pounds? And I took the same money, the extra money that I had that it would have cost me to get the 300 pounds, you know what I'm saying, and start putting into my brand, you know, developing my brand, having a stronger presence, you know what I'm saying, instead of, just wanting to look at a whole bunch of boxes of Seamoss that it might take me 2 or 3 months to actually even start digging into it real good. So it's a lot of realities that people really just don't look at because our culture, everybody want to be the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then, when you watching videos of people that, well, I trust your videos, you know what I'm saying? I trust Rick videos because I know y'all not lying about getting 2,000-3,000 pounds of Seamoss. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You can pull videos and images from anywhere. I've seen my images of pictures that I've posted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that other people are using.
And people use it. You know what I'm saying? And one client actually told me, she was like, I hope you don't mind, but you have some really nice pictures of Seamoss, so I use them, on my page and this, and I don't care because I really don't, because it's Seamoss. Like, I don't have the exclusive rights to multicolored Seamoss. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you like the picture, use it. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I always find it funny how a lot of these guys, they get so bent out of shape because, and then I see it in other businesses too, where these guys, like I remember one agent like got mad at me because I used their photos from a sale. Like they like I was selling the house today. They'd sold it like 5 years ago. So they had nothing to do with the sale, nothing. And I found the pictures, and it's the same house. It's exactly the same. So I was like, look, I'm going to throw this up here, waiting for the photographer to go get the pictures. I'm selling this house. You know what I mean? To me,
Right.
it's like I'm not doing. The guy calls me up. Oh, you didn't get my permission. But I'm like, bro, do you really care about these photos? Like, what? You want me to send you $100? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a question here that says, what are the best outlets to sell online? I'm on Etsy, eBay, and have a website. I get hundreds of views per day, but have experienced low conversions lately. What tools do you guys use to increase sales organically? I do targeted ads on social media. What method have you guys found to be most successful lately? Julien told me before about the Shopify tools. Are there other effective methods off of the Shopify platform? I think one of the best tools that you need to have for if you're running Shopify, you need to be running Klaviyo, right? And maybe I'll share my screen right now and bring that up so you guys can kind of see what Klaviyo is. It's supposed to. Oh, that's weird. They don't. How do you say it? Usually they tell you like they let you select the window, but I don't have that. So let me start a new one. Can you see the what is this? The blank screen now, right? Or the web page?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so KLAB. There's Klaviyo. Let's see if I get it here. I'm actually on I usually use Chrome, but for today, some reason I was like, oh, let me try Safari. Of course, new device login. Securities nowadays is so crazy. I love these hackers. So yeah, Klaviyo I think is super important for customer relationship. I think people need to do some looking at the like just looking at your demographic, like your sales. You got to look at your what's the word I'm looking for? Your conversions, and to understand like where your people are coming from, who the buyers are, what they're converting. It could even be like if you're getting a lot of people to your site and you're not translating the sales, there could be not enough social proof on the site. You know. So this is my Klaviyo. This is the analytics here, and it shows like the daily open rate, which is 22%, average click rate. This is the revenue per average daily revenue per recipient by email type, which I think that's like how much I make based on everybody that's a person on the whole site or something. No. I don't know. I got to learn more of these because that doesn't sound right. Average daily revenue per recipient by 2%, right? Because I guess that's based on the people that I send emails to, maybe. Because here it shows like revenue based on the flow campaigns, and this is why I feel that like Klaviyo has its power. It's because you can build these things called flow campaigns, and these things automate a lot of the background activities for your website. And Klaviyo plugs directly into Shopify too, which makes it really amazing. And so I have something here like a thank you customer, right? And how it works, basically, it triggers, someone places, and I can build this like this. Like, see how I just drop that in there? Boom, that's an email thing. I edit the email, I select a template, or I can do drag and drop, you know what I mean? Boom. They have these templates. You come in, put one of these. Like, look how easy I'm putting together this email. Here's the image. I'm gonna replace this. I got stock images already in here. Here's let me select this picture of the Seamoss. Boom, I can put whatever in here. This, that. I have my links, the social proof, and then it's also done for the mobile. So let me see how I did that here. So you can put these email messages together, right, and have them in the flow. And as they work, I don't want anybody placing an order and they find it.
So here it is. It's like place one order, wait 1 day, has placed order over one time over all time. I send them an email, right? Oh, sorry, this is a condition split. So it asks you, has the person placed, is this their first order or have they placed multiple orders? So if they place the first order, you get an email that says this. You know, where is it? Yeah. So it's got a picture of us. That's me and my business partner there. He is, you know what I mean? St.Lucian Seamoss. Like, I'm just kind of like the face. I talk a lot of shit. He's the guy that makes everything happen. Like, there would be no St.Lucian Seamoss. You know what I mean? But here's the letter, you know. Hi, my name is Julien, blah, blah, blah. I'm one of the owners. You know, I put my number there and just thank them for, you know, the amount of people that come back to me, email me and reply to that and say, oh, well, thank you so much. And I really appreciate that. And blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's huge. Now, if they place more than one order, I send them another different email. This is how you can sort of tailor it. You know, you just made our day. I love that. I want to take a second and thank you for your business. Nothing feels better than knowing you trust us with your business, not once, but twice. Thank you. It means a lot. But I gotta work on that. It means a lot, and why we do what we do. I can't express how grateful we are. You know, to me, this helps translate a lot of sales, if not a lot of sales, but like definitely customer relationship. It builds on that relationship, you know, which I think is important in this business because a lot of it comes with trust. You know what I mean? And the best way to build trust is to build a relationship. So I have that. I also have a welcome card, like an abandoned card, I mean. And this is pretty cool. I actually have 2 flows set up for someone who is trying to be like a high value customer, someone who's spending more than $350. I run them through this campaign. Whereas if they spend less than $300, I go through this campaign. And even with this campaign, if they are in Canada, I'll give them a different offer than if they're not in Canada, right? Because the shipping is less for me in Canada. I can afford to give free shipping. But, you know, with the international orders, the shipping can be anything, you know what I mean? It could be $100 or whatever. And so instead of that, I'll give them a coupon for 30% off, which will entice them to buy. Usually most people, when they run through this flow, at some point or another, they buy. And in fact, I'll show you the analytics here. Most of them bought, they end up, buying and ending this flow before they run through a lot of this stuff. Usually they get caught up in the first message here. You look like something left behind for this when I tell them who we are. And you can do this also for text messages. You can set up flows where text messages are sent. I have even here, these are messages from different buyers. You know, these keep all your profiles. I can go in and analyze every single user that uses the site, you know, that's on it. I can see when they were on it last, how much they bought. The thing will calculate like a lifetime. I would go more into it, but I think for privacy issues, I don't want to share a lot of people's information. Oh, Tiana's here. Like lifetime. I would go more into it, but I think for privacy issues.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome. Oh, Tiana's here.
I have to cut the volume down. I had to do it from my laptop. My phone wouldn't allow me access. It said something about my microphone didn't have permission, but I went through my settings and tried to do it, but it still wouldn't allow me. So I was like, you know what? I'll just do it through my laptop.
Good stuff.
You live in HD now.
Yes.
I didn't hear you, Moss Boss.
I say you live in HD now.
I see. All right. So what did I miss? Because I spent like the last 15 minutes trying to get on from my laptop, so I wasn't even paying attention to the phone.
Everything. You missed everything. We're done now. We're about to end the live.
Seriously?
Oh, what the fucking rat. No, I was showing people Klaviyo. And
Klaviyo? What's that?
Klaviyo. You're not using Klaviyo? Everybody needs to be like, and I think it's free. Like, let me double check, but I believe it's free.
Klaviyo or Canva?
No, Klaviyo. So Klaviyo is a customer.
Hold on, let me get something to write this down now.
Yes, you need to write this down. I'm going to share my screen again, and Mosking, because when I'm sharing my screen, I can't see anything. So if anybody answers any questions, can you just help moderate?
I got you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, like let me share the screen here. Boom. Klaviyo is a customer service relationship manager. And so what its purpose is to do is to basically email you and email your customers and keep in constant communication with them. You know, and so you can send them by SMS or you can send them by email. And so what happens is you can set up campaigns like when you're having sales. You can set up customer flows like when they abandon carts or when they, when they just joined up for a certain mailing list. You can send them certain messages and stuff like that. And a lot of times, if you design it right, it looks like as if it's coming directly from you. Like many of the people that respond to the letter, they think I personally wrote the letter. And there's no way I could email or track all these abandoned cards, all these people that, have purchased from me when I send them a thank you for purchasing. Like that alone, to me, is something that's going to set the difference in a lot of people, whether or not they're going to be a repeat buyer to you. And the reality is, you need to have repeat buyers in order to grow this business, right? You can't, you can't grow the business without having repeat buyers. I think our customer retention is something like 20%. That's how much repeat buyers we have.
Well, you got me as a customer now too.
Well, thank you. Oh, trust me, I made sure I was like sweating when that.
Look, after a year of stalking you.
Yeah.
So that platform, Julien, is for people that already have their websites up, correct?
Yeah. Well, yes, because a lot of the features are connected with the website, right? Because you're sending them messages and stuff, and this integrates right with Shopify, right? But I believe they have other integrations. So I'm going to look and see right now. Well, here's some of their few integrations, which is really good. So they got Shopify, Magento, BigCommerce, Salesforce, WooCommerce. A lot of people that don't go for Shopify, they tend to go for WooCommerce. I'm very negative on Wix. I feel like they're very closed box. They don't have enough fees. I don't know. I always tell people, in my opinion, don't use Wix.
What about GoDaddy?
Well, it depends on how you built the site with GoDaddy, because GoDaddy is more of like a hosting server. And so they do have, they do have a built-in, did you use the, what do they call it? Their own sort of proprietary build your own website tool, or did you use WordPress to build it?
Well, I didn't do it. A gentleman did it for me. So, but I haven't launched it yet, and I've been thinking about maybe starting from scratch and going through.
Why are we having the same problem?
What do you mean?
Because I'm like with Moss Boss, like the same thing he's saying, I'm thinking in my head, like, here we go with this mess again. Because I paid somebody to do my website, and they are doing my website through Wix. They say they're a partner through Wix now. And it's like, okay, everybody I'm looking at, their website is actually set up through Shopify. A lot of people I notice. And even Etsy. But the Shopify, I didn't even know there were Shopify like websites until I would scroll down to the bottom of like said provider's webpage. And then at the bottom, it was state Shopify. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, so I don't want to start from scratch because I've already paid. But it's like, should I just do my own Shopify webpage? And then this particular program that you're speaking of is not compatible with Wix.
You know what? I don't know for sure. Let me
Well,
look.
Wix wasn't one of the things
Yeah, I
that
didn't
came
see
up.
it here. Yeah,
It's not on there.
but Wix might have something similar. You know what I mean? I don't know. To me, it's like if the site works, it works. You know what I mean? If it does what you do, then you should keep it. So I would say, I would use it unless you can get out and not pay for it. And
I already paid for it.
Well, then use it and confirm that it works and it's good for you because you haven't tried it yet, and you could be dashing that thing away. And you know, even if you got 2 months out of it and it made money from you, at least you're making back the money that you spent on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my advice. Is just wait, use it, see if there's even an alternative. Like I would even Google Wix alternative to Klaviyo. There might be a product that I have. And, you know, I'm aware of Klaviyo. I'm not aware of every product that's on the market that does customer service. You know what I mean? Like there could be a similar product or something maybe not as good but still does the job that you could use until then. And then, you know, while you have that site planning, you know, while you have that site running, then you plan and take your time with the Shopify site. And then you like analyze all the problems that you're having with your Wix site, and you make sure you don't have that problem with your Shopify site. Because if you dump the Shopify, the Wix site before you've even sort of ran through and tested it, you could get the Shopify site and have the same problem, and then you got to fix the Shopify twice. So now you've paid for 3 websites.
Yeah, no, I got you. I think that answered Matthew's question too, because he was like, "Are there tools for folks that don't use Shopify? Is that the go-to platform?" And I'm assuming he's talking about the one that you're, the Klaviyo.
Mm-hmm. Well, I particularly like Shopify because, so look, Klaviyo is free, up to 250 contacts and 500 email sent. And I guarantee you, once you get to that point, you will want to pay. And it's not that expensive. Like, I think for me, we have something like a couple thousand, maybe, I think, well, hold on. I signed in? I wonder if I can take a quick look and see how many, like, I know it's a lot. Probably like 3,000. And I got to sign in again? 5, 3, 8. So let's see how many profiles I have. So yeah, I'm just touching 2,921. And they'll also automatically suppress profiles. So if anybody opts out of my list or decides that they don't want, so these people are pretty much 150 people that have come to my site and decided they don't want me to send them any messages ever again. So, yeah, and I think I was saying earlier about the reason why I like it is because you can basically build your site yourself. Like, you really don't need anybody to do it. You know what I mean? To build it for you. If that makes sense. You can just like let me go on my Shopify real quickly. St.Lucian Seamoss /admin. You know what? Let me see if I can launch my Chrome. Because it's asking me too much questions. No, I'm trying to get my the Shopify site to load up a theme
or show you guys like kind of like how I built the site and how easy it is to build it. Are you guys seeing me on my? You see the Chrome up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make sure I have that Chrome back. So let's go. Well, here. This is the theme that I recommend most people get if you can get it for free. For
What is
Shopify.
that?
It's called Kickstart, and it has all these like little ads on and stuff. Let me update it because this looks like there's fucking better stuff. So this, I think, is the theme that we have. Maybe it's this. And I don't think I paid this price. There's a way to get it free. So that's what I don't. Let me go.
How do you share a screen though?
How do I share the screen?
Yeah, like if I wanted to share a screen, how do I do it? Like I see the thing that's the click on that say share screen, but then once you do that, then what?
Then it will ask you to what screen you want to share, and like the tabs and stuff like that.
Okay.
So here, I think I got to stop sharing my screen in order for you to share your screen.
No, I want to pull my site up and let me see something.
That's something. Are you able to do it?
So can you see it?
Yep, I got it.
So like when you go on Google, it's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, see, I was gonna do like a Seamoss trio package, but like right in the middle of me really trying to like work through everything.
Mm-hmm.
Guy and his wife, their house flooded.
Oh no.
Yeah, so but it's like I like what he did, right?
Looks good.
But so that's this. So you can go, gold, Condris, full spectrum, the elderberry, then you can hit it, go to the store with the pricing.
Mm-hmm. Is there a back end to it?
So when you say that, you gotta like, what do you mean by that? 'Cause
like, is there a back end to the site where you can make changes and you can add it to products? And like when they make a purchase, how does it come to you?
So that's the part, like right when he was about to explain everything to me and show me how to work my way through it, all of that stuff came up. You know what I'm saying? So like right now, it's just like I got this page. You can put it in on Google, it'll come up, like everything's like ready to go. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how to work my way through it. So I'm paying for my domain name and all of that every month. But you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know the ins and outs of how to work it, what to do with it. And then his father passed away recently. He's been having a lot going on.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I actually met him through one of my clients that turned me on to him, and a good brother, you know what I'm saying? But so one of my other clients was like, oh well, she like, Moss King, that's what I do, and I showed her, I had her pull up my website, and she was like, you pretty much ready to go. She said, you just, I could go in there and like clean up a couple of things for you or whatever, but I don't want to call him and just be like, look, forget everything that you did. You know what I mean? I had this other person come in, but at this point, like we've been talking recently over the past month, I know I've outgrown just, sitting around in these couple of groups. Like I have my clients, and every now and then I'm gaining a few new clients, but pretty much now I'm just waiting on the same clients to finish what they doing with whatever they purchase and then come back around. So I've outgrown that. It's like time for me to move my business on to the next level. And I know a big part of that is launching my website and giving more people a broader way to reach me.
Yeah.
So now I'm just trying to figure out because I didn't have that website. It's probably been like 8-9 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
That must be killing you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To have it there and it's just sitting there and it's you know what I mean? It's like get this thing making money.
Yeah, and people, they're like, I've had several people. They like you need to get your website going, because I can just go in there, just order what I need, and da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
But now circumstance is starting to make me think that I need to rethink it, and maybe, I might have to either start from scratch or just, take my logins and let somebody else go in and, you know what I'm saying, like run me through it and just get, so I can go ahead and launch it and get it running. But because I got a full-time job, because I got other things going on, you know what I'm saying, it's just like I haven't timing haven't been on my side. It's like we were talking about earlier with like having all this Seamoss just sitting here, and when the sales come through, it's like, let me pull the scale out, let me do this, let me vacuum seal this, let me pack this up, instead of having it more organized this weekend. And even before I launch a website, like I can't launch a website and not even with like Etsy, they you quick, like don't put nothing on here and you can't fulfill the orders. You better know exactly how much you got, and so people not just paying for stuff and thinking it's gonna be coming their way, but you don't really have that amount or whatever. I don't even know how many pounds of Seamoss I got right now.
Well, you do know with the Etsy, you can close your store at any time.
Well, yeah, I guess that would provide some flexibility, but I don't want to close it.
Yeah, a girl that lives in Atlanta out of New York that does that.
Adora.
Huh?
I think it's Adora.
Rich
Soul Beauty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She does that.
The biggest like Etsy sellers. I think she does all her business on Etsy. But Etsy's no joke. They're
she
serious.
just closes it down because she has to catch up on the orders, and she's a single mother too, and she goes through stuff because I had some order issues and it took a long time to get it, but the product was good. It was good when I got it.
She getting it. I know exactly who you talking about.
She played no games. Like she getting it brought to her house, forklift off the truck into the garage.
Yeah, she's not coming to pick it up from the airport.
Yeah, she getting it.
No.
And she charged a nice piece of change for her Seamoss too.
Actually, I think it must be a special that she's running.
She's always running special.
Yeah. So like she had her 5 pounds on sale for $87, $89 just recently. So
wow.
What?
I wonder what the quality's like.
I actually bought one of the business in a boxes from her.
Yeah.
So the moss was good. The moss was definitely a good quality. It wasn't bad. It didn't have debris in it. It was really, it could go along with your quality.
Yeah, and I know some of the people that she's buying from, but I meant at that, like, sometimes what happens is when these guys drop a super low deal, it's because they're, the product that they have at that time might not be as good as the charge full price.
Oh,
that makes sense.
But the other thing,
I'm not suggesting that's what she did, but that's my question. Like, I'd like to see the quality to see if that's consistent with what she's selling when it's full price. Because she could,
when it does get here, I'll be more.
Oh, so you've already ordered it.
Nice, yeah, that's a hell of a deal, but
you can't beat that.
But
you know that I know that we both know cheaper ain't always better.
Right.
That's why I asked the question. Because sometimes at a certain point you got to cut the corners.
Yeah,
a lot of volume, so I could see how the 5 pounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and also too, sometimes the price is not the final price, right, Moss King?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because he was
once
buying.
You build a rapport with somebody and they know that your money is, it's going to constantly come and you're going to come in and out the door, they play with the prices, because I know my business mentors was asking me about my Seamoss in bulk, and I was like, well, these are the prices, and they were like, we're businessmen, there is no solid set price, and I'm like,
Yeah, yes
oh,
and
no.
no.
Yeah.
There's a certain price point.
Mhm.
When you go below it, you gotta, like, you can only cut so much from something
Yeah.
until you start cutting into the quality. You know what I mean? Like at anything you do. So, like, he's got a point, but at the same time, it's like, okay, how much do you have to buy? And even, you know, and that can be the sense for how do you say it, general sense. But I know in the case of Seamoss, sometimes it's more expensive. Like it costs us more to ship 1,000 pounds than it costs us to ship 100 pounds. Like if I asked my partner to box and ship 100 pounds, he could do that and fit it in his car and deliver it himself. But when we do 2,000, 3,000 pounds, it's a team. You know what I mean? He's got to put a team together. We got to buy boxes. We got to ship the boxes there. We got to have liners for all the boxes. You know what I mean? We got to load the boxes on the truck. We got to rent the truck to move the boxes. You know what I mean? You got to bring it to the airport. There's, you know, handling fee. There's broker fee. What is it? There's a fee that they charge to basically carry it from the warehouse to the plane.
Yeah, it's called a handling fee.
Handling fee.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and they don't really handle shit.
Yeah, when I first went and picked up my first shipment, and I'm standing in there, and the guy like, okay, the air freight is 160, and then I'm like, okay, cool, right? I already knew that, you know, the shipper wasn't paying that, and it's like, oh, well, 125 for the handling fee. I'm like, handling fee, like, what's that? You know what I'm saying? It's like the guys that take it off the plane, and I'm like, what?
I gotta pay for those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But before I lose focus, the other thing that I was going to say, and we was talking about this recently too, you know, as far as the prices, right? And just using her as an example, the young lady down there that's getting all the Seamoss, remember we was talking about that, like, with it being no structure with the pricing, and, you know, farmers pricing their Seamoss out of desperation, right? And it's messing up everything. You know what I'm saying? So whereas a person like you or her is getting 3,000, 4,000, 2,500 pounds of Seamoss, and normally it has a certain flow as far as how it's getting out the door. Now it's like, you're like, well, shit, I gotta adjust my prices. You know what I'm saying? You know, like for the most part, even on your website, Julien, you are slash prices, but not deep, like 5 pounds for $89. You know what I'm saying? Like that's unheard of. You know what I mean? Because somebody that got a few $100s could just come up really quickly. You know what I'm saying? On a nice amount of Seamoss. But I do think that because so many independent farmers are now just jumping out there and saying, hey, well, I got Seamoss, and, you know, I'm only going to charge you this for it. You know, it's making people that would otherwise kind of stay in the lane of, because a lot of people might buy 10 or 15 pounds of Seamoss, and they'll have that Seamoss forever. You know, if all they doing is selling gels, and they're not selling 20, 30, 40, 50 gels every other day, they'll have 15 pounds of Seamoss forever. You know what I'm saying? Because the gel is like the big business part. You know what I'm saying? And that's why those people like ourselves that are buying however many pounds that we're buying, you know, it has to be some structure with the pricing and how we're moving, you know. And we, you know, we was talking about that a week or so ago. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like the mindset like has to be the same, but you know, whether or not people will really come together to make it work, I don't know, because it just seemed like the people that are used to getting money the way in the with the intensity that they was getting it, they want to keep doing that same thing. They don't want to make a shift. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, nah.
It's working for me.
Yeah, you know, I'm normally moving this many pounds. So I don't want to, turn around and restructure. And now, so I'm going to throw some your way and throw this that way, because then you're sitting around and you're waiting for, I don't care if you're getting 3,000 pounds or not. You're not going to turn down somebody that want about 20 pounds. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You sell it to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, how many people buying 200, 300, 400, 500 pounds of Seamoss and moving it really quickly? You know what I'm saying? It's like we got too many people trying to, be the top suppliers. You know,
and they're not even they're not even investing enough to be the top supplier.
Exactly. And Rick said that before too. He was like, people want these cheap prices, but it's like you're not even understanding that you're not even buying enough to motivate a supplier to really give you a fair discount on the price. You know what I'm saying? The people want us to cut our heads off to feed what it is that they're trying to do.
And what's crazy is a lot of those people are making gel, and it's like they're making already good money.
Right.
You can make good money on $50 a pound.
I make $500-$600 off a pound of Seamoss selling gel. Me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Me.
Yeah.
Listen, I just took. I eyeball everything, right?
Yeah.
If I sold some Seamoss, I don't even wear it. I just go to a box. I put about this much Seamoss in the sink, right, and pour water in it.
Yeah.
I came back, I got a double sink in my kitchen. My whole damn sink was filled up with hydrated Seamoss.
I have to weigh mine. It's just a habit. I have to weigh mine.
And I'm like,
because like Julien had actually on one of his lives, he was talking about, stepping out and doing something different and doing like the vendors fair and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm not about to do this with these different people and these spirits and they different personalities and energies. Right. Like I done moved from that person a long time ago. I don't want to be resurrected. Like this would be gone. Right. I am the center energy.
Right.
Yeah. But I took 1 pound of Seamoss and I flipped it to $1,800.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. You need to send me the math on how you did that. So
yeah, look. Let me tell you, my dad was a dope boy. My brothers are dope boys. I hit them with the numbers, and they was like, boom, 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 boom. This how you got to do it. And I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna ask no questions, and that's how I did it. And I'm like, wow, I amazed myself.
5 minutes up the street from me, just 2 weekends ago, me and my wife, right, we was going out looking at some houses, right. 5 minutes up the street, they just opened this big retail space. This for pop-ups. This open 6 days a week. So
is that the Black Wall Street?
No. Well, they don't.
You're in Atlanta, right?
No. You know, I'm in DC in the DMV area.
Okay.
And the space is for entrepreneurs and small business owners. And it's open 6 days a week. So you can, if you want to do a pop-up on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever, right? So you rent the space, but you also can rent a storefront inside of there. You can rent it by the week. You can rent it by the month. You know, awesome. And I was talking, they just had their grand opening, like I said, the weekend before last, but I haven't been inside yet. So this weekend I'm going in there to check it out. You know, because I'm like, this right up the street, you know. And then what Tater is saying just really inspired me to like, because I've been overthinking it. Like, man, I don't feel like it's just gonna be too much to do this pop up. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, okay, like go ahead and invest a little something, and just do one.
See how it is,
and just take 1 pound of Seamoss, you know, and just see what you can do with it. You know what I'm saying?
I did the 1 pound. I did my gels and I did my refreshers. I sold out of 150 refreshers. I'm like,
damn.
What's a refresher? I've never even heard of that.
The refreshers, because they're my drinks.
Oh, the drinks,
like on period, right?
Yes.
they're my drinks. I have the hibiscus sorrel. Well, I just learned yesterday it's called Zuzu. My Nigerian gentleman told me that it's called Zuzu. So it's in a Afro-Caribbean market store. It's in a health food store. And then I have another store that's saying, but they aren't requesting refills like they should. And I got to the point where it's like, I have to keep calling you. I shouldn't have to keep calling you. If you want it, you got to do something different. So it's the hibiscus sorrel, and I have a Fresh and Me, and I have an Apple Fall Harvest, and I have a couple of more that I'm working on.
Nice. Yeah. That goes into one of the ideas that I had, and I've said it a couple of times in the live stream. I encourage everybody to do it. That's why I keep telling about it. But the idea I have is when they start doing more events like reggae jams, I want to go to a reggae jam with like 2 coolers and just sell drinks. And types of drinks. One that is like for dehydration, another one for libido for the bedroom, like after the club, and then another one for a hangover cure. And just slang it like that and sell it for like $10 or so. And the idea is not so much to sell the drinks, but to create an opportunity, because all these things that you're doing, they're opportunities to advertise and get in front of the people and talk to the people. The more people that see your product, the more you're going to sell. Whether you do it on websites, you do it face to face, anywhere. You know what I mean? Like people could probably sell a lot if they just stood on a busy corner with the thing that says, "Ask me about Seamoss."
And I did like 2-ounce dry moss packs. I had my purple and I had my gold already, bagged up, weighed out, and it was there, to grab what they needed. And I had the Condors Crispus, I had my green, I had my pink, and I had my full spectrum. And I had a couple of people, come up and try to school me. And hold on, I got to show you something real quick. Hold on.
I love when these guys, and you're already deep in the game, and they're like, whoa, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Trying to shift.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't ask any, like, I don't do that unless someone asks me. To me, it's like, you're happy, you're doing your thing, you knock yourself out. I don't know. I'm not that. Is anyone doing CBD infused moss? I'm seriously considering this. Has anybody tried this? I've seen other people doing it, but I know that most don't really promote it because there is a gray area when it comes to CBD. And so I think that's why you don't see a lot. But it's once CBD becomes, because I think they'd be a great combo. Who is that?
Kirby.
Is that Kirby?
Yeah.
Kirby, bro, come in and join in. We were actually just talking about you earlier. Let me find the link.
Yeah, I did the CBD. I did the CBD gels before for a friend of mine.
I had all of these like set up. Like this is the purple with the natural sea salt, and I know Seamoss has salt on it, but this is that natural, Julien. I'm being facetious. And I had the multicolored one, so they had never seen them in different colors.
Yeah.
So I had all of that up there for them to see, so they can examine it, like from looking in the jar. Then I had my scale and I weighed it up for them, and then I had this. So they tried to tell me about Condors Crispus and how the golden Seamoss was Condors Crispus, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, you sure about that? That's Irish. Oh, okay. So I opened it up because it was there for demonstration and I wanted them to know and educate them. So, this one then broke off. So I pulled a piece out and I let them see it. Like they didn't know what that was. So I took a piece and I put it in some water and I told them to come back and see me. When they came back and they saw how it expanded and it did not look like what they had, they said, how did you get that? What, the Condors Crispus? I shouldn't tell you, but I did. I shared it with them. And then I also have this for.
Let me see. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
You know what that is, Moss Boss?
Yeah. That's that poor quality we was talking about.
That's what you don't want.
That's the rubber band moss.
Yep. And I took it out and I let them see it in comparison to the others.
But
And you can do so much with it.
But what's crazy is if you were to dry that a little more, you wouldn't think that it was fake Seamoss or low quality Seamoss. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yep.
That's
so they didn't know the difference.
Because they didn't dehydrate it properly.
And then they talked to me about some more things, so I pulled out this big buddy.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to see with that. That's is that green Seamoss? Bladderwrack. See,
Bladderwrack, yeah.
It's hard to see in the picture.
Oh, probably because of the lighting.
Yeah, because it just looked like I couldn't see. I see the name and I see the West Coast, but when you showed it, I couldn't see what's. It just looked green in the bag. I couldn't see the what did we call it? The
structure leaves.
The structure and the bulbs for that's consistent with Bladderwrack. Hey, and I just want to give a shout out to Prototype Skincare. It's good to see you on Clubhouse. I haven't seen you in a while. I know I haven't been on Instagram a lot, but if you are on Facebook, you should come check us out and join in the live if you can. I don't know if you guys ever watch my Instagram lives, but Prototype is from Toronto, and he used to come on the live streams a lot with me, Kevin, and who was it a lot? Yusuf. And Kevin was a guy from Jamaica. He sells, the Seamoss Log? You ever heard of Seamoss Log?
Mm-hmm.
Or he's also Villagers Blake in the Seamoss Club.
I seen that name in there.
Yeah, Villagers Blake. So he's the guy that I haven't talked to. I wonder what's going on with him. I should reach out to him. We kind of had a little bit of an issue about Seamoss and shit. He's Jamaican. I'm St. Lucian. You know what I mean? That's all I need to say.
Taylor, when you use that raw Bladderwrack like that, you blend it just like that. How do you use it?
You have to blend it with the Seamoss because it doesn't gel.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I meant. Like you just put that inside the gel and blend it. Okay.
So I have it in the leaf form and I have it in the powder form.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I said I wanted to get me some of that fresh Bladderwrack.
I've never tried it. I should try it.
Wink.
Hey, Prototype, is there anything you wanted to say tonight or share? Because I want to make sure I give some time for those on Clubhouse to speak too.
Right now, I'm actually on.
Which Facebook are you in? And I'm wondering why it's like sometimes the volume on these Clubhouses, it's either they're really loud or some people are really quiet. Weird. Because let me turn them back to music on. Because otherwise you can't hear you. And so, did you find the Seamoss Buyers Club?
Yeah, I'm actually on it. I'm kind of open the Facebook Live. It's just taking me a while just so I can see what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I just, want to give you that heads up or shout out, that opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, anytime. It was good. Thank you for joining. It's good to see you again. So, Prototype does skincare products out of Seamoss. She does soaps out of Seamoss. She sells Bladderwrack, Condorus Crispus, and I don't know if she still sells the Garcellaria because she hasn't checked me in a while. So, I don't know.
Yes, I do.
Okay. You found another buyer, I guess.
No. It's been sitting.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Sometimes you can't predict when sales are coming in. There's days where, we don't get sales for a while, and then, boom, they all come at one time. It's like they're all waiting to call.
Right. And it's like you get that rush. It's low, and then once it starts to pick up, it's like all of them are coming.
Yeah. Anxiety drops. You're like, okay, I'm not out of business yet.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear okay?
Mm-mm.
I haven't
right up on the mic.
Your volume actually reduced a little bit.
My volume?
Mm-hmm.
It's back now.
Okay. I can put the high quality.
Julien, Lisa Michelin is saying Julien in the comments if you can't see her name.
Oh yes, Lisa. She's someone that's bought Seamoss from a great person. Actually, Lisa should come on and talk. She's got a lot of information that she can share about like Seamoss and her uses and stuff like that. That's what I love about like us getting on this stuff, because even though I know a lot about Seamoss, I don't know everything about Seamoss. You know what I mean? And there's things that you guys have experienced that I probably have never experienced yet. And to me, that's what makes these forums good and educational for those that are listening in, because you're hitting multiple angles of a subject.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we need everybody in the group, if not everybody, we need to get their hands on one of these.
Oh yeah, that's the next up for me.
Oh, dude, that the label printer is a game changer. Is that what you're talking about? The label printer? Or are you talking about the
Everything.
everything in Uline?
Everything. Look, I was gonna do a video.
Oh,
I got
look at all the
little
tabs.
tags. I was gonna do a video because it's like everybody complaining about. I'm not gonna say complaining, asking about how you ship, how you store. You know, they moss came in bad, and I'm like, what did they ship it with?
Yeah. How
Like
are they shipping?
you gotta invest.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta invest in your thermal bubble wrap. You gotta invest in your bubble sheets. You gotta invest in your I get the wet ice cubes. It's like a dry cloth. It has like this FDA approved jelly stuff in the inside. You wet it, it swells up, you put it in the freezer, it freezes. My gel, when I make it, I put it in the freezer with the lid off, it freezes. I take it out, put the lid back on, I wrap it in the clear bubble wrap, then I put the I wrap it with my cellophane wrap first and secure the lid. Then I put in the little sheets, then I wrap it in the clear bubble wrap. I have a big roll and I have the little bags like that. Then I go back with the thermal bubble wrap and then the peanuts, and then I have the thermal bubble wrap box that sits down in the box, and then you put the other. Yeah, I'm
no
serious.
one messes. But you bring a good point. Like, I laugh because you're going not overboard, but it's like compared to what I see other people doing, it's extensive. But I bet you don't ever have a return product.
The 2 years that I've been selling it, I had 2 issues with product going bad. The first time was when I first started, and one of my juices went bad. And the juices went bad because I substituted the juice because I sent them 3.
Yeah.
So, and I had a feeling that I should have stuck with what I was, accustomed to, but no, Lazy didn't want to go to where Lazy normally gets her product from. So Lazy went somewhere
Cutting corners.
Yeah. So that's what happened. So I sent it back, and they gave me such constructive criticism as a friend and a customer and as another business owner. Invest in these sheets. You need these sheets. Do these sheets. And I'm like, why am I find these sheets? Go on Amazon, and I got the sheets. Now I haven't found the sheets cheaper anywhere. I'm gonna have to look at Ulines or maybe another company that sells them in bulk, but they are lifesaver.
I would even, and this is something I was talking to another seller about, I would even look to see how much it costs, because most likely if they're selling it on Amazon, they're getting it from China. So I would go on AliExpress and see if you can buy a whole bulk of it and then sell some of it. Do you know what I mean? You could probably sell enough to offset the cost of what you paid for the stuff.
Hold on, Julien. Did you say Alibaba?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Yeah, what's wrong with Alibaba?
You learned something.
What do you mean? I know I was known about Alibaba.
Oh, you just played crazy when I told you about Alibaba and AliExpress, how you can get the Seamoss from them.
Yeah. No, I know you can get the Seamoss from them.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I've known about before Ali. Well,
I say before AliExpress, there was only Alibaba and another company called Global Sources. I used to do drop shipping back in the days, like from like 99, 98 to like 2002.
Hold on,
So
no.
yeah.
For the 99 and the 2000.
You know what, guys? Like I don't. One of the biggest jokes I laugh is when people like make laughing because I'm balding. Like I'm like in my mid 40s, like late 40s. Like I don't look like it.
It's juvenile. It's a whole song. It's called Back That Up. And they did it for the 99 and the 2000. I'm just
So what is that y'all talking about though? The Alibaba, the AliExpress. What is that?
it's like how to explain it, Julien. It's like this big.
There's only one way to explain it, and that's to share my screen and show.
You get everything from them, from workout equipment. I ordered the waistband trainers. You can get them in bulk. They'll customize them for you, put your logo on them. You can house a boutique from them, like clothes that you get out of little small boutiques. They come from there. People get their Seamoss gummies from there.
Yep, a lot of people get their Seamoss gummies and stuff,
and you can tell because when you go on there, it's the same coloring in the label. It's like certain things that, like Louis Vuitton. You know Louis Vuitton because there is a certain thing to it. You know, Christian Dior, it's a certain thing to it. Like all these things have certain things to them.
Mm-hmm. So this is Alex. What it really is it's an online marketplace where companies from Asia basically put their products on here to sell for resale.
Okay.
And so you can buy these stuff and then basically sell them. And they actually offer drop shipping. So you could create a site. And I mean, I wonder if that's what some of these guys are doing. So you could create a site, say, you know, this package, this thing here. You can even get them to change the label. And you ship them the order and the cost, you know what I mean? And they ship it to your guy with a blank label that doesn't show that it was their company and doesn't show like it just shows it was from China. You know what I mean? That's it. And that's how I was kind of running my business. But I was doing more electronics. So I would do like say cameras or like phones I sold a few times and stuff like that. So like you can get technology stuff, which is really cool. You know?
Yeah, I'm looking on there now. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I have a friend that does DJing and event planning, and he's getting his like king and queen throne chairs, like backdrops, the cold sparklers, the lights, all that stuff from over there.
Yeah, and it's cheap. Look, party supplies for adults. The balloons come from here. A lot of those people that are selling the balloons business, they're getting all the balloons from here. Look.
And the adult toys.
I think you can get 40 balloons for a penny.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's right.
And they're reputable and trustworthy.
Huh? Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Yeah. But you have to make sure you check for verified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a lot of them will have reviews at the bottom. Where is it here? These reviews.
Okay.
And you have to make sure it's like US reviews because the other ones are kind of sketchy. And I'm not sure if it's Alibaba or AliExpress. They definitely have like their verified people. They have a special blue check, like Amazon Prime has its special blue check. They have a special blue check, like they earned it.
So what AliExpress is basically the one, like if you wanted to go buy one or two of whatever the company is selling on
A customer said, not a customer, but a person said expect long shipping time on a lot of items. That's true too. That's why you order in advance, because it took me a month and a half just to get my waist trainers.
Oh yeah, because they're shipping them by boat, because that's the shipping way to go.
Okay, yeah.
And being that they're having a issue at the ports with the trucks and the containers, they probably have a big delay because it's a lot of things people can't get. Like our Hardee's here, they hadn't had chicken since I want to say Tuesday, and the trucks won't be in until Friday. So that's No fun.
Yeah, that's Matthew that has said about the shipment times.
This was the site I normally ordered from, Global Sources. And these guys got like everything. Like, look, these are the headphones. I think these are the headphones everybody's selling. And they're like $50 a piece or for whatever. You can get them
those, and they get the Apple, what do you call it?
AirPods.
AirPods. They get sneakers.
How much are those earbuds, Julien? I can't. It's kind of small.
It says US 16.7. I don't know what this 0.7 is.
Probably like 70 cents. And
Okay.
that's for a piece. You know, the more you buy, the cheaper
More
it
it
goes.
goes up, yeah.
Yeah. Most of these companies on Global Sources, they're companies that are looking to sell multiple products. They'll even like, you know, you could speak to them and they could design the product or put your branding on this product. So if you were like saying going to make your own like product, you would go to these guys and select a product that's kind of already made, and they would put their little spin on it and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah. So here's AirPods. There's the AirPod charging dock. That's not what I wanted. So look at all the knockoff AirPods you can get.
Wow. That's crazy.
Cases.
Yep,
You know
those
what I mean?
cases are a big ticket.
Yeah. Chargers, all kinds of stuff. So a lot of times when you see those guys selling stuff online on like Facebook and stuff, where they have like the one product and stuff, this is where they're getting the stuff from.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And so let's we've looked at other products. Let's see what they got for Seamoss.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, they got one product here.
Oh, and that's on that other place, that Global Source.
Yeah, this is on Global Source, but look at the minimum order.
17
18
tons.
tons. That's a lot of fucking Seamoss. Excuse my language.
Oh,
So
but no,
even...
the crazy thing about that is when I first started doing Seamoss, I can honestly tell you I started with at the Jamaican store in Charleston, South Carolina. Like I was driving 4 hours to Charleston, South Carolina. And the Seamoss was looking like that. So I'm thinking I got the right Seamoss, the good Seamoss. Then the more I watched Akeem Pierre, I'm like,
yeah, the
why
wrong
that
thing.
Seamoss don't look like that Seamoss? And they were selling like 2 pounds for $15. So something just said, next time I go down there, ask them where the Seamoss come from. They told me it came from New York. Now I'm trying to, in my mind, I'm trying to say, okay, I'm trying to figure out, they're from Jamaica. They're in Charleston, South Carolina. They're here. Jamaica is down here, but it's coming from New York up there. That it's not, the pieces ain't adding together right.
Yeah, like what do you mean New York?
I said, well, what do you mean? Like what you said, New York. And they said, oh, that's where the person we get it from. They get it from there. So I'm like, okay, so this ain't from Jamaica. And I said, this isn't from Jamaica. And they said, no, we get it from New York. And I'm like, well, damn. Okay. So then I found an African lady and I started shopping with her. And I asked her, about the Seamoss as well. She said, little girl, if they need to know where your Seamoss come from, they don't need to be your customer. I said, well.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But you do not get in an argument with them Africans. They like to go to another level of extreme. So needless to say, hers didn't come from Jamaica and it didn't come from Africa. It came from New York. So then I found somebody that got his from Zanzibar, Tanzania. And I was only able to get like little bits at a time. And then it was very strong and pungent. Like it was intolerable. So I'm like, everybody not gonna take this. Everybody's not gonna like this. And then I saw Akeem and I started getting his. And I'm like, okay, I found a Seamoss group. And I'm like, oh, bam, I'm about to get in. So then I get in and one door opened and another door opened, then another door opened. And then I started getting the real Seamoss. And I started dealing with people that wanted to argue and be aggressive. And I'm like, no, buddy. Got some more. And I'm like, So let me try some other people. So I tried Atlantic Gold out of Miami.
Good
Um,
company.
yes, very fast. Ricky, very
Mhm.
fast. No shipping though. Doesn't pay. You don't have to pay shipping. The young lady we was talking about, her plant-based Jeff.
Mhm.
You and it was somebody else, but it'll definitely be you, Ricky Ray, um, Atlantic. If I choose to use them, just because their pricing is completely different.
Mhm.
The girl out of Atlanta, if she has a good price, and I'm desperate because the shipping is like I waited a month for that Seamoss
From where?
from the young lady that we was talking about in Atlanta.
Damn.
Yeah. At one time I ordered from her plant-based Jeff and Atlantic at the same time, and I got Atlantic's first.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there could be a number of reasons. Maybe she ran out at the time, overloaded,
She
couldn't
was
do.
she was very busy, and I understand it as a
She was
single,
what?
very busy.
Yeah, nah.
I know, but I understood it as a single mother with where did he freeze? Julian? Did he freeze? Julian?
Okay, I'm back.
What happened? It was like
So
a ghost
some,
in the machine.
yeah, so something happened with my internet here, and I was like, everything just shut down. I was panicking. I was like, what? What the hell? So it just basically said we were having bad reception, and then you guys just,
Oh,
you know.
Kirby trying to figure out. He said he was trying to join from his cell phone, but it won't let him. He
it
said,
wouldn't let me either.
"Do he need to join from a computer?"
I did.
Maybe, or you have to set your permissions in your app to join in. I think he said Gitmo Market in Brooklyn is the link for that type CMOS. That's what I started buying. Everybody started buying that CMOS until they started getting a little bit edgy, and that's why I feel like people need to kind of like be not so aggressive when these people are selling it. Like just how the guy with you, Moss King, he politely, went in the background and said, hey, this and that. But I find too many times people are just like, oh, blah, blah, and it's like, these people are naturally going to come defensive. Some of them have spent like $2,000-$3,000 on that CMOS to find out that it was the wrong CMOS. You know what I mean? It's no, like, I don't think anybody intentionally goes out to sell shitty CMOS.
And I can
Or
honestly say that I had results from that CMOS.
this is why I don't call it fake, because I did too. The lady that I was using was getting the CMOS from like Angel something or whatever. But this is what I say, and no one can deny that. You're not getting the same value. Even if it was the best quality CMOS, the volume that you're getting because they don't dry it properly, it's like, you remember Moss King, you said like the 1 pound was like, it's like an ounce of the dry stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could hold a pound of the lower
The
quality in the palm of my hand, as opposed to what we know is the right thing fitting in a gallon-sized freezer bag.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's not worth it to me, and I'm just not doing that. Like I'm not. It's no fruitful reason for me to like even that site you just had up. I'm not even chancing it. Like I'm not ordering no CMOS from it. Like what? Like what's the point? You don't have to do that. You don't have to do it. You just don't have to do it. And if you that press to save $1 or two, then you're gonna end up losing more than that anyway down the road.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna be selling that type of Seamoss to people but for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you selling jails 90 going north and they don't know no better. But
Yeah, they won't say.
and that's the other thing that affects the market. You know what I'm saying? Because so many people taking CMOS, but they're not doing anything else in terms of their health. And remember, I said, like I'm a big dude. My weight be up and down. But when I know I'm not eating right and I know my absorption some shit, I'm not taking no supplements because I know it's just pointless to do that. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah. So you got a lot of people that they hear about stuff and then it's just like, oh, do you sell blue raspberry Kool-Aid CMOS gel? And I'm like,
No. What?
No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the herbs and the plain gel. If it ain't that, it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sweeten my gel with organic dates, but that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not doing anything else.
So
No,
Khalid said is it's never pointless.
explain yourself when you say that though. What do you mean when you say it's never pointless? Maybe you mean a little bit of good is better than no good, and if that's your perspective, then I get you're right. Not I guess you're right. But
And sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's also too that you got to look at the ratios, because if you're taking 90% crap and 10% good, then it is kind of pointless, because that good, even though it's so good, is it even going to register? Is it even going to have an effect?
And that's my point. You know what I'm saying? One thing that a bad diet does is it messes with your body's ability to absorb nutrients and minerals. So, and that's on period. So like you saying, Julien, if you it don't matter if you're taking the best quality CMOS, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not going to receive the full benefits of it. But that's a personal choice. That's why I say for me, and I tell my clients that too. I'm like, yeah, I can sell you all the CMOS in the world, but I don't want you to come and buy CMOS from me because you feeding into the hype. You know what I'm saying? And then you're not experiencing what you think you're going to experience or what people telling you you're going to experience, and then you like, oh, CMOS is no good. It don't work. You know what I'm saying? Because that happens more often than not. You know what I'm saying? People be excited that, oh, I want to buy some, and then but they're not really ready.
They want the instant gratification. It's like being a diabetic. You're diabetic. You take insulin, but you're eating what and drinking what? I mean,
yeah.
We see patients like that all the time, and it's like you want to feel sorry for people, but you can't.
Yeah. So it's a personal, it's a personal perspective, and then again to piggyback on this in general, what we've been speaking about as a whole, as far as is putting, the correct information out there. We can't lie to people, for the sake of $1, and trying to get rid of CMOS. We need to be honest with them and give them it as best and accurate information as we can.
Sure.
Like I don't want nobody coming to me and spending their money with me and just, they're not aware of what they could be doing to position themselves better with regard to taking any type of supplement. You know what I'm saying? It's not just CMOS. Like we know that's a reality, just like we know it's a reality that certain things like black pepper help you absorb certain nutrients better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes people be like, oh man, this big dude, like how he know? I'm like, just because I'm a big dude don't mean I'm not smart and intelligent and I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I might struggle with food like a whole lot of people, but you know, I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 this. Yeah.
You don't look 50 at all.
Yeah. So what that tell you?
Like early to mid 40s. So yeah, man.
Yeah. So my point is, you know, I eat raw sometimes. Over the years, one thing that has saved me and kept my quality of life from going south, you know, is the fact that, you know, over the years I've taken months at a time. You know, I'll exercise, I'll lose weight. You know what I'm saying? And not saying that this is the way to like be yo-yoing back and forth, but you know, like I juice. You know what I'm saying? Like I've juiced for 42 days straight on raw juices. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I know what I'm talking about with regards to the stuff that I know.
All right, there we go.
You know what I mean?
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Kurt?
Hello.
What's going on? Kings and queens, I know it's late, but what's up?
Hey, so you got your phone working or is that your computer?
Nah, I'm on the phone. I don't know what happened. I just had I put it in my browser instead of joining from Facebook, so I put it directly in the browser and it let me join.
That's probably what it is. There's probably some issues when you're trying to link it from the Facebook.
And it might be because it kept popping up saying the browser, clicking the browser. And I'm like,
yeah, that's what it was for me.
There ain't no browser.
Yeah. So you have to get that.
Hey, so Kirby, I don't know if you missed it. Taylor in here, you know, she's showing us how to, you know what I'm saying, mix Seamoss like that other thing, you know, and flip it. You know what I'm saying?
She putting her wrist
with that thing, man. Yeah.
Form that hard cookie.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that one.
Yeah. All right, Toronto.
Yeah. We got.
Hey, I'm originally from downtown East Cleveland, Central Florida.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Yeah. The queen that brought a lot of good stuff to the table tonight, you know.
Yeah, I kind of catched on. I just walked in the house, man. It's been a long day. I was just like going, and I caught the live. I literally checked my Facebook, and I was like, oh, you know, I saw everybody fanning, so I wanted just to catch the end. So hopefully I get caught up, or we'll start a new conversation. Either way, I'm good with it.
It's been good tonight, man. A lot of people been tapping in tonight, man. This been a good night, man.
Great conversations.
When I hit my head on the pillow tonight, I'm gonna feel good about it, man. You know.
Actually, there was someone. Sorry to interrupt you, Moss King, but there was someone in the whatchamacallit, in my clubhouse talk that was asking about your book, Kirby. And Candy, and I say, if you have any questions from the man who wrote the book, you can come up and kind of, I'll give you an opportunity to ask him. Like I was telling everybody, like I really support, you know, the efforts that you're doing to try and you know, increase the level of education.
That's that coconut water. That's super hydration.
I'll touch bases on this later. Why it's important to read the directions, but we'll talk about that in a second. Go ahead, Julien.
Bro, this guy needs to be super hydrated with all the Seamoss that he takes, man. Like, I'm surprised you don't drink a gallon of water every day.
I just finished 16 ounces on the way home tonight, man.
There you go.
What brand of coconut water is that? You know, I'm real finicky with that coconut water, man.
This is C2O. Well, you know, a lot of different places you can get really good natural coconut water. You know, you might walk into a market that have their own type. But if you go into like commercial use, I make sure I get the one that's 100% natural, because a lot of other coconuts is like juice concentrated.
Yeah.
So you got like C2O. It's another brand that I normally get.
I can't think of the name.
You got Zico.
It's another one. Vita. Is it Vita Coco?
Vita Coco's the one with the juice in it. That's what I started off with, the Vita Coco, and one day I was just like, man, it wasn't giving me that.
Hold on, which one? Because they have one that doesn't have juice in it. They have one that has like the pineapple juice in it.
Oh.
And then they have one that's pressed and it's white.
Wow. Yeah,
they have quite a few of them. And the one that I do drink is 100% like pure coconut water. Really? I have a couple that I drink. This is one I picked up from Trader Joe's, but it's like a
Wow.
seltzer water. We cut that off, and it has the yuzu in it, and it's 99% juice with the coconut water, the yuzu puree. What happened? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I put the Vita Coco.
See, that's the thing. Well, my thing was like
There's the
and
pressed.
maybe
Yeah,
got
the
different
press is really
Yeah,
good.
it might
I
got
could drink
different
that with my
variations.
just down.
But don't all these drinks have to go through some kind of like
Processing for it to have a shelf life.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Because once you open it, it has to be refrigerated or it goes bad.
Yeah,
Like
that's how this
instantly.
one is. It's a
So
'Cause
everything has some kind of preservative in it.
oh yeah,
Once
even
you
with
open
shopping
it.
with fruit, yeah, everything like herbal sides, everything. It's a lot of things that we still got to be cautious of. But Julian, I
Unless
didn't want
you
to
got
answer
the
your
Latin
question really
coconut
quick.
man on the corner cutting the coconut open for you.
That's the best.
What were you saying, Kirby?
I said I want to answer. I guess you had a question. What was the question?
I didn't have a question.
No, you said somebody that
was asking for the link of it. Oh, here's Candy. Candy, you ready to talk?
Yeah, hi everybody.
Can you hear
the conversation? Value. Yeah, I've been researching a couple people that are writing Seamoss books. I'm really specifically looking for the deep knowledge on, how to find the best quality of Seamoss. I'm pretty sure all of us have went through that process of trying different vendors, and it's quite frustrating. But since I've been making gels for about a year now, I just see a real big difference in the quality of the Seamoss. So I want to educate myself more on like the science base of the Seamoss, as far as like what would be the best water, source, and what to look out for. And it seems like there's not a definite information on exactly like what mineral content and how much of it is in there, so that we can educate our clients a little bit better when we're saying, 92 minerals are so popular, but no one's really going into like the depth of zinc, magnesium. I know some say it has vitamin D, some doesn't. We're saying it's high in fiber, but as a community in Seamoss, we should, educate ourselves so that we're all at least speaking the same language when we're working with our clients, because health is the overall goal, I believe, in this industry.
So, are you? What's the clear question? I guess you would like for me to answer, as far as what would you like me to answer for you?
Well, I'm on the website now, and I do see the table of contents, and I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. I think this would be, a great book for someone that is using Seamoss, but maybe, I guess, for someone that's in the industry to sell the Seamoss, do we have any information that can break down the mineral content and what's actually in the Seamoss? I do see a chapter on how to find a good source of Seamoss, but maybe like more just about like the minerals that's in there specifically.
So one of
and
the
maybe
things,
water source, location information for the best type of Seamoss that we can find, quality.
So one of the things, I'm glad you asked some of these questions, and I'm gonna try to answer to my best knowledge without like going off task. So, the book is really written for both sides of the field, because I was a big consumer before I got into the industry. I was a super big consumer, but I also saw a hole in the information that was being filtered, and I also saw a lot of things that I wanted to improve. So as any entrepreneur, I saw a hole, I wanted to fix it, and I dedicated the time to do the research to my best knowledge. But what I did was, as far as research, and I didn't research this on a general, when you type in Seamoss on Google, you're gonna, or just not even just saying Google, when you start searching the word Seamoss, you're not going to get the same information when you start researching seaweed. So when I started researching this 2.5, 3 years ago, I didn't come into this study trying to look up Seamoss. I started looking up the history of seaweeds, and I started to learn a lot of studies on what was already proven that these seaweeds would contain at minimum. Like, you have certain things that, other seaweeds that have other concentration historically of it. But what I did was base my research on what was genuinely facts in being said about seaweed, because the seaweeds have many different types, and that's where we start looking at the study of what you know, what Sabu started saying with putting this word as Seamoss. So now the discrepancy came in from the study of what people been doing as far as traditional seaweed study versus us looking up Seamoss. So when you're looking at what seaweed normally has, which is found in all seaweed, you're talking about the iodines, you're talking about the fiber, you're talking about the collagen, which is very huge for connective tissue. So one of the things when I started to study, I didn't really understand when I was seeing Sabi and other people speak about Seamoss. I just didn't understand what was the scientific reasoning for these feelings people would get. I saw the video of Sabi saying how he fell on his knees and this and that. So what I did was I started looking up the science, and I started understanding collagen. And then I understand that 25 to 35 of our body is made up of collagen. And I started realizing, okay, if I'm able to get collagen, if I'm able to get this iodine that our body naturally don't produce, if I'm able to get this fiber that has insoluble and soluble fiber, then I started breaking this down to a science to understand why is people getting these results with Seamoss from skincare? Why is people getting these results with the connective tissues? I had to start making sense to why people's stomach was feeling the way. I started doing the research, and I started figuring out the Seamoss, and I started looking up what's every 100 grams of seaweed, what does it normally contain? All of these numbers with the fiber, the iodine, the magnesium, all of these things just kept coming back up to a factual point. So that's what really inspired my journey of writing Seamossology, the ultimate guide, principles, techniques, and tools, was to really dive down in how to apply the wisdom that I'm like. One thing about the Seamoss, it was so general to where I felt overwhelmed. I wasn't able to make a clear decision on my focus point. And I hope I'm not going off task, but part of this book is really like finishing one course until successful, and that's what the word focus means. So when this book breaks it down, we're giving you a general basic fundamentals to where you can be a like, we're not trying to answer every single question, but we want to build the confidence for someone to tell the next person enough of how it can benefit you. So I wanted to focus more on the actual benefits that can be repeated, even if that person went and looked up seaweed. So that was kind of like my focus point in this book, was to teach people not to say a certain body of water has a better type, but for people to understand the root of how this beautiful seaweed or sea vegetable even prosper, how it grows. So it's like, with you asking the right questions, then you're going to get to that the next part of, do you want to go and pick that source or not? Because with this book, we're going to teach you a lot of principles of just what this genuinely has, what the sea vegetable has. So I wrote it on an aspect of, for you to understand rope farming, for you to understand the term wildcrafting, for you to understand what harvested means. I wrote it in that message to where I connected what was in tradition and not. So I hope I kind of answer that. But it is some science. It's a lot of like I say, if you check out what's in the book, you'll see, like for the perinatal care, I wrote a lot of things in here to where and it was written for two perspectives. It's a co-author as well. We both wrote it. So we did a lot of research and just trying to give you genuinely about seaweed and not just so much of just Seamoss. We want to give you exactly about the seaweed history.
That was a lot.
Yeah. Can you tell this guy eats like 8 ounces of Seamoss a day?
Probably.
More than that, man. That's an undermine. I feel disrespected.
I'm sorry. I'm just playing it safe. How much is it? Like 32 ounces?
I would say I do minimum 16 ounces a day, my personal use. Like, I don't feel right if I don't do 16 at least. You know, I do a minimum 16 ounces a day, personally. Minimum. And not including I take in supplements. I take a lot in supplements too.
And I respect the fact that you called it a sea vegetable, because when I say sea vegetable, people look at me like I'm crazy. It's a vegetable from the sea. The Oriental culture calls it a sea vegetable.
Yeah. So, Candy, did I answer your question, or do you have a specific, or because I didn't want to go too off tandem. So, do you have another specific question you would like to ask from that explanation I said?
No, I think it was very detailed and full, and I can make my decision based off of your response, and I would love to support. So, thank you. So
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go generate a discount code for everybody that's live. We're gonna make this real simple. We're gonna make this. Because I want to really be I really want to help anybody along their journey. So when you own it, you can do whatever you want to do, right?
Yeah.
When you fire your boss, you can do what you want to do. Yo, hashtag fire your boss, tag vegan fiber, tag me, fire your boss. But hold on, let me go log into my back office.
We have a question. I don't know who the person is, but it says Facebook user on the prospective topic, how do gels not go bad with fruit added? Question mark. I went to culinary school and we are taught that any fresh fruit is good for up to 5 days. This is also the local and state guidelines. Am I overanalyzing this? Is Seamoss making the fruit last longer than normal? I only add fruit if I am eating it right away and follow the same guidelines that I would with a fresh juice or smoothie. Thanks. Who want to answer that?
I can go whenever. I can go after anybody else if they want to speak first. I'm all here for whoever want to speak first.
Okay.
Well, it's hard even for us to answer because most of us are kind of against using the fruit in the Seamoss.
Well, you want me to answer because I do the fruit infused sea mosses?
Yes, lead with it, definitely.
I thought you didn't do it.
Who? I never said that.
Oh, okay. I just assumed. I apologize.
Nope.
So yes.
Okay. I do sell fruit and fruit sea moss. I do not use fresh fruit because like he did or she stated that fresh fruit has a 5-day lifespan. I use freeze dried fruit.
Wow. I've never heard anybody do that yet.
I use freeze dried fruit and it lasts. Now, unfortunately, with the pineapple is still mean. The enzymes mix with the agave and it starts to ferment if it's not kept at a certain temperature. And that's one of the 2 batches that I had go bad out of 2 years of selling Seamoss. So that's what I do. I also soak my Seamoss in lime. And I add lime as a preservative when I make my Seamoss gels that are flavored. I use agave nectar as a staple unless I have somebody that has diabetes because monk fruit does not change your glycemic levels. And I had one of the nutritionists from my job because I work at a hospital. We tried to find something that did not have a saccharin taste to it or that what is it? Ethanol taste to it, and that's what we came up with the monk fruit. And the customers that have diabetes cannot tell the difference. So I do use dried fruit, not fresh fruit.
Right.
And also, once you do add fruit into it, it does switch over to different guidelines on a state level. So depending on your state, I do know North Carolina is very anal about their strawberries, and you have to have certain certifications with the North Carolina Department of Agricultural. But I use freeze-dried strawberries. I do not use fresh strawberries. I hope that answered their question.
Possibly. It does. It definitely showed someone a different way of doing it. You know what I mean? Most people use the fresh fruit, which you know I could see doing bad. I know one girl that does. She told me she boils the fruit, so that she kills all those bacteria and enzymes and stuff like that.
But then that also takes away all the nutritional value
fiber. It takes away a lot of the fiber.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. You know what I mean? But if you're really adding it for the flavor and not so much the nutritional value, the less nutritional value probably isn't as important. You know? I don't. You know.
So for the young lady who was
You're welcome.
For the young
the
lady.
guy was saying something.
Okay.
Welcome.
For the young lady on your end, Julien, I just created a discount code where she can get that book 40% off. Anybody in this live right now, from now until the time we leave. So the book.
Hold on now. What's the code? I need to order this.
Yeah, what's the code?
I'm on the website now,
so you can get the book in the. I even threw in the audio. So the book was on for sale for $197 with 40% off. That's going to bring your total to $118. You're going to use the code Seamoss now, and it's going to give you the audio for free included. So you're going to be you can the book be the paperback copy, and you'll get the audio, and you can get that right now for anybody that want to take advantage of just having this collection of this book. It's just a really nice go-to. It's just a really nice thing to have on hand. So anybody want to get it, it's Seamoss now. 40% off.
Oh, sorry,
that
guys.
specific book.
Didn't mean to hit that. I hit the wrong button. I'm writing it right now. How is ology? Is it Seamoss OLGY? Right?
Yes. It's Seamoss now is the discount, but the book is Seamossology. Yes. SEAMOSS OLOGY.
Okay, I spelled it wrong.
And to the gentleman that asked the question about the fruit infused sea moss, that said that he's from North Carolina. I actually consulted a chef here that has also been on Chopped on the Food Network. So I reached out to other people with a different background. And North Carolina has not figured out what loop to put sea moss gel in just yet, but I'm sure they're working on it. Because North Carolina is very strict about a lot of things. Because I also bake, so you can't do chocolate dipped strawberries unless they are made in a kitchen that is certified through the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. And people can report you, and you can get fined, and you can be charged, and you can get a lot of stuff in the state of North Carolina.
Yeah,
not good. Charges.
So I got a question for you. That when you do the fruit infused gel, because I've heard, like, I've honestly, I haven't really to be transparent to anyone, regardless to my personal review, which I really don't have a comment on. It's not bad or good. It's not my specialty, and I don't like to comment on things I don't specialize in. But I've heard a lot of people have no problems with it. You know, I once did the gel. I definitely went through the gel stage. What would you say has been your biggest challenge with infusing the fruits with the gel? Like, do you experience, like, what has been some of your biggest challenge with infusing
Pineapple.
Pineapples? Why is that?
Why?
Because of that?
Because pineapple has an enzyme, and once it mixes with sugar, it starts to ferment.
Is that the bromelin? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you use for losing weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it works wonderful. Pineapple is great for a chemical peel for your face and your skin.
Mm-hmm. I used to be really, really overweight, and how I lost the weight was I took large amounts of bromium, and I think I'm pronouncing it right, and what is it? Chromium picolinate. Did I say it right? Chromium.
I don't know.
Oh, so there was this thing called chromium picolinate, and what it does, and bromium, what it does is it breaks down the enzyme breaks down all the fat in your body, and the chromium picolinate speeds up your metabolism. It's part of what you use in the insulin. It's a natural thing we created, but we always are deficient in it. And a lot of times people that are overweight, it's because their metabolism is off, and it's part because of the chromium picolinate. So I remember I lost so much weight so quickly, my mom thought I was on drugs. Like,
I did that beginning, taking Seamoss in the beginning. I went from, like, Julien, did you see my birthday post where I posted where I was 190 pounds up until now? And it was like, what?
Night and day, yeah. Huge. Yeah. And so that's how she was. Yeah. I used to have an ass so big, they used to call me wallets. Because I had 2 giant wallets in it. And the point where I knew I had to lose weight, I'll never forget this time. I was walking home late at night. It was dark. Right? It was dark at night. I'm walking down the street, and the car pulls up, and it's my mom and her boyfriend, or her husband now, right? And they say, "Oh, you need a ride." And I was like, I turned to them, like, "How did you know it was me from behind?" Right? And my mom was like, "Oh, we just knew." And then her husband starts kind of laughing, right? Like, "Yeah, we do." And I was like, "Fuckers!" Like, "Whoa, I gotta lose this." You know?
Wallets, though.
Wallet.
That is hilarious.
Yes,
that's funny.
I'm taking that to work with me tomorrow.
Wallets.
Oh man.
Nice set of wallets you got there.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know what I used to tell the ladies? I said I have to have a big counterweight to drop the hammer on them. And that's it. I won't get any deeper than that. But that was like,
hey, you gotta have some type of comeback for it. Yeah.
Hey, look. I gotta tap out, man. I gotta get up at 4:30 in the morning. It's 1 o'clock. I'm about to
man,
lay down with my wife.
Man.
She already snoring, probably. But I'm listen. I feel so overjoyed about tonight, man. I don't even know what to do with myself. You know what I'm saying?
No, this was a great forum tonight. I think we had a great conversation. It's all over the board. Everything. Kirby gave an amazing discount on his book. Thank you so much, Kirby, for being so generous with that and sharing it. You're really doing a lot to help. We were talking. You got to go back to the live stream and watch the beginning because we went off and just really kind of.
I appreciate, man. I appreciate any positive words
and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Taylor, thank you too.
Oh, you're welcome. And another thing I want to say about the freeze dried fruit, you do have people that say, "Oh, when you add fruit, it takes away." When you add the freeze dried fruit, the liquid from the Seamoss is what the freeze dried fruit absorbs.
Infuses it totally.
Yep. So you don't lose any Seamoss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. That's when, like you said, freeze dried. I was like, wow, like no one never thought about that. I've thought about freeze dried powder. Have you ever thought about maybe grinding it into a powder and using that?
I thought about that because how I'm buying it and how I'm using it is like I need to get it in a bigger like quantity. But like I've noticed with like the dragon fruit is tricky. So it has to stay like vacuum sealed and only open when you get ready to use it. Because I went back to use my dragon fruit and it had dumped up together. And I'm like, well, okay, I just got to just use the whole thing now.
So what do you mean? Because it absorbed the moisture and got thick?
It absorbed the moisture in the air and it got hard.
Yeah.
And it clumped together. So it was no longer the pieces because I take it like, hold on, because I got an order to make before I get up in the morning for work. So
shout out to the Seamoss lifestyle. Y'all get to see what's going on behind the scenes, man. That's why you gotta, man, anybody that's in here, we gotta everybody need to just keep supporting their local Seamoss seller because a lot of us putting a lot of passion into this. We're working on our fortune part-time and this is our fortune. Everybody that's in here that's on this journey, we so passionate about the transformation of what it's done for us. We are sacrificing nights where we could be with family right now to ensure that our customers have an experience. It's all about the experience.
Look, Moss King has to get up at 4 a.m. and he's still here. And he already said 5.
I gotta be up at 5 and clock in by 6:40.
Yeah.
Well, 12-hour shift.
So much value, man. This like, I don't know, somebody giving away Mercedes Benzes on Sundays and Wednesdays for free. You know what I mean? Like, listen, man.
So I'm gonna eat this before I go to bed. So this is what I use. Okay, so I get it in a bigger bag, and I use 1 pack of these for 8 ounces of Seamoss, and I use 2 packs when I make 16 ounces of Seamoss. So when you
mean 16 ounces of dried Seamoss or 16 ounces of
Seamoss gel?
Yeah.
So
that's a lot of package for one thing.
Well, this whole pack is only 0.32 ounces, so it's not even. It's not even a whole ounce.
Oh, okay. It looks big from the package. I thought it was maybe like.
No, you might have been looking at this one, the bigger one.
Okay.
So this is what.
Yeah.
It has absolutely no weight to it.
Yeah.
Is that the dried fruit?
It's freeze dried.
Freeze dried, okay.
Yeah, it's freeze dried. So even like, can you see that?
Yeah.
You see that?
It's like how they put it in the fruits, in the cereals.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
See how it's just turning into a powder?
You probably put that in the spice grinder and grind that up into a powder.
You could, but I just take my rolling pin and crunch it up just like that. But this right here, you're not losing any sea moss because it's once it hits the liquid of the sea moss gel, it
dissolves.
expands. Exactly, and it mixes in. So that's what I use. And a lot of people think, oh, well, it's supposed to be real red. Well, anything grown in nature, it's not uniform. So you get some all red strawberries, you get some strawberries that's more white, and you can't change it. Beetroot powder.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting to see that you infuse that into your gel. That's nice.
Yeah. So I have the strawberry, I have the mango, I have banana, I have Asian pear, I have cantaloupe, I have apple, I have blueberry, I have
What's
mixed
the flavor
berries.
profile like using them powders though? Like,
What do you mean?
so you just use the fruit, you don't add anything to it, no dates, no agave.
The agave or the monk fruit.
Yeah, I can't stand monk fruit.
You don't like it?
I never had it.
Well, I
Julien,
had it
you
in a
should
fruit
try
cup
it.
before, and I just hate the way it tasted. I never tried it as a sweetener in like a gel or something.
You definitely need to try it. Go to Walmart and get you a small bag and try the small bag.
Mm.
And it comes in two forms. It comes in the white, and they have the brown. That I think they may color it with molasses, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me. So Julien, you look up what the brown monk fruit sugar is made with.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
But all those other fruits, they're stable outside of the pineapple.
Yeah, it's just the enzyme that's in the pineapple.
Mm.
That's it.
Okay. And it don't shorten the shelf life. It's the same. It's the same thing in the refrigerator, rather.
And it all depends on how cold your refrigerator is. Because my pineapple Seamoss, it's been in there for 2 weeks. I've been eating off of it for 2 weeks, and I haven't had a problem. But my refrigerator, I keep the coldest of the coldest.
Yeah,
I keep my gel a long time too. It's just all about how you care for it. Like, do you keep the top off after you use it? Do you close it right back?
And you don't double dip. You do not double dip.
That's where I think a lot of people make the mistake. They take the spoon, touch it, touch anything, and then put the spoon back in.
And then the Seamoss turns into a petri dish.
Every time it needs to be a clean spoon.
Yeah. I use plastic spoons, so you know what I mean. I'm not even going. As soon as I go in, I just throw it in the trash, and then I just get another one the next time.
Yeah, that's why your grandmother always said, "Don't drink out her milk carton. Don't drink out that orange juice carton."
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So what states are y'all? What are y'all local at? Like, what states are y'all in?
I am in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay. And I'm in the DMV area, the DC Maryland area, but I live in Maryland. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in Central Florida. I'm right here in Central Florida.
Hold on, wait a minute. Central Florida, which part?
Orlando.
Okay, I was born in Gainesville.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Florida people get real happy when we see other Florida people.
That's over there by like Ocala.
My family in Ocala. That's where them bad people at. That's where them dope boys at.
Now I'm originally from South Carolina. You know, I'm originally from the low. I'm originally on the
water
in South Carolina.
You ain't Geechee.
Well, no, let me tell you. I'm born and raised Geechee my whole life. Right? Like that.
That okra stew, baby. That red rice.
Listen. I'm born on those sea islands down there, and
and
it's crazy because like as I got into this ancestral learning more about Seamoss, it's like it's so much everybody can relate to. If they go back to their ancestry or their traditions, you will find a lot of history on how your ancestors may have incorporated in their lifestyle. Which is why I'm just my mind's been blown since getting into Seamoss, man. Like, all I can tell everybody out there, whatever part of the journey you want, just go for it, man. Just use it. I don't care if you're plant-based or not. Just use Seamoss. Like, that's my mission right now, is just to help people build their confidence with Seamoss. Like, it's incredible.
Khalid said he's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's what's
They won
up.
the NBA.
Milwaukee will always be famous for Laverne and Shirley for me.
Oh, I
Right,
remember
right.
Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah.
You
Yo,
know what I
Milwaukee,
watched?
wow, man.
You know, getting a little off topic. You know what I watched the other day, and I didn't watch the whole thing, was Fantasy Island, and I never knew that Fantasy Island was so crazy.
They playing.
Yeah,
That's all I
yeah.
remember. But it was crazy what they were doing in the show. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't remember this in Fantasy Island. But back then, I was like a kid, right? So
Fantasy
all I
Island
remember
was
was
the
the
shit.
plane and all the hot chicks in the kid, because it was like it looked like it was in Hawaii or something like that.
It was.
Yeah. Speaking of Hawaii,
Fantasy
one of my
Island
favorite
was
shows
the
was
shit, man.
Huh? You got a late? You got a jet?
No, I said Fantasy Island was the shit, and yeah, I do got a jet. So
Hey, take some of
but
that
this- hey,
Seamoss
look.
in the morning, man.
Hey,
Take some
look,
of that
this-
Seamoss in the morning.
Listen, this happens every single time, man. Every single time. Because part of me just like, nah, man, just sit here. I want
5 minutes more. 5 minutes more.
Yeah, because we gonna miss something. If we go ahead and log off now, we gonna miss a whole nother hour.
Look, that's okay. That's what we on Wednesday. So Sunday we'll be back. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Sunday we'll be back. But I'm serious, man. I have to go lay down. I have
Okay.
Hey, Moss King.
Hey, man.
I can stick around for a go. I'm gonna shut it down.
I got time. I'm open. I'm
4
up.
hours. That's my cutoff time. So by 2 o'clock.
I get caught up on whatever I miss, you know, because I come back and watch it again. But you know, y'all be easy, much more to talk about. I appreciate all of y'all, everything y'all bring to the table, you know, and I look forward to more endeavors, man. More endeavors.
Hey, man, you too, man. Peace and blessings, bro.
Yeah, peace, man. I talk to y'all soon.
You know, hey, one thing, you know, this means I plan to see you again. If I do this, that means I may see you, I may not. There you go. I plan to see you again, brother.
All right. Good night, Taylor. I'll see y'all in a minute.
Good night. Where did Julien disappear to again?
He'll be back. His raggedy signal.
Hey now.
Khalid Rogers. I think I sold some Seamoss to Khalid before. Is that the same Khalid? Did you buy some Seamoss off me before, Khalid? Because I believe one time I went live, man. I think we ended up shopping. I hope that's you, man. But if it is you, man, thank you for joining again.
Oh, wait, they're back. You're back, right?
Somebody said their phone is at 1%. Good night.
Oh, someone's at 1%. I don't know who that is.
And if you have babies, like toddlers that's eating like finger food, they can eat these because they can't choke, because once it rehydrates, it's turned to mush.
Wow.
Never thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
True.
What's the name of those? What's the name of that you got? What's the name of those? Oh, that specific brand. I want to get some for just personal use. Write that down.
Yeah, they look like they're good to snack on.
They are.
What is it?
Crispy green.
Crispy green.
Mm-hmm. It's
kosher. I can find it.
Yes, it is. It's kosher. It's dairy free. It's peanut free. It's tree nut free. It's gluten free. It's vegan. No sugar added.
Bomb.
Crispy green, nice. I think I've seen that brand somewhere. Now that I've seen that actual logo, I bet you they're in the store. I feel like I've seen that brand somewhere.
They are.
I'm always looking. Yeah, I've seen that brand before.
And they're non-GMO and they're verified.
Nice.
And they're out of Fairfield, New Jersey, but it says product of China, so we know what that means, right?
Yeah.
It's manufactured exclusively for
crispy green.
So one container, I never looked at that as long as I've been using this. Each bag contains approximately 1/2 cup of strawberries. So a 1/2 cup of strawberries for 1 8-ounce jar of Seamoss, and 1 cup of strawberries for a 16-ounce jar of Seamoss.
That's a lot of strawberries.
And it's all freeze dried, so it rehydrates within the Seamoss.
Boom, boom. Yes, nice.
So you lose no Seamoss, irregardless of what people may say.
So the guy that said that his phone is at 1%, that's Matthew. Matthew, I think it's Alliston. He sells. You won't see him here. He just like I seen the message. He messaged me privately because we talk sometimes on the Seamoss group. He sells Seamoss too. I don't remember exactly where, but a lot of people.
Is he for like? Is it Raleigh? He's in North Carolina, right?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Is he still there? Are you still there, Matthew? Let me ask him offline, like on my phone.
Because somebody put that they were in North Carolina, the one that worked with culinary arts. That's him, right?
Yes, so that was Matthew.
Okay.
Yeah, because he had asked me like privately. He was like, "Is this okay to ask that question?"
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me look up his profile. I'm gonna stalk him a little bit.
It's I thought he did say that he's in North Carolina too.
Yeah, and then he does the chef.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I remember him from last conversation. I think he chimed in and like I think last time we was online, Julien, I thought he commented one time about that. I think he tuned in. Yeah, I think he tuned in one time. I was trying to, you remember that time when
it wasn't last time. I think it was time before that. I do remember.
Yeah. Is the Khalid, what I was going to ask you, Julien, is that Khalid the same guy who joined that one time when when he sent us his moss to your inbox and we was looking at it? Is that the same Khalid? Remember that time the guy Khalid, you remember that time me and you was online and a guy had sent you a picture of his Seamoss and he was like asking us questions. He got it from Tanzania or somewhere he got his moss from, and he sent us a picture. We looked it online.
I can't remember.
Because he was like, he ended up ordering that night from me, and I remember his name was Khalid because we was online.
Oh wait, moss. Yes, I think this is the same guy because he ordered from both of us just to support us because he liked what we were saying and stuff like that.
That's why I want to give him a shout out. Yeah, I was trying to give him a shout out just to if he was still in here. So just shout out to Khalid. He's another business owner who definitely supports. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. And just
he said, "Yes, it's me, guys. I missed if you answered how many ounces of Garcilaria and Chondrus crispus soaked Seamoss do you use per 16-ounce jar?"
So okay, you can answer first if you want to. Ladies first.
I'm trying to think because I don't even do it by jars. I do like the least amount that I do at a time is 2 ounces.
So I'll answer that
2
real
ounces
quick.
give me 4 16-ounce jars.
So this is what I do. I want to verify. Khalid, are you asking once the Seamoss is pre-soaked or are you saying raw? Because if it's pre-soaked, when I make the gel, one of my recipes is I'll take a 16-ounce jar or a container that's 16 ounces. I normally pack this down to a deep, like not pack like I'm trying to super compress it, but I make sure it's a decent.
Stuff it.
I stuff it. And then I take this, I put it in the blender, and then I fill the blender up to 32 ounces. And this is the recipe that anybody can duplicate because this is something that I really had a lot of success
pre-soaked.
on. Yeah, so pre-soaked, you could take the raw Seamoss, and this is all. And I don't want to say everybody can do because it depends on your quality Seamoss. If you have some really good quality Seamoss, that super condensed dried Seamoss and whatnot, that you will be able to take that pre-soak, fill it up to here 16 ounces, put it in the blender, put the water in there to 32 ounces in the blender, and blend it. And you should get a really, really nice consistency for gel. Now, I'm not saying as far as any additives, if you're doing like how she, what's your name? Taylor? What was your name?
Tatum.
Tater. Okay. Like Tater, she adds fruit into hers, or some other people may have fruit that this recipe may not work if you're doing like a fruit infused. This is for like if you're doing strictly gel. This is a really good 32-ounce recipe to where
he said say it one more time, and I think he's looking specifically for the weight or the amount of ounces for one 16-ounce jar, if I'm reading this correctly.
Okay, he said okay, how much okay, so strictly gel. Okay, so I take, and because this is when I first started out, I wanted to figure out a way to just duplicate the success. So what I did was I took raw pre-soaked Seamoss And when I put the pre-soak in here, I normally stuff it into 16 ounces. Once I stuff it, I put it in the blender, and I fill the blender to 32 ounces of water. And then I blend it down. And
Kirby, do you have any Seamoss on hand, or you want me to go weigh up some real quick? Because I think he want to know the exact ounces.
Oh, I don't have no. I always got pre-soaked Seamoss. Yeah, always got pre-soaked Seamoss.
No, hold on, I'm confused because you don't know how much to use for pre-soak because you soak it.
Well,
you know what?
The weight will always vary because of the water. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to say weight because you don't know how much water each of the sea vegetables absorbing. But the best way I can explain it is stuff you a 16
exact ounces. You want to know the exact ounces. That's hard.
That's hard. If I had to take a guess, you got to think, if I'm filling this 16 ounces up, then I would say, the gel is going to ultimately make what you want to put back out.
And I do not do the weight when I do my gels. Like if I do an 8-ounce gel in the blender at the 8-ounce line, I'll put this much Seamoss and I'll cover it with the water up until that 8-ounce level or a little bit under that 8-ounce level, whip it up, and then I put my freeze-dried fruit in it if I'm doing a freeze-dried fruit. But if not, I just do the regular one and do it like that. I mean,
can I call in? Yeah, you gotta use the link in the chat. Hey, Julien, you gotta post the link for Khalid to join in.
Yeah, let me find which forum he's on.
But, Facebook. He's on Facebook.
Okay.
At least that's what it's saying on my screen. It's a F in the corner.
Yeah, but I have 2 rooms going on in Facebook at the same time. There, I found them. So let me add that link. And look, you see my dog wants to go back out again. Eh?
Julien, I'm sick of your dog.
I know.
Okay, I'm sick of the in and out. I'm sick of you sneezing and coughing and your allergies because of the dog. Now, that's y'all in a toxic relationship.
Tell me about it.
Call no video.
You should see me going to the doctor every time to get my inhaler and puffer. Like, this is what I have to take because
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Ain't no way.
And this one. And so he's like, "You're back again?" He's like, "Why do you do this with your dog?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know." But look at him.
Just don't add your video.
Call in. He doesn't want to be on the video. He just want to call in on the phone like the other one did. Oh, that's such a cute baby.
Just turn his camera off. Just when you join in, just turn your camera off and just keep your audio on. Maybe, I don't know. But
that too, or join in the I don't know where the link is, but there's a Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
So like, there's actually people listening right now on Clubhouse. Hey, Mason, what's up, buddy?
That's such a cute dog.
What questions? I know. Ask your Clubhouse what they got questions on. If they taking the time out to still listen, let's answer some of their questions. Ask them, do they got any questions they want specifically answered?
Well, I don't know. Prototype, do you have any questions that you want to talk about? I know Candy got her question, or unless Candy wants to come and speak again. While you guys do that, I'm going to see if I can find the link, that I had for Clubhouse. And I'll repost it so that they... oh, man, someone's got some really nice Seamoss. Sometimes I love looking at other people's Seamoss, you know what I mean? Like, it always makes me stop and like, oh, nice. Here it is. So let me copy this link.
I keep it on deck. Anytime you want to see the Seamoss, you just come on and.
What Seamoss is that?
This is some purple, this is some green, and this
I ain't even gonna tell you what I thought that was.
This ain't.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? When you was up here earlier with the bladder wrap, I had a question about that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you ever had those?
Now that you asked, this company, now I'll cut my light off. Pull them up, Julien. This company has
What is it
been-
called? Maine Coast Sea Vegetables.
Yes.
Okay, I'm working on it.
They sell Dose. They sell a lot of
What's that?
What's the name of that company? Because I've been looking for some Dose in
Maine
bigger quantities.
Maine Coast Sea Vegetables.
Maine Coast Sea Vegetables. Okay.
And they do have their certifications. They're USDA organic. What is this phone doing over here? Making noise.
Maine Coast. What was the last part?
Sea vegetables.
Okay, sea vegetables.
Yeah.
.com?
I'm gonna share the screen now.
Okay, hold on. The online it's www.cveg.com.
Yeah.
They've been in operations for 50 seasons since 1971.
Wow.
And they sell Condress Crispus. So we going back to 1971. Isn't that pre Dr. Sebi?
Yeah, somewhat. Look at all the stuff that they have too.
I'm just asking. I ain't throwing, I'm just saying.
Hey, you on the same path of all the others that need to hear it.
Check this out. They have sea seasonings.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent iodine, sort of triple blend flakes.
And I saw
sea
somebody
salt,
selling
sea
Seamoss
veg.
seasoning, and they said, "Oh, well, I'm the first to do this," and I'm saying in my head, only if you knew somebody else was doing it decades before you. But I didn't put that on there because you don't want to deflate somebody else's ego.
Mm-hmm. What did you say?
Everybody trying to be the first.
Maria?
Huh?
I said
No,
so
Maria on
people
Clubhouse.
trying to be the first.
Yeah. What were you saying, Maria?
I was just saying, like, honestly, it's the whole seasoning thing is like, and just like how can I explain it? Kind of like, what's that term where it's just like a eye catcher. It's nothing really special. It's like cut and sifted herbs, really. So it's nothing really special, to be honest.
Yeah. It's not the same probably as taking the full Seamoss, but I don't know. I've never tried it, so I can't really even have an opinion of it. But it looks cool.
About seasoning, about the Seamoss as a seasoning.
It's nothing but the salt from the Seamoss and the Seamoss chopped up. It's no different than nori.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
nori,
have you ever had Dose?
I haven't. Do I need to try it?
No, yeah, but my question was, is the bladderwrack texture? That's why I wanted to ask you earlier. Was like when you said that it doesn't, because different sea vegetables have different textures and things like and whatnot. So is the bladderwrack texture like a Dose, like a dry, like? Is it like a dry? Is it like a? That's what I was trying to compare it to. I didn't, because I never had bladderwrack, and like Dose is like a very. It's not like nori. It's a very different texture than nori. It's still more like if you got something that's super like it's crazy because if you buy Dose when you can get the Dose when it's like sheets, and the sheets is like a little bit wetter. Like when you buy it like without it being like super like fine, like they got Dose flakes, and then they got like Dose. So I was just trying to figure out bladderwrack because I've been hearing a lot of people have good effects from the bladderwrack. So I just was curious to how people are.
I want to say because I have a friend that does Dose all the time, and I think it's in a more of a big leafy form. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, Dose is like a
kelp
leaf.
almost.
Like have you ever had those GABA leaves? Like those GABA tobacco leaves, or like the GABA tree. It's like it comes in like a leaf, like one of those ones, like a GABA leaf. What'd she say? I couldn't hear what she said.
It's like the GABA leaves.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dose is. Yeah, that's the best thing I can compare it to. Any smokers in the house, do you know what time it is?
Bladderwrack is it's small little leaves.
Okay.
It's small, and they have air pockets in it that make them float.
Okay. Yeah, I love Dose. Like honestly, Dose is really good if you wanted to use a seasoning for if you really want like a salty seasoning, if you wanted to prepare food, I would really recommend like some Dose seasoning to make into a powder. Like I really, really fell in love with Dose to where I'm actually considering maybe buying some wholesale just because I've eaten a lot. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, look who joined us.
Oh, he got the camera on with us too tonight. All right. What's up, Khalid? How you doing, brother?
So I have a curious question. Is it pronounced Khalid or Khalid?
Khalid? Is that the Arabic pronunciation for it?
Yeah, because I have a friend named, I think they call him Khalid.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Khalid, and there's Khalid.
Oh, he can't hear us.
Oh, you can't hear?
He can't talk to us right now.
We can't hear you. Type it in the chat window if there's a chat window. Maybe we can see what you're typing. I'm wondering if look at this, the freaking dog.
Remember, that's what happened to me the other day. You guys couldn't hear me.
Yeah. I think it has to do with setting the permissions on your phone.
But I gave it permission, but it still denied the mic.
Strange.
That's why I had to go in through my laptop.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure. Is he typing it?
I think so.
Yeah, he looks like he's typing something. Let's see what he says. It's good to see a face, though. You know, put a face to the name.
So I got a question to keep everybody rolling real quick. I just opened up the book. So anybody that's in the house that's using Seamoss, I'm going to run through some of the uses that I got in the book. And I just want anybody to comment if they have used it this type of way. And anybody that's in the live, you know, definitely comment as well. So one of the things that's in the chapter that I wrote is in how to maximize Seamoss daily. So one of the things I want to know is, has anybody on the live or in the clubhouse, have you used Seamoss for your scalp moisturizer, conditioner, a daily mist, a pre-poo, a hair gel, or shea butter infused yet? Anybody that has already used it for any of the above, I would love to hear your comments if you have used it in any of those things that I said. So I'll re-say it. Scalp moisturizer, conditioner, a daily mist, a pre-poo, a hair gel, or shea butter, or some type of infused.
Use it as a deep conditioner, use it as a face mask, use it as a body toner, and it stays in the refrigerator.
Nice. Yep.
So, he's back.
No, he called in one of his kids to help.
Okay.
Oh, that's his kid. I was gonna say he looks different.
I think it's one of his kids. My kids won't help.
I was like, hey, he lost the hat.
Oh, called in another one too.
Kids. Oh, the reinforcements. That's awesome.
The kids are good for something besides getting the remote control.
Oh yeah, my son know how to do a lot more. Man, these kids they growing up in the era where they got no choice, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like second nature. But I have a funny story to tell you about how I was using, because you mentioned for your scalp or your skin. At one time, I was doing an experiment and I was trying to put purple Seamoss on my head, and I would like put it on there and leave it for a few hours, and then a couple times I would forget that I have, because it gels on it. It's pretty thick, right? And I'd forget that I have it, and I would get on a phone call, and someone would be like, "What the hell? What's on your face?" Like I'd be doing a video call, and I'd be like, "Oh, it's the Seamoss," and they're like, "What the fuck?" Like,
yo,
like,
you should see when I take Seamoss. You should see when I take Seamoss out of a cup and forget to wipe my face with a cold rag. It's like I got a white mustache of all the gel in my face or on the side. Like I recently went to the doctor's office, and before I went in there, took some Seamoss, and then I walked in and they like, you know, it looked like you just woke up and like, you know what I mean? It looks like you just been slobbering. You know what I'm saying? So it looks like I just walked in the doctor's office, like, here I am, I'm fresh, I'm clean, and then it's like, oh, well, you forgot it's almost like, you
corners.
Yeah, you didn't brush your teeth, you just used mouthwash. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just kind of that feel. So I felt some type of way, yo. So I was like, yo, and I've done it a couple of times where, like, I'm going into somewhere and I'm like, yo, I got to take my Seamoss, and then it's like, damn, I forgot to, like, do the extra wipes because, so anybody out there using Seamoss,
you look at
man, do the extra wipes.
What was that guy that was it Tyson? The Dave Chappelle had the character. the attic guy. He had all the
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Pookie. It was on the show, the Chappelle show. He had Tyrone. That's it.
Yeah.
We back, Khaled? You got it fixed?
Maybe it's at the
Close.
bottom. At the bottom, somebody maybe not clicking on the mic, or maybe the settings of approval.
I think I heard something. No. Still not yet.
Oh, but back to your usage for the Seamoss, you could use it as a foot soap.
Yep.
The soap is amazing. Water for your plants. And you can take like the little pieces of Seamoss, like the little broken pieces, or the pieces you don't like, you put it in the soil.
Yep, you put it in the soil.
Tomatoes love Seamoss. They love the magnesium in the Seamoss.
You know what? I just realized that I was looking up stuff. A lot of farmers that do livestock, they've been giving their, like, this has been something going on a long time in tradition. They'll give their livestock seaweeds, like the cows.
Oh, yeah.
Things. Yeah.
And
that's
especially the Irish Seamoss, the Chondrus crispus, they use it in feed.
Yep. They use the Chondrus crispus. Yep.
Even the Garcilaria and the Echinima, if you looked, I was noticing this earlier. I'll share the screen again. But like these guys, when they're selling this Seamoss, it's really for like these industrial uses.
Yeah.
Like, look, medicine, cosmetics, food processing.
Absolutely. Because Seamoss,
like, there's no
Chondrus crispus is in certain Bolt House drinks, especially the chocolate ones. It's also used in certain chocolate milks as a binder for the milk and the cocoa, because milk and cocoa doesn't naturally mix together and it thickens it up. That's why chocolate milk and regular milk is a different consistency. They also use Seamoss in Ensure. They use it in Boost. Those are food meal substitutes. What else do they use it in? They use it in different ice creams. There's certain baby foods that use it, and milk substitutes, like certain soy milks and stuff like that. It's in there. And there is a popular aloe vera gel that you buy in the gallon. It has Chondrus crispus in it.
I want to comment on something that you're saying. Is it Tata?
Tata.
I promise you, I'm really good with names. So after tonight, we in there. Tata. There we go. So one of the things I want to comment on is that a lot of places are getting away with labeling it under other things, like this thing. It'll say collagen. So like sometimes Seamoss isn't just labeled as a seaweed, or they'll have different terms in these products to make it sound more salesy or appealing to the niche that they're selling to.
Marine-based collagen. That's the cute word for it. Marine-based collagen.
It's collagen.
That's what they'll put
from a non-animal byproduct.
Hold on 1 second. Maria's asking a question. What were you asking, Maria?
How do they make carrageenan? Like, don't they have to do they boil it down? Like, you get my question, right?
Yeah, it comes from the Chondrus crispus.
It comes from the Chondrus crispus, she said.
Right, but don't they do something else with it? I mean.
Oh, to extract the stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, and I think there was a question before, there was an article I read once where they were talking about how, I think it was carrageenan could be bad for you based on these tests. And then they did a follow-up where they were kind of like, well, the carrageenan that they tested wasn't from a natural source. They used it after the extraction process, and the process uses a lot of machine, different, they didn't specify what it is, but they said that the what would the word be? The products that they used, I guess, to facilitate the extraction, those stuff were what could potentially be causing it might not be the carrageenan itself, but the products that are used to extract that carrageenan. Because there's a lot of I know with a lot of extractions, they're now using
what is it called? CO2, and they're also using ethanol. And in the case of certain, I don't think they do it so much for food, but I know they were doing it for concentrated weed. They were using like propane and stuff. So who knows what they could be using in that stuff? And so whatever it was causing it to. That's what they feel that was where the cancer issues were. So I guess that's a good question that maybe we need to follow up on, is like, what are these methods that companies or industries are using to extract the component from the Seamoss? Because depending on what they use to say extract the carrageenan, if they're putting that in the food, it could be even harmful for us. Do you know what I mean?
But not to sound crazy or anything, but they've been doing it for decades, and these are multi-billion-dollar companies.
Mm-hmm.
So realistically, do they have to explain that? Are they going to explain that?
No, I just had a deja vu.
So one of the things I wanted to explain real quick.
It was crazy.
One of the things I wanted to explain real quick. A lot of these general questions that some of us are some of these answers that we all saying on this live. I do have it in. This is why I push the book for everybody, as far as anybody on this live, is because like some of these things that we only hear momentarily when we clock out. Some of us need that. Sometimes it's just good to show somebody else, a third party, like, hey, I have this cool book that's stating these facts. Sometimes that's just what it works on. Some people that's here watching this live have these type of questions. So I break down. So for instance, you asked something earlier about the carrageenan. So so one of the things is that the carrageenan is extracted from the red algae species. So it's not just so much of just saying conscious crispus. It lets you kind of go back into more of the roots of like what types of algae is producing the carrageenan. So these are, guys, this is so important. This is why I wrote this book. It's just to give you a guide to kind of have a floor mat to whatever it is you want to further your own information. This is just a small mentorship privately. It's not to say that it's not to say that everything in here is gonna just skyrocket you to the next level. I hope it does, because it's planting the seeds, but general questions to where you can answer it yourself and become you can do whatever you want to do with this. This is something that I wrote that I just want everybody to, take the time out just to go check it out, because you can go feed yourself a lot of a lot of good information. As far as just understanding the basics.
Now that main post, sea vegetable that I was showing you guys, the bladderwhack, because I got my Chondrus crispus from them. They have a whole YouTube channel where you can go on their YouTube channel and they'll show you different things to do with Chondrus crispus and the other sea vegetables. And they also have this little mesh bag that you can buy, and it has the Irish Seamoss in it, Chondrus crispus, carrageenan, whatever we want to call it, in that bag. And they show you how to do the hair gel, to run it under the hot water until it's completely saturated, and start squishing it and make the gel come out.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's the same main coast, or the seaveg.com website.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. I'm gonna definitely check them out. I'm very interested in hearing, seeing their products, because I'm like tonight. This is why it's so good to share. This is pretty much sharecropping, or like just share. This is like a really good way to just expand people's network, is by doing these things, because I'm about to go check out 2 things that you told me tonight. Just
technical transfer.
You know what I mean? So I'm
in the agriculture industry, they call it technical transfer, where one country comes and transfers the technology that they've learned to another country so that they can, you know what I mean? And it's good that we're doing this, because, like I've said many times before, this is how we standardize the and increase the quality of companies that are providing these services. You guys.
Julien.
I think we lost you again.
He's frozen. Do you want to build a snowman? But hey, Irish sea moss goes back to the 1800s with the Ireland in Ireland. That's why it's called Irish sea moss. During the Great Potato Famine, when they didn't have potatoes, they ate the Irish sea moss.
And a lot of the people out there was eating the sea moss straight on those, like it was almost like the poor man's farm food. You know, it was really like something that a lot of people that was doing farming and, you know, certain people that was the Aztecs, people building America at the time, like a lot of people was on these waters, you know, or not America, but a lot of places around the world. Let me rephrase. A lot of places around the world was using this when they was building. So I really just encourage y'all to just go out there and get it, man, and tap into your local Seamoss dealer. You know, ask them questions, because it's important that you, because when you may ask questions, you might bring something out that we don't know, or you might, it's so many things that help me get to this journey to just be able to talk to y'all about this, because so many people had so many questions along the way. Trial, error, and frequently asked questions was the best way that I was able to learn throughout this journey. You know, I learned a lot from my customers throughout the journey, because so many people deal with different things, you know. So yeah, I love it. I love the Seamoss. How much Seamoss do you take a day, Tatum?
Who is Tatum? Damn it.
Tatum. No, listen, don't feel bad. Hey, Khaled. Khaled's on Facebook. He's on Clubhouse now.
Tatum.
You said Tatum. Like Chatham, Chatty Tatum? I'm Tatum.
I was calling her
fine.
Taeta. I was calling her Taeta for a while. I don't think you noticed what I was saying. Or Taeta. And now you
syllable word. Tay, Tay.
Why?
Da. Da.
That's exactly how it sounds.
Tater, I'm gonna get you right. That I said that last time, but I promise before we leave here,
so
I got you.
Let's give a shout out to Khaled for finally making it on the platform.
All right.
Guys from Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's what he's on Clubhouse now. Can you guys hear him okay? Okay, cool.
I can't see you guys.
Yeah, because Clubhouse has no video.
Okay, so where do I go to see you?
You have to do both of them. But the thing is that Facebook is late. So Clubhouse is more ahead when they're talking. Just to let you know.
It'll be like a 30-second or a minute delay.
Right. Yeah, that's a little.
Okay, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, of course. You can ask any question.
Okay.
Ask away.
Yeah, I think it's a bad delay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tell me when to go.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay, guys, I sell the 16-ounce jars. You know the jar with
he's in the matrix.
To use. Can you guys hear me?
Now I can hear
I think
you.
it's your connection a little bit.
You know what, Khaled? Don't worry about watching us, right? Just listen to us. Because I think when you're trying to listen to us and talk to us, it's too much like video and audio and all that, and there's the delays and you know what I mean?
Okay, how about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So I sell the 16-ounce jars of Seamoss, guys, and I'm struggling because I'm getting different textures, and I'm struggling with how many ounces should I use in a 16-ounce jar. Some people say they advertise if you buy their Seamoss, you can use 1 ounce of wet Seamoss, and it'll make a 16-ounce jar.
1 ounce, it should make more than 1 16-ounce jar.
I think
1 ounce wet.
No, it's usually
wet.
I'm talking wet, guys.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't do 1 jar at a time, so I have a hard time answering that. I do like blenders full and jars.
So that's what I was trying to explain to you earlier, is that because the quality plays a huge role in the consistency. I can only speak from the quality that I standardly use or have. But what the point I was saying is, if you have a good quality Seamoss, what I did was I started, like I said, I'll take 16 ounces, like a jar that's 16 ounces. I will pack it to the top to where the raw Seamoss. So if you're measuring it, if it's fitting into a 16 ounce jar. So I'll take that 16 ounces of that Seamoss raw, pre-soaked, and I will put it in a blender, and I would normally put 32 ounces of water in there. Now, this method would normally, so if you take...
Is he watching?
Yeah, I would lose money, I think, if I did that.
No, you would.
If I did that for myself, that would be cool. But not selling it wise.
No. Well, let me say it like this. My first year and a half of business was strictly Seamoss gel. Out of a pound of Seamoss, you should be able to probably, and this is me probably just trying to be lenient. Like, out of a pound of Seamoss, you should probably be raw. You should probably be able to get, I would say, what was the numbers I used to get from a pound of Seamoss? Maybe like 60 jars or so. 60 jars.
I actually have Seamoss rehydrated. Do you want me to blend it up real quick, like you said, and see what comes out?
Yeah.
No, you don't got to do that. I got one other question for you guys. This will help me too.
You said don't do it?
Best texture. Is it the applesauce texture, or is it more of the jellyish texture?
The jelly texture comes when it's heated. That comes from heating it.
Well, I don't heat it.
You use hot water?
Once it sit in the fridge after you blend it.
That means that you made it really thick.
Put it in a jar. And it's sat overnight in the refrigerator, chilled. And then when you open up the jar, which the best texture you guys prefer? The applesauce texture or the jelly?
The texture is based on the consumer.
Okay.
What are you saying, Maria?
I was saying that like everyone's different, but like just know that if it's like the gel texture, it's gonna be more Seamoss, and if it's like the applesauce, it's more water. And the thing is that I did have a few buyers where they're like, oh, I don't want it too jelly because they like to put it in their tea, so they like the applesauce. So you can ask, and they would appreciate you asking as well. So.
Okay.
I got something to comment on that.
Just make sure I find out their preference, and then that'll let me know.
Yeah, especially when you're new, right? But like when you're like really on the top, usually people don't really have time to really ask, right? Or you can do it on your website and be like, oh, make a note, preferring your preferred consistency, stuff like that. Everyone's different.
Well, I will comment on that because she's right.
Have a great night. I'm gonna sit right back in the cut and watch you guys and chill out and learn. Thanks, guys.
I want to give you a pointer real quick before you did.
Ask him, is he looking real quick? Is this the texture he's talking about?
Is he still there?
Let me switch over and look.
He's on Clubhouse talking, so he's still there listening.
Oh, so he's only on one platform.
Yeah, because I think he's gonna go look now on the. I told him to get off the Facebook and just stick to the Clubhouse because I felt that him watching both at the same time was too much and that was causing the delay. So I think he's gonna go look now, and so hold it up for a bit so that he has time to.
It's hard to see, but it looks like hers is the jelly because I noticed on the spoon it's staying together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? With the jelly, it's like. I'm not trying to be dismissive, so I want to say that first. It's like jelly and jam. If you have grape jelly or grape jam.
More like jam.
Okay, all you got to do is whisk it around in the inside, and you got this version. This is the same thing.
It depends on, I guess, how you break it up.
Yeah.
So one of the things I would comment on, just to give you a pointer.
I take it that this is something that you just acquire over time. And as you deal with the Seamoss and get familiar with it and become one with it, you automatically, and like Maria said too, asking the customers, that's a learning process too. Also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feedback is so important. You know what I mean?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You're not...
So yes, I want to make sure. So one of the things I wanted to comment on was I'm gonna give you two scenarios. That texture. Here's what I learned early on in my journey with the Seamoss. To go back to what Maria was saying, yes, if it's more applesaucey, is more, you'll have more of that water. See, when you can tell when you make that gel, because the water in gel separates in the bottle. Like you can clearly see if it's too watery. But a lot of this comes back down to case of scenario, because what I learned is when I was mailing, the method I'm giving y'all now of how I make my gel was like, because I was mailing it. But if I'm in person with somebody, I make it slight thinner, because something about when I was mailing it with the heat or the mailing process, if it wasn't at a deep, and it's not that it's too jelly, but you just want to have it right. So I didn't never make it like that applesauce type if I'm mailing it, because for some reason when it go to re-refrige, it did not re-refrige how it would have in person. So when I'm in person with people, I give them a slight thinner version, because I know it's not mailing. So the point of the matter is, like, yes, throughout time you're going to get that consistency. The reason why I started doing measurements is because I felt like I was throwing money down the drain by not like knowing like how much I'm going to get out of this. So like I would try, like I said, if you're brand new to trying to make gel, it will vary on the quality of Seamoss. But the video that I put on my website is just a nice guide to maybe compare like the technique I'm mentioning about the 16 ounces of raw pre-soaked into a jar and then blending it. I show you on my website the version I'm talking about. But that all, like I said, that just depends on if you're selling it in person or your mail out. Like I said, mail out, I prefer a little thicker, just being real, because I've seen customers complain about it if it was too thin, So that's
Because
just my
once it
comment. I just
hits
don't want to
room
add.
temperature, it starts to it changes molecularly once it comes down to room temperature. When you put it in the refrigerator, it gelatinizes back together. So it's like egg drop soup. When you get egg drop soup, it's kind of thick. Once it goes in the refrigerator and you try to warm it up, it's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose Julien again?
Somebody said April. Say, I'm sorry, I just came back and wish your website. Oh, veganfiber.com.
It's in the on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen, veganfiber.com.
And the code, the 40% discount code is Seamoss now.
Yep, make sure you go get it. And
let's get them. You guys are back.
All right, no, you back.
Yeah, you back.
We ain't left.
Also,
you back.
Hold on a second. So when it gets disconnected, you guys still can see each other, and I can't. Oh, because for us, I can't see you guys, and so I'm here talking to these guys in the clubhouse, and waiting for you guys to return.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I'm gonna call Rogers tomorrow and give him some shit, because this, like, I'm literally like 5 feet away from the router. Like, there's no reason why I should be having this issue. So, like, I'm trying to change my.
I've had it burst in mailing process before. That was when I shipped it in mason jars. I ship in BPA free containers now. I've never in 2 years had a glass jar burst with shipping.
That's a congratulations, because I can tell you what I have, because that means you did, like, you do a really, like, that's
you want to no
matter how, look, I done invested into every part. Listen, sometimes it's like when I see customers send a picture of the box, it's like I can't imagine why it didn't. Like, some of the boxes at UPS or FedEx has, like, they look like they ripped. I mean, some shit I just can't believe the mail carrier has done that to my money. You know what I mean? So
Tina's got it down to a science. She's got the site. She's got all the U-line tabs, everything. She's got the, Do you want to tell a little bit about your packing and how you pack? Yeah, there's her book. Look at that.
We're gonna do a show just on Uline. Me and you, Taya. We're gonna do a show just on packaging, and because you remember we talked about an educational component. I think that's something that everybody needs to kind of like just get familiar with. And I think
Bubble
sometimes
wrap and all that,
yeah, peanut, whatever packing
Bubble,
things. Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Yeah,
Now I
and I
have
think
had a couple bursts in the freezer. That's because I learned you cannot freeze them with the lid on. They have to have room for the water crystals to expand. You only fill it to the lip. That's it. You don't fill the whole thing up. You fill it to that lip, that line right there, and let that be it.
That's what it's there for. That's what you like. You're not
Leave
supposed
it in
to
there
fill
long
it.
enough for it to freeze, then take it out, put it in the refrigerator, go ahead, wrap it up, pack it, wrap it up, pack it, wrap it up some more, put it in this other packing, and in this other packing, in the box, put your labels on your box, and there it is.
Yeah. And it might seem excessive, but you know, it's a lot cheaper to do all that than to have to be replacing a cut. Like imagine you sent out 50 orders and 20 of them came back busted.
And you
That's
know who
shipping,
helped walk me
20
through
boxes.
my packaging and shipping process? My grandmother, because she used to be a postmaster.
Oh wow, nice. That's a good person to learn from for sure.
Yeah.
Knows all the ins and outs, you know.
And then my daughter, she'll help me pack my stuff up sometimes, but she fuss because she says it's excessive. She said, Mom, nobody reads that. We just throw the boxes. I said, Londa, the stuff has fragile on it. She said, Mom, we don't care. We sling the shit out them boxes. And I'm like, she works for UPS.
Yes, yeah. They just gotta toss it as long as like it's almost like it's up to you. It's on you to make sure that it's packed so that you know it's it doesn't get damaged.
What did you miss, Kirby?
Oh, I didn't miss nothing. I had my headphones in. I had to walk away and grab something real quick, so I didn't want to have all the background noise of me walking, so I exit out real quick.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I agree with everything y'all saying as far as the packaging. I did all like, trust me, out of the years that I've mastered, like I'm like after going through the trial and tribulations, at this point I'm like, if something happens in that, when I was selling gel, I was like, if something happened, it's because the postman at this point. Like I make sure that thing is like, I shake it and be like, all right, it's not moving. But I went through all the things, and I started using these containers that wasn't the jars only because of the weight. I started using these food grade sealed, like tamper proof containers, and then that was a nice little journey. But like I mentioned, I don't sell the gel no more. But yeah, I mean, I had a lot of different journeys along my way with Seamoss. Like I really dived in as much as I could from all angles. Shipping is a very big thing to learn, though. Like I advise anybody that's trying to further their success, figure out a really good shipping routine, because it's important. Like it's
definitely
important.
use family members as shipping recipient guinea pigs versus your customers.
Yeah,
that is a good idea. Never thought about that. Testing how far it will go, you know what I mean, before something happens. Like if you know,
because all it takes is a couple bad reviews and you might as well hang it up.
Yeah,
that's true. And that's a big thing that I don't see a lot of people exploiting on their sites. And so I was going to mention that to Moss Boss. I'm going to tell them is like, where's your review section? I think that's a must-have for anybody that's in this business. And if you're wondering why the sales aren't coming in, it's probably because you're not having a review section. I mean, you go on my site and it's like, I think I have now 240 reviews or something like that. Let me check it out. Give me some little plug.
Hey, and he got some really nice reviews on that website, guys. I'm telling you,
they're all real. Where is it here? Let's share the screen. Oh, I closed. Oh no, I didn't. I thought I closed it. Yeah. So I have 225, and so I have mostly 5-star. I have a couple 4-star. These are 1-star, but what's funny about them is that they're all good reviews.
Legitimate?
These are all legitimate.
Okay. I'm talking about the negative ones.
Huh?
The negative ones. I'm just saying, were they like legitimate?
So, well, this is the thing. The negative ones are real. Look, best Seamoss, St. Lucian purple, pure purple Seamoss. The Seamoss is the real deal, authentic. Love it.
They
I
probably
have a
clicked the
few
wrong thing by accident.
things. Yeah, but most of the people that complain, they'll contact me first before writing the review.
And that's usually what people normally do. And when they do not get, the response that's needed and it becomes ugly, then they go to another
The
platform.
review. Yeah. And so that's why I always make sure that I'm accessible and I return these guys, calls. And, if I say I'm going to do something, I follow up and make sure I do it, you know. And like lately, what I've been doing even is just like, even when I don't want to, like there's times where you feel like, okay, this is not my fault, but I just still own it and say, you know what, fuck it. Like, send it out, fix it. You know what I mean? Or if the shipment's getting delayed and it's really not my fault because they purchased the cheapest option, which takes the longest, if they really need their Seamoss and they're freaking out, I'll send the new Seamoss on a different shipment, pay the extra difference, get them the Seamoss, and then tell them, okay, later on when you get the other Seamoss, we'll work something out. You know what I mean? Just pay me when that other one comes in. I don't know. Sometimes you got to do these things for customer service, right? It's all about keeping everybody happy so that you have the good reviews, And that's part of the reason why I get those reviews. And then people see those reviews and they realize, okay, this is who I'm dealing with and the product and, So I think it's a must for everybody. And give them some incentive to write the review.
Yeah.
Yeah, because many people don't do it just unless they really, really, really love it. Like Tated loved my Seamoss,
Yeah. And I do reviews. If I get it and I don't talk about it, that means that I ain't like it. And I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, that's true. No, I've never seen you slang any dirt on anybody that you were unhappy with.
I won't do that.
No. I get it. I agree.
And even
so anybody in here.
So what are you gonna say, Kirby?
No, you should go ahead. I don't want to interrupt her.
Oh, I was gonna say anybody that I have ordered from, even when I list the people that I've ordered from, I put them in order in a tier of, my highest to lowest. And if it doesn't show up there that you not on there, that mean that it just
You're not there.
You're not there.
Well, I'm glad that I'm there. Thank you.
You there? You there? You there?
Yes. So what?
So anybody? Now I was about to say. So anybody that's making gel, like if you watching this live back, if you still in here, I want to do a test. Like I want to know if the recipe that I'm giving y'all to make 2 16 ounces gel works with.
I specifically said I will go in the kitchen and try that right now.
What a Khalid dude was the one that I think at the time. So yeah, I want to see you do it right now. I'm down. Like go ahead and do it. If you can go, go ahead and do it. Like I think this would be dope. So for anybody
put the argument to rest.
What we're talking about right now in Clubhouse is an efficient way to really get a consistent gel every single time. And what I was saying is that it varies on the quality of Seamoss. But if anybody, it's a lot of great quality Seamoss out there. So anybody that has the standard Seamoss of what's good quality, you should be able to complete this task of taking any 16-ounce container and taking your pre-soaked Seamoss, relatively gold. I'm relating this to any texture, but I'm relating it to more of the gold. And you can take it. You put it in a 16-ounce container. You put it in the blender, and you fill the blender to about 32 ounces of water. You can maybe go a hair over the 32 ounces just to give it a little oomph. But you take that, you put 32 ounces of water in there, spring water recommended, and blend it. And you should get a really, really, really nice quality gel every single time. And you can pour 2 16-ounce, so that'd be 32 ounces of gel. You'll be able to pour 2 16-ounce jars using that method that I'm explaining, with taking a 16-ounce container and stuffing it with a 16 ounces of pre-soaked Seamoss. So anybody that does that, I want you to do it. Tag me in a post if it worked for you. You can tag them Vegan Fiber. My Instagram is Vegan Fiber on all platforms. That's our company page. Be sure to tag us. Let us know how it came out. Yeah, I'm just interested to hear y'all experiment. Anybody that tags us with their results, I'm gonna give y'all an incentive. Just tag us. We'll see the post. Let us know how it came out, and yeah, I'll give you some incentives. I'm trying to give away some stuff. It's holiday season, you know.
I'm just looking at, like, I'm downstairs in my basement. This is kind of like my youngest child's little, like, I don't know what you call it, like dungeon or den. You know, when you're a teenager, you have the basement. So I'm like looking at it, and I'm like just jealous. Like, I'm like, fuck, I never had this many cool shit when I was a kid. Like, she's got this like mouse that like is all like making colors and stuff, and you know what I mean. Like, this is her. I don't know if you can see that.
yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And then she's got a tablet. I'm like, what the? And then I'm sitting in this chair. I don't know if you noticed that I was sitting in the chair.
I saw that. I was like, yo. I knew you wasn't like at the other place. I was like, yo, you upgraded over there. I saw the yellow chair. And
my kids are spoiled. Trust me, like, they're spoiled. So this is her chair, and the chair is awesome. Like, I'm just like, how does this kid have a better chair than me? What the fuck?
Yo, look at these headphones. These are my son headphones, right? So my headphones, I got some shitty headphones for my gaming system. And then my son has like 2 pairs. I go in this room. I'm like, kid, let me just take these. I take these, I put it on. I'm like, damn, these are really comfortable. I'm like,
and they freak out, right?
And I'm like, yo, that's crazy because that's part of being a parent. It's like, yo, as long as my kid got it, I got it.
No, I'm not allowed to touch her stuff. That's like, what pisses me off. Because it's like, if she were to come downstairs right now, she'd flip. She would be like, what are you doing in my chair? Get out of my chair.
Right.
This is my desk. You know?
Fill it up more than that.
I paid for all this.
No, that'd be actually good right there. Yeah, that looks really good right there. Like, that's just me looking at it from a camera. So yeah, that's pretty. That's good. No, that's good. That should be good right there.
Okay.
And then when you fill it in your blender, put your blender to about 30, like just a tad over the 32 ounces line.
So do you want me to just fill this up with spring water? Because that's equal portions. Dump it out, then fill this up. Because this is 16 ounces. Water. Dump out the 16 ounces. You put in 16 ounces of fluid.
Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You want to take with the Seamoss in the blender, you want to fill it to 32 ounces to the 32 ounce line. Because when you put the Seamoss in there, the water going to rise. So when the water in the blender gets it,
Got you. And while I'm mixing it up, just go critique my page. Hold on.
Hey, shout it out. What's the name of your page? Shout us out the website.
No, we ain't got the website up and running yet. You see, you missed all that.
Oh, okay.
You shouldn't have been late.
Hey, if you ever need some help with online stuff, you can let's book a free consultation. I can really, really help you with online and doing a lot of back office. Hey, Julien, I was going to ask you real quick. Can you, because while she's blending, can you go to my website and show the people that's viewing? Because I actually got it on my website, the video of the blending process. That they can visually see what I'm talking about. It's on the second video. I showed them how to blend it. If you go to my website, go to Seamoss products and click on the raw Seamoss and just scroll down, and then it's the second video where it says blend the Seamoss.
Seamoss products. Right here?
Yeah. And right there, go to the top. Nope. Right there. That's the first package right there. Go up.
This?
Nope. To your left. Right there. Yeah. Right there. Yep. And then.
So there's a video on the page. Oh, here it is.
Yes. Yeah, the second video.
All right. We got it up. Like you said, I'm going to blend it.
Yep. You got it at 32 ounces, right? Of water in there? All right. At that 32 ounce line. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is she there or is she just talking off screen?
Talking off screen.
Okay. So I'll go back to sharing my screen. That's loud. Actually, I don't know when to. I'll just turn it down.
When she come back in the video, we'll see her.
Yeah, that's true. But if she wants to talk, you know.
Right.
Anyways.
Right. So you can, like,
what do you want to say?
30, I would say I mean, it's only a minute 54 video, so if you want to play it all the way through, that's cool. If not, you know, it's up to you. But yeah,
No,
so
let's
video,
play it all.
Yeah, okay. I think our little boxes at the bottom, you can't see some of the words, but it's cool. We'll ride it out. See, that's what I mean by having the Seamoss in there and filling it up to the 32 ounces.
Let me turn the volume down a little bit so it's not.
Yeah.
See, and you can tell, like, that's a really good consistency before you even refrigerate it.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that's a really good consistency just off of how it's pouring, and just like how you can just tell, like, it's a really good consistency before you gel it, like put it in the refrigerator.
Cool.
So that, and it's simple, you know, it's real simple.
That's a really cool tool right there that you're using to fill the jar.
Yeah, like I said, in the beginning of this business, I didn't want to lose no money, man. Like, I lost enough money. I'm like, yo, every time I make a drop, like every time I've dropped Seamoss out, I'm losing money. So I got a funnel, just to make sure that I don't lose, and it keeps me from over pouring, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want to lose no more money, man. I took a lot of losses on things that I was like,
yeah,
I need it. I'm licking I'm like the guy that's eating the ice cream. Like, after the blender's done, I'm like, up, what's in here for me to eat as a bonus? I'm like tipping myself at the end. So
I love licking the bowl.
All right, so Tata, there we go.
What do you think? You don't look like you're sold.
Well, it's really, I don't know if I did it wrong, but it didn't give me 32 ounces. Was it supposed to?
Yeah, if you fill the line up to 32 ounces in the blender, then like the water that you're putting in is the water you're going to get out with the Seamoss already in the blender. So if you fill the water up to the 32 ounces, then it should make 32 ounces of gel.
Well,
that's true, because if you filled the water up to that level, how, like, you know,
yeah, whatever the liquid you put, yeah.
Because the Seamoss inside the container is going to like push that water up so that it's at that. It's almost like the water and the Seamoss combined reaches that volume.
mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. That's like having ice and water in the cup. It's still, you know.
Yeah.
I got 24 ounces.
You did something wrong.
Yeah, you probably did something wrong. but how's the consistency? Let me ask you, how's
maybe you should have filled it up to the lid or packed it in more.
Probably.
That might be it. Because in the video we watched, it said don't. And you know what? Let us replay. I know we played it already, but let's replay the video so you can see it and then you can understand. And also, before I go, I just want to give a shout out to Empress, who just joined on the Clubhouse. That's someone that I've, been friends with, and she knows a lot about herbs and stuff like that. So hopefully she'll come and talk a little bit, or, give her 2 cents on Seamoss, because she does, she knows a lot about like using it in different uses and like with the herbs and stuff like that. Yeah. So let's go back to the screen, and I'll replay that video. So materials needed: Seamoss, tongs, strainer, funnel.
And that's what I mean. Like I pour it to the 32 ounces line.
Where'd you get the music?
Where did I get that music from? I think the app that I was using, it was just like one of the things I could have like used in background noise.
No, it was cool. Like the drum beat.
Okay.
Cool.
She's making me want to go get me a cup of Seamoss to drink now. I'm like, golly.
So is this a new venture? I noticed the new logo.
Oh well, in the video.
Yeah.
So I got some stuff in the making in the future with this website for just ebooks, but I own plantbasedebooks.com. That's one of the sister companies that I had brought, like, you know, the website and stuff back when I had opened up my other company. I had a vision for just like a platform for people just to get books about plant-based. So the plant-based ebooks was just something that we brought.
No, I think that's a cool idea. I think that you could definitely open it up, not only to books that you produce, but get other people.
Everybody else,
to co-produce books, and you're just the go-to platform where it's like, look, if you want to read a book on plant-based whatever, this is where you find it. This is the go-to spot for everything plant-based educational.
Yeah, that was exactly the goal. Is like, because like I said, man, we're here to spread awareness. You know, my goal right now, I want to work with as many other Seamoss business owners, so that way we can just expand the literature together. You know, because the community needs new leaders with this business right now. We need new superheroes. You know what I mean?
That's what Moss King was talking about today. Yeah,
we need some new superheroes. It's like trying to take old knowledge and applying it to a new future. Like, yo, we're living in a whole different type of like world right now, and it's like we need to learn how to apply these applications to like what we have right now in the world, not like 50 years ago talking about Seamoss. Like, how are we applying it today in the new currency? You know, and that's why I really respect these lives that we do to the fullest. You know, because it's allowing people to see transparency in how other people are using it in today's world.
Yeah. And you know, it's something that just popped in my head too. It's very inspirational. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not, if you're just getting started in this biz, or you're not, you know what I mean? Like, to watch us talk and do this stuff, it's this kind of like, it's like a confidence booster. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it I don't know. It's like support. It's like, you know what I mean? And I think that's important for us to do. And it's important for everybody to try to do, to, like I keep saying, to elevate the business, because we could say something and it could cause someone else to go into a different direction with that idea. Like, we're planting seeds in a sense, you know, planting seeds and setting standards to which people are going to have to excel, right? And once they excel, that's the new standard. Then we excel. The boom, 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 boom. That's how you climb the ladder. In my mind, that's how I see it.
I agree. I'm waiting on Tater to come back and let us know her what she had going on because I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what was going on with her experiment over there, so I want to hear her. Tato, you still there? I ain't say Tatum. I know you hear me, Tato.
So, and I want to add too, like
my mic is muted. My mic is muted.
Oh, you was on timeout.
No, Julien has to unmute me.
No,
we hear you.
You can hear me?
What are you talking about?
It says the host muted your mic. What is that? Why is that there then?
I did it and then I unmuted it because when you were blending,
it was loud.
It was loud, so I muted it for a second and then I unmuted it because I was like, well, what if she comes back and we can't hear her? So I was like, I'll just turn it down.
That's just what, like, how many ounces off is that from 32? Because this is a 32 ounce jar.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Just add more water. If you need a water.
You hear that, Empress?
No, it'll be too thin.
It looks thin. It looks thin. Is it too thin? Is it too thin right now? Because I can't really tell. How
are you watching on the live, Empress? Can you see?
To me, it is too thin.
It looks too thin.
Live, I make Seamoss, and I know. See, I have grandma's touch. That's how I make.
It's too thin.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it is. It's too thin.
I'll tell you, like, just add more water, and
it'll be even thinner.
Seamoss can't be too thin, but it can be too thick.
It's shaking around in the jar right now.
Yeah, if you see the video, it's like really watery.
It's shaking around in the jar. It's thin.
Yeah, it's it might thicken up if it gets colder.
But I can tell by how it's moving around.
It's thin.
A little. See, earlier when you was asking me if I should pack it more, like I said, I'm in the camera. I couldn't.
Yeah, I probably should have.
As you play,
but it is definitely too thin.
As you get better with the rim, and like I said, it's very. As you get better, when I played the video earlier, I was explaining like you want to get a good, decent. You want to pack your 16 ounce. You want to pack it right.
I just put mine in the blender and fill it up like Akeem Pierre, like I saw him do, and that's how I've always been doing mine for the last 2.5 years. So I just did that because, that was what you opted. So I wanted to demonstrate that because I had it already readily available to do that.
Yeah.
But I can use it for my refreshers because I have refreshers to make.
Sweet.
May I ask, how long was the soaking process?
How long did you soak it, Tata?
This moss has been soaking since 9:40 this morning.
So over 12 hours.
I ain't gonna lie. I soak my Seamoss overnight, and I let it keep soaking throughout the time that I'm processing. Like I don't throw off the water. I actually use the same water that is soaking in. That's the water that I use. So respectfully, a lot of times the water has a lot of the substance from the Seamoss still trapped inside of it. So even though you're removing the moss out of the water that is soaking in, the water use the same. If you touch the water, you can feel the jelliness. It will go on your hand and be like lotion. So I think maybe, I don't know if you separated the water or not. Or
no, I use my water. I use my water for my toners.
So she doesn't use the water that she soaks in her gel. She reuses that for her toners. And
so let me make a suggestion, right? So I actually do the same thing. However, the first batch of water that you wash off the Seamoss with, that's what I use in my hydrating mist. The second water that it's soaking in, that's what I use in my gel. Okay. Because the salt and the grit and everything, it does something to the hydrating mist. I use alcohol-free rose water, witch hazel and thing. So the first batch of Seamoss water with the salts and whatever dirt and grit, it break down into the water, and it gives it a very clarifying something about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because it's washing off that first set of salt, and the salt does something, but it's amazing. And then when I go to do my gel, when the sea moss is sitting in that set of water, there's something that comes off of the moss after it's been soaking that creates this jelliness in the water. And I feel like it adds to, making the moss be the gel that it needs to be, I don't know. That's just my, suggestion. I'm just throwing things out there from what I do.
Yeah, well, it's good to see that you do like 2 wash. Because the one thing that I was thinking in my head, and that's a concern for me, is that sometimes when you soak the sea moss, there is like debris coming off from the sea moss that gets soaked into the water, and I wouldn't want that in my gel. Like sometimes I'll use the water that's soaked in the gel, but I'll be careful to pour it out slowly so as not to stir up all the sediment that's in there, because I don't want that in my sea moss.
Strainer, some tin hole strainer, small hole strainers. Yeah. Catch up everything where you need.
I would do cheesecloth. I do cheesecloth.
Yeah,
I would do cheesecloth. Yeah.
But even still, you do the 2-step where you soak it kind of twice, then that would probably take a lot of the debris off that I would normally add from just soaking it once. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So a small discrimination, like I agree with like anybody that likes to soak their sea moss long. Like the longer certain time, I won't say the longer. Sometimes you can keep it soaked too long. But my point of the matter is, for people that's doing it personal use, I know you're hearing us talk about this overnight thing, and this is just my personal like opinion about this is that there is no specific minimum that I'm just going to sit here and say, oh, you must do it overnight. Like, hey, if you're a Seamoss user and you're like trying to be on the go, like, don't think that Seamoss wouldn't expand quick and you can't just throw it in the blender after you clean it and soak it. It might have more of a stronger taste, but don't, for somebody that's personally using, like some days, if I'm personally just want to use for myself and I didn't like do a 12-hour soak or whatever, I let it soak for 20 minutes and put it in the blender and drink it, for my personal use. Like, I'm not saying that when I was sending it out to customers, that's what I would do. But like my personal use, it's like, I don't believe that it's a specific minimum that you have to soak the sea moss in order to make sea moss gel or like infuse it into a smoothie, like as long as it expands and you remove the debris to your likeness, go for it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want my clients to feel like this, because see, one of the things, and this is for all Seamoss sellers, like one of the things clients sometimes get overwhelmed is feeling like it's too much for their personal use. Like sometimes my clients be like, damn, if I got to soak it for a whole day before I use it, I don't even want to use it. Mm-hmm. So it's like,
let me just pin you right there. So that's kind of what the problem is with health and wellness. Health and wellness is not a snap, pop, crackle today, okay? So even though you have clientele, I'm just saying, this is just my suggestion that patience is a virtue and nothing is overnight. Like these people who want to come and take Seamoss, a lot of them are either A, new, B, they just heard about it and they want to try it, or C, they've been taking it, but they've probably been taking it wrong. So I'm just saying that us health and wellness practitioners, partitioners, helpers, light workers, those who are spiritually inclined, we need to slow it down for the people, because pharmaceuticals, they're the rapid ones, not us. We take our time with our people. We give them the information. We walk and talk with them. We do what the doctors don't. We're not just prescribing them anything. We're giving them health is wealth. So yes, I would definitely suggest, even if you're doing it for your personal, soaking goal, but for outsiders, man, they need to slow down. They need to wait. They need to learn the process of patience like our mothers and our fathers and our elders used to do. Seamoss and Irish moss comes from island people. My grandmother's 90 trees. She had patience. She had to wait. You get what I'm saying? Nowadays, we just click a button and order something and it pop up. But that's not how my grandmother taught me. She said you got to wait. You got to boil that water and put the seasoning in there. And then add the meat, and then add some more seasoning. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of gotta slow down this thing because people just think Seamoss is just some superfood that's gonna snap you into Superman overnight and you're gonna be all healthy everything just so you can go back to eating cheeseburgers tomorrow. Like, I mean, you can eat whatever you want, but be careful. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask you this: Do you feel like for your personal use, so I can get clarity? Do you feel like for your personal use, you must soak it overnight every time before you use it?
Yes, because that's what I teach my people. That's what I teach my clientele. And if I'm going to teach them something, I gotta be doing it too.
True.
I think that's a personal, and not to disrespect what you found. What
you tell them, you know?
Well, not to disrespect that. I just feel that that's a personal preference at that point, because it's like that's like telling. Like, first of all, it comes from the water. Like a personal preference that goes down to how you want to clean it, of course, But to tell somebody, and if that's your formula, great. But I can, like, for instance, my family's from Guyana. My wife is from Barbados. We got history all the way down from other, like, literally when I got into Seamoss, I was finding recipe books from my ancestors, and they used to take the condensed sugar and milk and all this stuff and make an Irish moss drink on the islands. They'll call it like whatever it was. But to say that one person's way is better, I don't think that it's necessarily saying better. I just think that for a sea vegetable, you don't have to soak it overnight to be able to minimally use it. I just think that's just false advertisement to tell somebody at minimum you must soak it overnight to use it. I think that becomes a personal preference versus.
Okay. Are we looking to minimize health and wellness? Are we looking to maximize health and wellness?
What are you doing that's soaking it overnight that you're not going to be able to get the health benefits if you were to soak it for an hour?
The water is actually the power to the Seamoss. The water is actually the electricity to the Seamoss.
But what does that have to do with the soaking? Explain. Hold on.
I eat the Seamoss raw on a salad.
Hold on. Explain to me what does the soaking?
You can, but when rehydrating something that's been dehydrated, and just like how we've been on the thing, and she was doing the 24 ounces for the 32 ounce. I don't know how much you soaked, if it was 16 ounce or not. The water to Seamoss ratio is what electrifies and rehydrates, so you get the fullness and the maximum capacity of the Seamoss benefit. Trust me when I tell you. Soak it overnight and see and then soak one for 20 minutes and see the difference in the hydration.
I don't disagree.
It's more when I do it. I didn't soak it overnight.
I didn't disagree.
More jelly.
I didn't disagree that saying that you can't. Hold on.
Do the pro and the con, so you
but
can see.
Who's to say that it hasn't been tried? Who's to say that I don't soak it overnight? Because when I rehydrate my fresh Seamoss, I keep it in the refrigerator and I use it for a couple of days. So it's not, I don't discard the water. That would be an assumption. I use the water for other things. I use it when I make my refreshers along with the Seamoss gel. I use it as a toner in a spray bottle. I use it for my hair, I put it in water, so to kind of discredit the way I use it.
All right, is this live open to suggestions or not?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it really wasn't a suggestion.
Well,
to make assumptions, I listen, and then I act according to how I run my Seamoss business, and the fact that my family is from born and raised in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. I'm not married into it. My family built this thing that we talking about here, this Seamoss and this Irish moss.
So it's only from Jamaica?
Like, there's bloodlines that have built up what you guys are using right now, respectfully.
But Seamoss isn't only found in Jamaica. What about the other cultures in the other countries where it's grown at, and how those cultures use it?
It's all one. But what I'm saying is, you can't go against people who are born into the bloodline.
I don't think anybody's going against someone's natural born right. I think that's a stretch.
Like, my grandmother's 93 years old. 93. Like, and she was born and raised in the ghetto at Trenchtown. So
what does that have to do with the Seamoss?
Her heartache information that she's given to me over time. And like I said, I have grandma's touch, and she's the one who taught me. So, excuse my passionate, you know, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, put some respect.
I think you was missing the point. I think you missed, like, even from the beginning, you missed, and I'm glad to see that you're so passionate. And by far, we don't want you to feel disrespected or offended. So let me refocus the conversation. The point.
And that means you wasn't listening to nothing I was saying.
Okay.
I'll
So
say
the
this.
point.
I think that sometimes, can I interrupt? I think sometimes in the way of being passionate and stuff, the choice of words that one uses can sometimes get lost in translation. And when she's trying to speak some message, you guys are receiving a different message because you're listening to how she's saying it, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
But I'm from the Caribbean. I ain't offended by nothing she's saying. But what I'm saying is,
well, I just want to finish the point, because at one point, even I felt that Empress was kind of saying, this is the way you do it, and if you don't do it this way, it's wrong, right?
That's what I
think.
felt,
That's the but I think what she did say, because she was saying, I'm making a suggestion, and I think in her way of making a suggestion, we interpreted it wrong. That's what I get from the conversation.
Correct, April. I think we all agree to disagree and just continue doing what works for each other's business.
Yeah.
Exactly, April.
My point that I was just making was that as a consumer, you know, don't feel trapped to having to only soak it overnight. That was the only point that I was making, is that, you know, for people that's on the go, if you're looking to get a quick fix, you can soak it to where when it expands, you can still have a good moss drink, regardless if you're incorporating into a smoothie, a gel for yourself that day. Don't feel entitled to only overnight. At that point, it's a preference of, if you're telling somebody overnight, that's just your preference versus the facts. Like, Seamoss can expand in an hour or two if you just, like, it's your preference at that point.
Yeah, and then that's the crispus, you don't soak it as long as you soak the Garcilaria. The crispus rehydrates instantly because it's so thin.
But I would like to do a test to see how much water is actually absorbed between the 12-hour mark and the 24-hour mark, and maybe even the 36-hour mark.
Level. We need to test it. We are chemists. That's all I'm saying. Do the work. That's it.
No, I understand. I get what you're saying. And I also think that, you know, I do agree with you, Empress, that the water does play an effect, because I've noticed even after I've taken the Seamoss, if I'm hydrated and I'm drinking lots of water, I'm feeling the effects more in my body, as opposed to if I didn't drink, like, you know what I mean? That's why, Kirby, I was asking, like, how much water have you drank today? Because I believe that as you take Seamoss, you need to make sure that you're well hydrated so that it processes and delivers. But at the same time, I've met guys who straight up eat it raw, and they are like, they say it's amazing. This one guy,
I put it in my salads. I put it in my salad.
And when I say raw, I mean raw dried, not hydrated at all. Like, the guy was eating it while I was watching him on a video call, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm eating the Seamoss. I'm like, that's not how you eat the Seamoss. He's like, well, that's how I eat it. You know what I mean? And he was talking about, like, he was coming to me because he tried the Seamoss, and he was like something like 70 or something, and he's like, bro, I thought my shit would never work again. I take the Seamoss, I'm standing like attention. Do you know what I mean? And he's eating it dry. So,
April, I haven't tried the boiling method. I have friends that boil, and I have friends that don't boil, and I have some that say add in the hot heated water, and it's like a jelly. You have to cut into it.
Yeah, my dad boils it, and pretty much almost everybody in St. Lucia boils it. My partner boils it. All of them do that. When I was there and explaining stuff to them, and they were coming to the realization that most people in North America don't boil it, they were just like shocked. Like, they thought I grew a third eye, because they'll be talking to me and they're like, okay, so when you boil it, and I'm like, hold on a second. And they're like, what? I'm like, they don't boil it in North America. And they'd be like, what? I'm like, yeah, they don't boil it. They don't boil it. What do you mean they don't boil it? What don't they
I
boil?
would love
They
to
don't.
know how the people in Trinidad and Barbados and the Latino countries that have Seamoss and use it, I would love to know how they utilize
Do it.
Seamoss
Yeah.
and how they process it, being that a Mexican healing doctor is actually the person that healed Dr. Sebi. I would love to know how they do
Yeah.
their Seamoss.
That'd be interesting to
It
find out.
wasn't
You know,
created in just one place.
that's true. But it was definitely like there have been countries that have been using it, like Jamaica, for century, or not century, but for a long time. Even St. Lucia has been using it for decades. You know what I
Because
mean?
I'm sure the people in Ireland wasn't boiling Condrus crispus. They was just eating it out the water. I mean,
True. They probably didn't dry it, or maybe they did dry it and pound it into something. Like we never know. You know,
yeah,
like look how people treat cassava. You know,
yep.
there's so many ways that you can take the cassava and make it. You know. I
That's
think
true,
everybody in every
Khalid,
place does it their way in customs. Yeah, that's
because everybody does hibiscus differently, and it's in all cultures, it's in all countries, and they all do it differently. I had Mediterranean hibiscus tea, and their tea is completely different than some of the other hibiscus teas that I've had.
Well, so April says, okay, thanks, because I bought some and tried to prepare it the way I usually do, and it looked like oatmeal. I told the guy I bought it from, and he said it was because I didn't boil it. Yeah, if it comes really kind of grainy and stuff, it could even be your blender. But what I do to make it smooth is like I think Tatum mentioned it. You add some hot water to it. So I don't boil it, but I put warm water. Like I'll boil a kettle, and after the kettle's been sitting for a minute or two, I'll add a little bit to it to kind of break down the because the heat will break down the cellular
The
structure or the
molecular
fiber.
structure.
Yeah, and the sea moss.
Because
Yeah.
even Akeem Pierre, he does not boil his sea moss. He does not add hot water to it.
Yeah.
And that's
I
what
just
I
think it
learned
plays a
from
lot
him.
on your blender. I think it plays a lot on the blender because in the beginning when
It
I
plays
had
a lot on
cheaper
the blender.
blenders, when I had a cheaper blender in the beginning, like this, I had a cheaper blender.
Yeah, Khalid.
It didn't, you know. And then when I invested into like a better, I started getting a NutriBullet. It blended it up pretty good. So I never like if I wanted thicker, then I just add more Seamoss. You know what I mean? Like if I wanted thicker, I add more Seamoss. But do I have a problem with it leaving chunks? Nah. I don't have that problem with NutriBullet. Shout out to NutriBullet. I need a sponsor if you see this shit.
Yeah, I saw
You know
you
what
hit
I'm
that
saying?
extract button.
You
I was
know,
like, what is extract?
I got like 3 goddamn NutriBullets in here, man. I need a sponsorship.
Yeah, it's all about the power of that blender.
And I've never boiled. But hey,
Yeah.
and going back to Akeem, how he said he's never boiled it. I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure that his uncle, Honorable Priest Kailash, boils it.
He probably does. But
Yeah. So
I just saw an article today saying how much they lose nutrition. Like, not even just this the first time I've seen it, but this is a new article. Like, I mean, I've heard I've heard from people from the Caribbean, they believe in the boil because it kills these whatever from certain bacteria from the seaweeds or is still, you know, the ocean. I've heard that's why they boil it, but then again, I've done research and saw other factual things that were stating like once you boil the seaweed, it loses a lot of different things that they needed for fiber and just certain things. So it's kind of mixed. You know, it loses, you know, a large portion of its nutrient dense. So I don't know. I'm not a scientist at that degree, but I'm just giving y'all what the people said.
I could see that because I don't like my vegetables cooked hard. I like my vegetables al dente. They have to be soft and still crunchy.
Yeah, and this is facts. Like this was like I said, I was doing some research and like that's what it was just saying. Like you start boiling that seaweed, it loses its nutrient dense. It loses its nutrition.
But I also sorry to cut you off, but I also wonder this, right? Because I've studied a lot about weed, and I know, and if you're familiar with weed, you know that the weed in its plant state versus to its state of combustion, it goes through a chemical change. It's still the THC, but it goes from I think THCA to THCB. And so I'd like to wonder, like I'm curious, and this has always been a thought, is does the Seamoss go through any sort of change in the compounds with the heat? Does the heat then, in the same way with THC, does it turn it from THCA to THCB because it's the THCB that's psychoactive, whereas the THCA is not psychoactive to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
I guess the only true way for us to kind of figure everything out would be to take both products and run it through a test on it. She said, yeah, you got to decarboxylate it. Exactly. You know what I mean? Because I used to make a lot of weed butter and stuff like that. And you have to toast the weed butter. But you know what's interesting? I wonder what would happen if we added Seamoss to the weed butter. Because one of the things that I used to do when we were making the weed butter is we would add, I forget what it was called, but it was like, I think maybe grapeseed oil. There was something we would add to it that caused it to emulsify better, and it basically it created more of an even product. Because when you're making weed butter, because you're dealing with the fats and the butter and stuff, sometimes it's like you could take a piece of butter and this has like 10% THC, and you can take another piece of butter and I'll have 20% because it's not evenly mixed.
Now,
And we'll
hold
add
on,
this.
April. Khalid might be onto something. If you boil the weed, I wonder what happened to the water.
What?
Khalid said, well, that makes me wonder, would the weed lose THC if it was boiled?
Yeah.
He's laughing out loud.
Well, you say you don't boil the weed, you bake it slightly. I agree. The heat is what changes the
But
the
what if you
THCA.
boiled marijuana?
You got
Well, they
tea.
do. They make tea. The wheat tea. I drink wheat tea.
It is.
Well, I don't do it all the time. I used to. As younger.
See, you had to answer the whole time.
Yeah. What was the answer?
You said you made weed tea all the time.
Yeah.
There it is. How did it affect you? How was it? Tell.
It was good. It was more. It wasn't the same as smoking it. It was more mellow, and but it was also because it's not as high concentration. One thing I learned, right? Because a lot of guys don't know this. I used to run a dispensary. Like I had my own dispensary in Toronto, and I used to deal with a lot of people selling weed. And so one of these guys, he was running a yoga place where it was fucking awesome, bro. It was like you go and do yoga, so you would smoke and get high before you do the yoga. And one of the things he told me, yeah, it's really cool experience because he does a lot of the breathing techniques. That's one thing too about health that a lot of people are not exploring is about different rhythmic breathing and stuff. I did a breathing session a couple of weeks ago with this girl, and it was like totally like released a lot of like tension, stress in my life. It's like I'm thinking about doing it again. But getting back to it, what he said to me was that we smoke too much, and we should be really microdosing the weed, and that smoking a joint is like not what we were meant to do. We were mostly like to do it microdose and do it for sacramental purposes and stuff like that, to kind of open up your third eye and your mind, and expand your spirituality. So I smoked enough weed that I'm extremely spiritual. That's where I get all my spiritual. No, I don't. I get my spiritual energy from God, for sure. That's soaking the weed in a cup, but if you actually strain it out, boil the weed plants. That's soaking weed in a cup. But what if you actually straight out boiled the weed plants before any? What do you mean reconstrict? So when I was doing it, we basically boiled most of the leaves and sometimes the bud. It was usually like not the actual, like anything. It would be, how do you say it? The byproducts and stuff, like not the actual nugget bud, because that was like we'd smoke that. But the tea leaves, the branches, the sticks, all that we would boil into like a tea. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we got to test that. And
sounds like a plan.
I don't have the money for that. Huh?
My job doesn't allow it. I can't test it.
Yeah, I know. It's too hard to test. Or not test weed. I'm talking about testing the difference of the Seamoss between boiled or not, to see if there's any change in the chemical composition. Like we still don't know enough about weed to really, Seamoss to know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my mind's on a weed. Let's start talking.
Surprisingly, I do not believe that they do not know enough about Seamoss.
They do know a lot, but there's certain areas that they don't. Like they don't know about Seamoss gels. They don't know about.
Well, I know about the gels, but like the point of all the medicinal purposes and properties of Seamoss, because if it is documented by the FDA that it's been in existence since the 1800s, and you can document that carrageen, what is that noise?
Carrageenan?
Yes, carrageenan is bad for you. Then where's the documentation that it's good on a medicinal purpose?
We
That's
got to
what
remember,
I'm
there's still propaganda. We still got to think about the propaganda now. It's still a, propaganda type of world for us. Like that's probably why people are looking at Seamoss now so new, because it's like the commercial industry done took advantage of this long time. They didn't want us to be in the door with it like this right now. You know what I mean? Like maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know, but I just know that it's at a different point right now to where, you can't just throw the rocks and hide your hand. Like it's a lot of other ways now to go out there and kind of get your own information to what maybe they didn't cover. But they know the medicinal. I can tell you what, they know enough of the medicinal purposes of it, because they've gotten away with it. When I start looking at like, damn, what. I started thinking, I'm like, what was all these wars that we was fighting over in Japan in the waters? Like, we got to go back into thinking about these wars that's been going on for these
You think
waters.
they were warring over Seamoss?
Bruh, it's why wouldn't it be? And I'm not even going to get into like one of the, I'm not saying just Seamoss, but we got to look at the benefits of America and how much they're being able to use this in products as a seaweed from a commercial use of profit, all the way down to heroin and all the things they had going on these islands. We talking about, we came in the war front from the water. Like we're talking about having control of the waters and what's manifesting in this. So I'm not going to get too far into it, but don't just think that it ain't.
Fields. They wanted fields.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The wars, all those wars were all over drugs. Japan, all that stuff, resources.
Resources. Yeah. But hey, Seamoss is definitely I firmly believe that was something in Japan and all these other places that they was trying to gain the control over. I'm no doubt in my mind about that.
Yeah, I think also a lot of the wars had to do with America's desire to be the dominant force in the region, and so anybody that tried to be dominant themselves were seen as a threat, and then they would sort of paint these people in a negative light like, how do I say it? It's like, we got to understand that the information that's being fed to us is different than the information that's being fed to them. You know what I mean? They're probably, I don't know. So I don't want to get into a big conversation about it.
But can we go back to the medicinal part of like carrageenan?
Yep.
So my spirit just told me like, carrageenan would be the art of the cell proliferator. The cell rebuilder, that sticky gummy thing, that would be the art of medicinal carrageenan. Hence why when they use it in a negative way, like with the fluoride toothpaste, it creates mucus because they pulled it apart from its natural medicinal, right? Adding gar gum and all that stuff, whatever. Yes. Yeah, gar gum, agar, that type of stuff. They're adding more ingredients that make it create mucus instead of removing it from the body, if that makes sense. Because toothpaste does give mucus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one of the things that I was reading on is, it's not just so that the carrageenan is bad, but the way that because people were saying, oh, these tests, they did the test, they say, oh, this has, carcinogens or whatever it was. I don't remember what they found. But then people argued and said, well, wait a minute. That stuff he did that was the finished product
of sea moss, like carrageenan that you had extracted from the sea moss, not in its natural state. You know what I mean? And so that could be the difference as to why like it's almost like the jury's still out. No one knows for sure. But I did just pull up a Wikipedia on carrageenan. So if you guys see I'm sharing the screen, I think I need to go back and read more about this. But it is most well known and most important red seaweed used for manufacturing the hydrolytic colloids to produce carrageenan is Condorus crispus, which is a dark green. Carrageenans are widely used in the food industry for their gelling, thickening, and stabilizing the main customers. Dairy products, meat products, due to their strong binding to food proteins. In recent years, carrageenans have emerged as a promising candidate in tissue reengineering and regenerative medicine applications as they resemble natural glycemic glands, GAGs. They have been mainly used for tissue engineering, wound coverage, and drug delivery. Interesting. I'm going to read more about
cell
this.
Proliferator.
Yeah, so it should be good for building cells. That's where I guess
And
we're.
you know that. So imagine we're sitting here like, learning about aloe vera and sage and all these different herbs and how they could help. But imagine, you said from the 1800s, war been going on long before the 1800s.
Uh-huh.
So imagine how much carrageenan, Condorus crispus, Irish moss, that we were actually pulling up and using it as wound coverage, as cell rebuilding, as things for shock and all types of stuff. Like I could only imagine how much of it they've actually experimented on way before we even became like putting a name to it, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Here it says the essential difference in the refining process is that the carrageenan is first dissolved and filtered to remove cell wall debris. The carrageenan is then precipitated from the clear solution either by isopropanol or potassium chloride. Well, so basically, from what I can read here, they're basically saying that they get the carrageenan by using potassium chloride to extract it. I don't think potassium chloride is good for you, really. Is it?
No.
Yeah.
It's not.
So that's probably where they're saying it's bad, and then if it's eaten in its natural state, it's probably good.
It becomes a carcinogen.
Yeah.
Something detrimental over, and so that actually adds to the fluoride on top of. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then then don't get it twisted. Oh my gosh. Some people, I ain't gonna lie. You brush your teeth with warm water, hot water. You don't know what temperature of water actually activates these things even more. You know what I'm saying? Running, and actually, if you put the toothpaste on your toothbrush before you put it in your mouth, you're running it. Most people run their toothpaste under water. Like they run it. Oh my gosh. So that is actually activating the toothpaste and the carcinogen, whatever, and going right into your mouth, onto your tongue, into your pores.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not too afraid about tap water. I grew up with it all my life. I used to drink. Seriously, I used to drink so much tap water as a kid that when I went to the dentist, I didn't have to get fluoride treatments, and I had the strongest teeth in my family. I up until I think I was 27, I didn't have a cavity, like not a single cavity. And I know everybody's like, "What? You drank all that tap water?" Dude, back then, no one had bottled water. There was no such thing as filtered water or any of that.
Get it out the water hose.
That's it, right out of the water. That's where I got most of my water, from the tap. Right. Yeah, from outside when I was playing. But look at the stuff that the Seamoss is made with.
Yeah, potassium chloride you can get in tablet form as a medication, or it could be administered intravenously through IV.
Oh, wow. So I guess the potassium chloride is good for you at some point.
Mm-hmm. But how do they put it in the IV, like when people are in the ICU and stuff like that, and they need to rebuild from the inside out type thing?
Yeah, my patients don't be in the ICU, but yeah. So you have to have it sometimes.
What is potassium chloride? Because I don't know what it is. It just sounded bad.
Potassium levels is off. Having too much potassium will kill you, and having too little potassium will kill you. It can
It
send your
make your
body
heart
into
beat.
the-
It'll make your heart too much
It'll do some
potassium.
things to you. It'll do
Yeah,
some
it'll
things.
anything too much of anything will. If you want to
Absolutely,
be
it'll take
real,
you out. Too much water.
too much of anything.
That is true.
Some people can love you to death, literally.
But look what it's used in: fertilizers, medical use, culinary, industrial. Maybe that's talking about. Oh, that's contents. Okay, uses used in fertilizer, medical use, culinary use, industrial.
So look, fam, I'm about to skedaddle. I gotta get ready. I literally had just ran when I saw the live. I had just came off a little road trip.
Oh gosh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm about to go
we should
ahead
all
and skedaddle. I'm about to go ahead and skedaddle.
I gotta get up in 2 hours to go to work. Jesus.
That's why we got some Seamoss to drink in the morning. Hey, use that Seamoss you just made tonight. Drink a cup of that in the morning.
And think about it. Moss Boss left at 1 o'clock.
Right.
So we've been traveling 2 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna and I was supposed and I said at 2 o'clock I was gonna end it. So, you know, we had a great conversation. Thank you so much, guys, for being here and doing this. I could not do this without you guys. Literally, could not do this without you. It would have sucked. Show would have sucked if it was just me talking. I couldn't do it. There's no way I could talk for 5 hours about, you know what I mean? Like, so thank you so much for coming here, spending your nights, you know, and I apologize. Don't be mad at me tomorrow morning when you're going through like, damn this Julien, St.Lucian, Seamoss.
Hey, I do this full time, man. So it's like I'm gonna wake up in the morning, get right back to it. You know, I wake up early every morning, so it is what it is. Like I'm probably gonna be up for another like
week, I'm gonna create a cutoff. I'm gonna be like 1 o'clock is the cutoff. Just to be, because look, how many weeks can we do this? 3 a.m. We can't. It's
Look,
not
I
gonna work.
can't even party anymore. I done hit the age limit where, honey, if I'm up too late, it's gonna mess up everything. Jesus.
That's it. You're just pissed now. So let's. Is there anything you guys want to say before you go? And,
I appreciate the energy and the conversation and all that mental stimulation. I appreciated it.
Awesome. And I'm going to record this and I'm going to leave it up on the Seamoss chat. There's also going to be a replay in Clubhouse. So, you know what I mean? And yes, Khaled, we're going to keep doing this. Lately, what I've been trying to do is come and do this every Saturday and every Sunday and Wednesday evenings after around 9:30. That's usually the time where I found I got a lull in my schedule, and I've kind of committed to those days. So let's see. I don't know how long we can keep this up, but let's try to keep it up as long as possible. You know?
Right. And then everybody, man, just make sure you take your Seamoss daily. You know, that's the main thing that I would love for everybody to just take from this conversation. Take the Seamoss daily. Get the book. You know, if you just want
use
some
the
really
code.
good, if you just want to get out there, jump head first, get the book. Just stay in the network. Your network is your net worth. That's it. You know, Seamossology out now, veganfiber.com. Make sure you go check it out. Use the discount code Seamoss now. Save 40%.
I'm going to put Seamoss in my
your coffee in the morning if you drink it. I'm telling you, my dad do that every morning.
Honey, that's my thing.
My dad do that every morning. My dad is the only way he takes his Seamoss is more people that drink coffee
every morning.
That's it. I know everybody that do it. That's how they do it. They love it in their coffee.
When I walk through the door in the business center, everybody turn and say, "Please tell me you had your Seamoss and coffee already."
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna kick you guys out because I know I can feel it.
I got to go. I'm gonna have 16 patients tomorrow. I have to go.
All right. Well, don't you know? I don't want to say don't kill anybody on your job, but
no.
You know what I mean?
No,
I know. I'm kidding. Just I hope you don't. I don't want to see you like sleeping on the job. No, I know you wouldn't.
I'll find a corner to go cry in. Seamoss.
All right then. Well, again, thank you so much, guys. And,
all right. Peace and blessings,
see you guys next Sunday. Yeah, Sunday evening. Peace. How do I end this? All right. Good night, guys. Or did I end it?